and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 2025 Taipei Security Dialogue hosted by the Institute for National Defense and Security Research. The opening ceremony is going to start in just 3 minutes. Since we're going to start with the opening ceremony, may I invite all of you to take your seat as soon as possible. And also, out of respect for the speakers and policy of the forum, please adjust your mobile devices to vibration or silent mode after you are seated. Once again, we're going to start the opening ceremony very shortly. I would like to invite all of you to be seated as soon as possible. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 2025 Taipei Security Dialogue hosted by the Institute for National Defense and Security Research. The opening ceremony will begin in 1 minute. I would like to invite all of you to be seated as soon as possible since we are approaching to the opening ceremony very soon. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning. We're going to proceed with our opening ceremony in just 1 minute. I would like to invite all of our distinguished guests to be seated as soon as possible so we can proceed with the program today. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all of you home and abroad to the 2025 Taipei Security Dialogue hosted by the INDSR, Institute for National Defense and Security Research. This is Tuki Martigao. It's my great honor to serve as your MC today. On behalf of the organizer, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to all of you. Thank you for joining us today and also to contribute your expertise and insight to the focus of this year's dialogue, which is integrated deterrence, maintaining peace through strength in the Indo-Pacific. We are very much looking forward to the meaningful discussion today. And before launching the program today, I would like to invite the chairman of the INDSR to deliver his welcoming remark. So please, I would like to invite all of you to join me in welcoming Chairman Guo Shoujie.
The Honorable Prime Minister Morrison, Chairman Chairmanship 这个 Vice Minister Bo, and ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. I would like to welcome you to the 2025 Taipei Security Dialogue. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for taking time from your busy schedule to join us today. It is a privilege to host distinguished experts from across the globe as we come together under this year's theme, Integrated Deterrence, Maintain Peace through Strength in the Indo-Pacific. The war in Ukraine and the Middle East remind us that conflict, even when seemingly distant, but carry us and the global consequences, human suffering, economic disruption, and political instability. This tragedy underscores a hard truth: peace is never guaranteed. It must be defended, and it requires collective effort. The Indo-Pacific is not exception. Under Xi Jinping's leadership, China has become more repressive at home and aggressive abroad. China deployed military convergence, economic pressure, cyber attacks, disinformation campaign, and other hybrid threats against Taiwan, endangering the stability of the Taiwan streets. At the same time, China is aligning with other authoritarian powers, what we may call an axis of upheaval, to extend its reach and remind peace across the region and the world. Taiwan stands at the heart of this struggle, geographically as a linchpin of the first island chain, technologically as home to the world's most advanced semiconductor ecosystem, and politically as a beacon of democracy. A conflict in the Taiwan Strait would not be a local crisis. It would be a global crisis. Put simply, a Taiwan contingency is a world contingency. In the face of these challenges, Taiwan is not only strengthening our defense capabilities, but also mobilizing our society through the whole of society resilience committee. At the same time, we are deepening cooperation with the U.S., Australia, India, Japan, and other partners. Our purpose is not to provoke conflict, but to deter it. Unity and integrated deterrence are the surest means to maintain peace, democracy, and stability. This year's dialogue will address 5 critical themes: the international security landscape, societal resilience, and defense deterrence, asymmetric strategy, emerging technologies such as AI and UAS, and the influence of non-military power. We are confident that today's keynote addresses and panel discussion will generate valuable insights on how Taiwan and our partners can advance integrated deterrence, foster greater exchange, and strengthen cooperation across the Indo-Pacific. Thank you once again for your presence. I wish you a productive and inspiring dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for addressing the opening ceremony. Indeed, cooperation is even more important nowadays. And I would like to invite you to remain on the stage. We are going to go for a group picture. And now I would also like to invite some of the guests to come up to the stage for a group photo. It's also a way to showcase our solidarity together. So first, I would like to welcome the Deputy Minister for Policy of the Ministry of National Defense of ROC Taiwan, Mr. Guo Honghui. And also, I would like to invite the former Prime Minister of Australia, Honourable Scott John Morrison, to the stage. Welcome. And I would like to welcome Chairman of the American Conservative Union, Mr. Matthew A. Schlopp, to the stage as well. Welcome. And I would also like to invite the Chairman of American Defense International, Mr. Von Hipp Jr. Welcome to the stage. I would also like to invite the Director General of the Department of Strategic Planning of the Ministry of National Defense, Madam Miao Huifeng, to the stage as well. I would also like to invite the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the INDSR, Mr. Liu Fengyu, also to the stage. I would also like to invite General Lin Zhenyi from the Air Force of the Republic of China, Taiwan, from the Air Force. General Lin Zhenyi, welcome to the stage. And I would also like to invite General Liao Rongxin to the stage as well. We would also like to invite all the moderators and discussants to come up to the stage for a group photo as well. 我们要邀请我们所有的moderator 还有我们的与会的发表人呢，也一起来到台上，要麻烦我们的工作人员稍微引导一下。So I would also like to invite all of our moderators and discussants also come up to the stage for a group photo. Again, on behalf of the organizer, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude to all of you to join us this morning and also to contribute your expertise, your experiences to the security discussion in Taipei. Let's all look at the center. 1, 2, 3. Right. Do we have some more? Okay. Okay, let's have a thumbs up. Right. Let's have our thumbs up for the Taipei Security Dialogue. Right. Okay. 我们后面的媒体先进。Let's look a bit far. 我们后面媒体先进，这样可以吗？还是我们需要带一张照片吗 ？Okay. Sorry, we need one more picture together. Yeah, because the media on the back, they also want to take some more pictures. So it would be good if you look at far to the back of the room. Let's have another thumbs up for the Taipei Security Dialogue again. All right. Okay. Are we all good? All right, thank you. Thank you again, and again, welcome all of you to Taipei to join us this year. And we are very much looking forward to the meaningful discussion today. Thank you very much. And what's your start? All right, many thanks to Chairman Guo Shouyan and also all of the distinguished guests for gracing the opening ceremony of the 2025 Taipei Security Dialogue with your presence. And again, welcome to Taipei. I know some of you, it's your first time to Taipei, and some of you just revisit Taipei. Anyway, welcome to Taipei. And we're going to proceed with the program very soon. Again, I would like to remind you, if you need the interpretation devices, it's available outside the room around the reception area. You may borrow one with your ID or your business card. Okay, since we are ready. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to officially inaugurate this year's dialogue. It is our great honor to have the Honourable Scott John Morrison, the former Prime Minister of Australia, as today's keynote speaker. And during his term as Australia's 13th Prime Minister from 2018 to 2022, he led the nation through COVID-19 with one of the world's most effective response, safeguarding lives, jobs, and businesses. Internationally, he was the architect of the AUKUS Pact, a founding member of the Quad, and also the Advanced Landmark Agreement with the UK, Japan, ASEAN, and India, leaving a lasting mark on global security and cooperation. So please join me in warmly welcoming the Honourable Scott John Morrison. Thank you for joining us.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you particularly to the INDSL for their warm invitation for me to join you here today, and particularly to General Hua, thank you for your kind welcome, and to all the distinguished guests and fellow presenters and moderators, and particularly all those who've come to participate. Thank you very much. It is an honour to be able to join you and offer my insights to this dialogue. This is my third visit to Taipei since I ceased to be Prime Minister just 3 years ago. Preserving and protecting the status quo for the security of Taiwan is a threshold issue for the peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. It is an issue of great consequence not only to the people and government of Taiwan, whose very freedom is at stake, but for all countries in the region who value their sovereignty and who believe in a free and open Indo-Pacific. I come here not as a security policy analyst or expert or academic, rather as a former head of government in the region who experienced the PRC's coercion and intimidation firsthand. And in response, I chose for Australia to stand up to those threats and put in place new initiatives and partnerships such as AUKUS to boost our combined deterrence against the CCP's ambitions to establish regional hegemony over the Indo-Pacific. This morning I wish to make 4 points. Firstly, the future of Taiwan matters. Preserving the status quo in Taiwan is not a matter of convenience for countries like Australia, the United States, Japan or others. It is not one that can be dismissed by a narrow read of our interests. It is essential to our own security, prosperity and sovereignty. It's about more than semiconductors or even the preservation of a vibrant and young democracy. If Taiwan were to be forcibly placed under the authoritarian rule of the CCP, there would not be a corner of the globe that would be unaffected. Secondly, conflict over and for Taiwan will come at a terrible cost. Not just for Taiwan, but for China specifically, and more broadly globally. Once it starts, you can't go back, and the world will never be the same. The world will be worse off, and so will China, even if they are successful. This is a cost that must be understood, especially by the CCP, and properly factored into the CCP strategic calculus. Thirdly, for now, the major powers have their own share of challenges without taking on a potential conflict over Taiwan. China is beset by serious economic challenges as they make a difficult economic transition, and the United States is contending with omni-crises abroad and at home. Thankfully, the presence of President Trump of itself, I believe, is likely to deter any hasty action by President Xi in the short term, while both countries deal with more pressing priorities on their agendas. And fourthly and finally, that Taiwan, together with the United States and allies such as Australia and Japan, and other like-minded countries must take the opportunity to urgently boost resilience and deterrence. This does not just mean military deterrence through much greater defence spending, but countering threats in the space domain, dealing with energy and infrastructure security, and winning the global political and PR debate on the Taiwan narrative, to build the global case against tacit endorsement of appeasement of CCP actions. So let's take these issues in turn. I'm increasingly concerned about the narrow interest narrative being made in analytical policy and political circles in the West, that given the potential costs of opposing CCP aggression, that the West is best to stay out of it and read down their interests. It's better not to poke the dragon. This should be understood for what it is, appeasement. But it will only be held that way if we have successfully prosecuted the broader narrative. So let us be clear about what's at stake and never shrink from making these points. Because if we fail, whatever we believe should be done to build effective deterrence will be academic. To refresh our minds, in addition to the crime of crushing a vibrant and new democracy and the freedom of its population, this is what happens if the CCP imposes its will on Taiwan. The first island chain breaks with the US pushback to the second island chain and beyond, diminishing their ability to provide an effective security counterbalance in the Indo-Pacific. With Taiwan now under CCP control, the PLA can project air, naval, missile, cyber and space-enabled ISR through the Bashi Channel and Miyako Strait into the Philippine Sea, turning today's fence into tomorrow's springboard. Maritime and air traffic between Japan and South Korea and Southeast Asia must pass near and through effectively PRC-controlled waters and airspace. Routine peacetime coercion by the CCP against countries gets easier, and crisis time interdiction gets credible. The A2AD bubble moves east, pushing missile arcs deep into the Western Pacific. Long-range SAMs, anti-ship and land attack missiles based on Taiwan, plus PLA airfields, ports there, extend the no-go envelope towards Guam and the Marianas, complicating US surge and logistics. The CCP's undersea advantage also grows, bringing with it seabed sensors, passive arrays, anti-submarine warfare aviation on and around Taiwan, tightening PLA tracking of US and other allied submarines transiting the Luzon Strait and into the Philippine Sea. Japanese and Korean energy sea lines of communication become more exposed to Chinese leverage, increasing the options for day-to-day grey zone actions to stop, intersect and harass. Subsea cables near Taiwan can be monitored, tapped and threatened, given Beijing peacetime intelligence gains and wartime disruption options. Failure by the US and its allies to prevent or reverse the seizure of Taiwan leads regional states to accept PRC primacy and even hegemony in the region. This in turn creates a more conducive environment for the spread of autocratic and authoritarian under the PRC shelter. Not a good picture. This could be a far longer list. I haven't even mentioned semiconductors yet, nor the broader economic implications. Further afield, we also cannot ignore the encouragement this would give to other autocracies, regimes such as Russia, Iran and many more who form the arc of autocracy to chance their arm even further. So there is a lot at stake. As important as Taiwan is in its own right, there are even more substantive issues at stake at a regional, even global level. And it will be important to keep allies and partners cognizant of these factors and prevent any retreat into appeasement or isolationism. We have seen that movie before. In July this year, the CSIS released an excellent paper summarising the wargame analysis on a potential blockade on Taiwan, titled Lights Out. And this was, of course, preceded by CNAS's Dangerous Straits report in June that wargamed broader conflict scenarios. There have been many such analyses. There will be many more and should be. INDSR has participated and conducted many of their own exercises. They are instructive regarding potential vulnerabilities and to inform military procurement priorities, joint planning and broader civil responses. Lights Out, in particular, is no exception. What I found particularly interesting about the CSIS exercise was how it exposed the fallacy that a blockade was somehow a benign alternative. I'm sure this is how the CCP would like the West to see it, rather than the act of war it actually is. If considered to be benign, it can be more easily dismissed and provide comfort to those making the argument that we should stay out of it. However, what was clear was not only the devastation it would wreak on Taiwan, but the significant costs and losses that would be suffered by the PRC in China. Such losses would not be just human casualties, but a degraded capability, not to mention the economic losses. Others drawn into the episode would similarly be impacted. Further, the exercise would have every likelihood of escalating into something far more serious. The work exposed the myth of an invasion-light scenario. Initially, the US and other allies would, of course, be more likely to respond to a blockade with sanctions rather than kinetically. But it only takes one misunderstanding in such a tense environment for there to be a shot that would be heard around the world, and the scenario is completely transformed. My point is that once the PRC make a decision to take any hostile action of this nature, you can't reset the board. There may be offerings, and hopefully there might be, but the world will have changed. Many of the devastating economic impacts in the event of a full invasion would make the global COVID-19 pandemic and shutdown look like a sneeze. China would be one of the worst impacted. Even with victory, China, and more significantly the Chinese people, would be significantly worse off. To believe the West would seek to avoid this outcome by yielding to the CCP's demands is to not understand history. These are not fresh notions to this audience. My point is that integrated deterrence must just not build the cooperation and capability needed to boost resilience and defeat possible aggression. Such actions must impact the strategic calculus of the CCP, demonstrating resolve and the high cost the CCP would be imposing on themselves, their regime and their own population, as well as the region and the global community more broadly. For now, I do not believe the strategic calculus for an invasion or a blockade adds up for the CCP. This could change quickly, though. The 2027 readiness deadline issued by President Xi to the PLA is real. To be fair, that is not an expression of intent to deploy such capability. However, as we all know, this is not a cause for comfort, but a call to hasten our own plans and preparations to further and significantly strengthen our collective deterrent. Including the resilience of Taiwan itself. I would also argue there is a further factor that could provide more time. Both China and the United States have significant issues on their agenda at present, which leaves little to no bandwidth to be genuinely escalating tension in relation to Taiwan. The performative demonstrations of coercion by the CCP here in Taiwan, and I'd say in the South China Sea and elsewhere, are very real. However, by comparison, the next step is far more significant. Even if the PLA has or soon achieves the capability to invade or blockade Taiwan, it is difficult to economically sustain an invasion and the potential conflict against a peer adversary supported by a network of allies with proven interoperable capability when you're fighting on multiple economic fronts at home, hypercharged by the global economic devastation that would be triggered by their own hostile acts. China's growth has been fueled by a debt-driven, producer-led economic model made possible by a free pass into the global trading system. The revenues and borrowings underwritten by their national growth rates in excess of 10% were poured into building their significant military capabilities. As another CSIS report recently argued, for the past decade, China has been painfully aware of their need to transition their economy and escape the middle income trap, I should say, while at the same time find a way from under the mountain of debt they've incurred to fund their development model and to overcome their demographic challenges by seeking to become rich before they get old. Typically, this is achieved by transforming from a producer-led economy to a consumption economy. Now, the Chinese property crash has caused an intergenerational destruction of middle-class wealth that has triggered a collapse in consumer confidence. At a macro level, discretionary income growth continues to fall. Retail sales are contracting. Unemployment is rising, especially for youth. And in the absence of a reliable social security safety net, consumers are understandably saving rather than spending. Rather than back consumers, the CCP leadership have chosen to double down on their excess production model. Unfortunately for them, this depends critically on being able to sell your excess production. And on that front, US trade policy under President Trump is resetting the board. US tariffs are forcing China to default to other markets in the EU, India, Southeast Asia, and elsewhere across the global south. However, Chinese intrusion into these markets is not being universally welcomed. China is facing increasing pushback in the form of anti-dumping actions and increased protectionism, especially in relation to strategic sectors such as electric vehicles, where China has pledged a huge bet to back in their producer-led model. In addition, US tariffs on intermediate producers in countries such as Vietnam and Mexico, who import Chinese components, are now reorganising their supply chains away from China, undermining China's supply chain strategy to access the US market. These are signs that there are also signs, I should say, that Chinese manufacturing has been very sluggish this year in response. Now, this is likely to improve in the months ahead. However, I can see no evidence that this will be an offset to the persistent deflationary forces and weak consumer demand in their domestic economy. So while I expect, in all likelihood, the Chinese economy, because of its sheer mass, will be able to push its way through this transition in some form, failure to transform itself into a consumer-led economy will leave their economy vulnerable, and future growth will be unlikely to bankroll the CCP's geopolitical ambitions in the same way as it has in the past. President Trump also has competing priorities. While there is hope for a way forward in the Middle East, and he should be commended, a resolution in Ukraine still remains elusive, with the situation likely to get worse before it gets better. The President is also in the midst of a government shutdown, is following through multiple bilateral deals on his trade reset and bedding down important major economic reforms at home. There's the war against drugs in Latin America. Civil unrest in relation to immigration policy and potential frustration of administration measures in the courts are also understandably going to continue to demand priority attention, especially with midterm elections just around the corner. Now, what this means is that it is not the time to force one's way onto the President's desk. Better to let actions speak louder than words here, and to simply get on with the work of deterrence and reinforcing the narrative with key constituencies, both within the US system, as well as, importantly, key regional players, such as in Australia, Japan, South Korea and elsewhere, as well as key international stakeholders and influencers. We must win that broader political narrative and debate. While it would no doubt offer some immediate comfort, I suppose, for the President to be less opaque about these issues, it is reasonable to draw encouragement from the very positive statements regarding Taiwan made by key US Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth. Equally, any more definitive statements by the President at this time would only likely elevate and encourage conflation of the security issues here on the agenda as part of any discussion with President Xi on economic issues. It is in everyone's interest and desirable to keep these issues separate. I believe the red lines of Taiwan are well understood in the United States, and there is great danger in speculating. Remember, the policy is strategic ambiguity. I would also observe that one should not discount the potential growing awareness in Beijing of President Trump's peace through strength approach. It is not unreasonable to assume a real deterrent effect from the President of President Trump himself. However, that can only constitutionally take us to the end of 2028. The task now, therefore, is to take advantage of potential extra time and get on with the work of resilience and deterrence. And I believe President Lai is demonstrating a strong understanding of what is required, and I commend him for his leadership. Early this year at the London Defence Conference, I spoke to the need for Taiwan to refocus on mobile, asymmetric denial, survivability and mobilisation readiness, rather than traditional force-on-force parity. I noted this especially required enough stocks to inflict crippling losses on amphibious forces within the first 72 hours, neutralising or disrupting landings before a beachhead is established. These points are all reinforced by the wargame analysis conducted by CNAS, CSIS and others. None of this can be achieved, though, without further significant increases in defence spending, including beyond current commitments. 3 years ago, Israel was at 4.2%. This and more will be necessary to establish a credible deterrent and maintain the committed support of allies in the US and their partners. This will require greater cross-party unity from the political system here in Taiwan than has been demonstrated to date, despite the efforts of the government and President Lai. That said, Taiwan is making progress in enhancing its defence capabilities through procurement and collaboration with the US. This includes Javelin, Stingers, mass production of HS-3 anti-ship missiles, Harpoon coastal defences, HIMARS launches, mine-laying, Switchblade loitering munitions, and development and deployment of Taiwan's indigenous Skysword 2 missiles. Aerial and subsea drones have been prioritised, but there is still a very long way to go. Critical in this endeavour is developing an indigenous production capability as per Ukraine, and the same is true for missiles. However, as the Taiwanese government understands, resilience and hardening of civil infrastructure is also a priority. The work on a blockade especially highlighted the significant vulnerability on energy infrastructure and the need to re-engage Taiwan's nuclear energy capacity, while ensuring security of supply on LNG with shipping and resource partners that includes Australia. I also want to highlight the need to build resilience and capability to address the threats in the space domain. This includes resolving single-point provider SATCOMs dependence, acquiring satellite and in-the-air backbones, and high-altitude assets to compensate for undersea cables becoming compromised, filling ISO and Earth observation gaps, countering PNT jamming and spoofing, hardening and increased mobility of ground stations and mission control systems, and gaining access to counter ASET capabilities. Action in countering AI threats is a topic all of its own, and there is not time here to go into those issues. However, I would note that proposed action in the space domain is an important precursor in any such response. In conclusion, I want to return to the need to not just build resilience and be able to deter hostile actions, but to win the PR war that will need to be won in advance. Taiwan is today's equivalent of West Berlin during the Cold War. The extraordinary response by the US and its allies to engage in the airlift to countermand the Soviet blockade and to ultimately tear down that wall was enabled by the resilience and defiance of the people of West Berlin, but also the collective sense of appreciation by allies of what was at stake. This cannot be assumed or taken for granted. The best thing Taiwan can do to attract the necessary support from those it will need, particularly in the US, as well as in regional allies in Japan, Australia, the Philippines and South Korea, is to do all within its power right now to prepare itself and for its people to demonstrate their resolve. This must be communicated with sophisticated information operations that harness the goodwill and support that is present amongst like-minded supporters. Taiwan matters, and it has a just story to tell. It is a society and democracy that speaks of hope and progress. I look forward to continuing to support Taiwan and its freedom efforts to tell that story and engage the support needed to prevail. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Honourable Morrison, for an excellent keynote speech and also critical reminders and advices. Yes, Taiwan matters, and that's why it's so important to strengthen our collective resilience and integrated deterrence among like-minded democracies. Now it's our great honor to welcome the chairman of the American Conservative Union, Mr. Matthew A. Schwab, who will deliver the next keynote speech and share his valuable insights with us. Over the past 25 years, we know Mr. Schwab has been a powerful force in American and also international politics. He has served or advised the last 3 Republican presidents with experiences spanning the U.S. Congress, the White House, corporate, and non-profit sectors. Now I hand the floor to you, Mr.
Am I live? There we go. Thank you very much. And what an honor to be back in Taiwan. This is my second trip here. My last trip here was when I was an employee of the United States Congress. And we had a great trip during that important week. And when I think back on the relationship between America and Taiwan, it has me a little concerned about its current state. When I was a younger man, we learned about the great and heroic history of the people of Taiwan, their fierce anti-communism, their bravery and their courage. And there was always an understanding that there was a unique relationship between the people of Taiwan and the people of America. I worry over time, despite our economic cooperation and integration, that at least within the mindset of the American people, Taiwan does not occupy that same space as it used to, as being perceived as a strong ally that the American people who should support. Now, why has this happened over time? This has happened over time because one of the primary methods of deception from communists and globalists and people who don't believe in human freedom and human flourishing is propaganda. And that's propaganda within America and propaganda overseas. As I landed here and showed up at your wonderful airport, I saw CNN playing on the television, and then I saw it in another establishment when I got here. The news that the Taiwan people are being forced to listen to about America and about President Trump is almost always nefarious. It's wrong. It's got an agenda. And the agenda is to push this belief that somehow President Trump doesn't view Taiwan as important, that President Trump would dismiss the interests of the Taiwanese people because he has a misguided emphasis on what's good for America. So our commonality, which is knit into our souls of a desire to be a free people, which is buttressed by our amazing trade relationship, our alignment on technology and security, I believe has got to win the argument. And in America, at least, I worry that it's failing to win that argument. And by the way, I've learned in politics that when you're not succeeding, you should try something new, try some new strategies. So maybe one of the goals of the conference today is to figure out a way in which the American people understand the security plight that the former Prime Minister Morrison just expertly explained in detail. It's important for the American people to understand that, and it's important for the people of Taiwan to understand that the American people are dubious to believe globalists, they're dubious to believe that the CCP has their best interests at heart. And so, once again, there's no reason for us not to be properly aligned. Now, as unfortunately you have to consume a lot of media that doesn't get it right and that lies, because remember, that's purposeful because propaganda is one of their most important tools. We also know that violence is one of their most important tools, and intimidation, and trying to scare people from speaking up. And we're seeing this in Western democracies all over the world, not just authoritarian regimes, but Western democracies where people are afraid to speak up, people are afraid to express their political views. And the media companies that used to stand up for individual political rights to expression are part of the propaganda, which is one of our most diabolical problems we face as free people. So America has this second chance. When the election results came in 2024, unlike what happened with our ridiculous election of 2020, it was clear that the American people had in their own kind of quiet and strong way spoken up and said they didn't endorse this idea that America should change who America is. America has always been a country since its founding that recognized the fact that people could come from different countries to our shores legally and express their political views freely, express their religious views freely, that we had a construct by which those rights would be secured. We understood, our government understood that those rights came from our creator and not from government. This idea is now controversial in America again, as leftists have secularized even our philosophy and understanding in schools, so that people believe that it's the government who can give you your freedom and it's the government who can take it away. You might call it Trump 2.0, the Trump resurrection, whatever you want to refer to it as. It is definitely the American people saying through President Trump, we don't trust globalism. We believe that the kind of mushy, warmed over globalist ideas of not pushing the boundaries too aggressively on ideas and having kind of a soupy global consensus has not served freedom well, has not served the American people well. We had this virus, not the COVID virus, but this virus called woke. And what is woke? Woke in America was our form of the cultural revolution, right? Which they will tell you what books you can read and not read. They will tell you as parents, as moms and dads, what you can teach your children and what you can't teach your children. This woke virus invaded our large corporations, who are mostly international forces, but so many, especially in tech, are headquartered in America. And they had bought into this idea that America would cease being America, would cease being true to her foundational principles. And they started buying into this and pushing this as well. Well, like I said, the American people saw this on social media. They saw it in their media. They saw it when they went to go buy a cup of coffee or tea or a Coke, and they were asked to donate to some kind of charity along with their Coke. It seemed like everything in business had a sidecar of progressive activism alongside it. And the American people said, no way. We don't want this anymore. This is not consistent with who we are as a country. The other thing we were facing in our country that sadly has infected this area of the world as well is lawfare. And specifically, what do I mean by lawfare? The use of legitimate legal authorities to go after corruptly and illegally your political opponents. Now, America's been around for 250 years. I'm sure we've had bad moments in the past when people have corruptly used their power to push racial politics and other evils in society. But what we saw in America is that Donald Trump was, there was an attempt to put him in prison and to take all of his money, to wipe his name off the ballots in at least 2 states, but other states as well, and to delegitimize him as a presidential candidate because he was an election denier. Why was he called an election denier? He was called an election denier because he believes in this democratic principle that one person should vote one time legally, and they should have to show that they are legally the person who's on the records. It's very simple. CNN might try to make it complicated for you, but it was that simple. We did this in our country for 230 years, and somehow we got off the track to this idea that you didn't need an ID to get into our country. Once you got into our country, you didn't need a legal ID to even vote. And then they tried to make it sound like anybody who wanted to have a legal construct, either immigration or a legal construct of voting, was filled with racial animosity. And they always turned it into a racial fight, which plays into the two tools that leftists always use: propaganda and violence. And the American people said no more to lawfare. Now the charge you will see leveled against President Trump is, isn't he the one using lawfare? He's the one using lawfare against the former FBI director, or he's the one using lawfare against the people that tried to go after him. It's very important to remember that if somebody kills somebody you care about in your family, and you try to get the authorities to bring the perpetrator to justice, that balances the scales of justice. If the people in our country who use their power corruptly to go after President Trump, and if they use that power corruptly to go after anyone in politics, they should be held legally accountable for those actions. The American people endorsed this overwhelmingly. They'd actually like it to not be criminal to be a Republican or a Democrat, or not even to be criminal to be a socialist or a libertarian. You should be able to have those views, and we were able to get this right for almost 230 years in our country. And of course, this whole concept of an open border and not having rules-based immigration, I think everybody understands that America is one of the most welcoming societies on the entire globe. It's knit into our history, this idea that immigrants could, if they come under the proper pretext, make our country even better, make it even stronger, make it more vital, increase it economically. We have all of these wonderful multi-billion-dollar business announcements coming since President Trump was announced. Well, we have to be good to those agreements by making sure that we have the educated workforce to complete these projects, to make sure we have the skilled workforce to complete these contracts. Immigration has always been part of the mix, but America has its own job to do to make sure that its people are ready for the workforce, that they are not handicapped by drug addiction and alcohol addiction. And they understand that the entire world needs America to go back to work, a lesson that America has had a little trouble recuperating from the lockdown philosophy and the idea that maybe people just don't have to work hard anymore. Obviously, we all know the opposite is true. And then this final concept of sovereignty, which as Americans, we hate the word sovereign because that always reminds us of kings and queens. And then when we remember that in America, the idea is that the individual is king of his own life, you get to decide, are you going to go to a church or you're not going to go to a church? Are you going to get married or you're not going to get married? Are you going to work in this capacity or work in that capacity? You're your own king. You get to dictate your life. You get to talk about the things you want to talk about. You get to express your views in the way you want to express them. So this whole cancerous cancel culture in America, I believe all of these things, globalism, wokeism, lawfare, the open border, and the return of sovereignty, these are all positive aspects that caused Donald Trump to be returned to power and are flowering under his leadership. So when you read in your newspapers that President Trump is taking actions that seem like he's hostile, whether it's on tariffs or on chips or other questions, ask yourself a very basic question. Why is he doing it? And I think you can get down to this very simple answer, which is that in America, we have been taught to believe that America's #1 strategic foe on the globe is Vladimir Putin. Now, people can have their views on Vladimir Putin. It's hard to see him as more of an economic or military threat than the regime in Beijing. And so one of the Trump changes in foreign policy was to reorient the American government to say who is the author of the true threats around the globe. And that under the Trump administration, there's an understanding that the CCP and the regime in Beijing are an existential threat to these concepts of freedom and free trade and free people flourishing. Now, that doesn't mean that the Trump administration wants to go to war with the regime in Beijing, as President Trump has made very clear. He's much more a president of peace than he is a president of war. And when the American people elect Democrats, which now have embraced socialism and Marxism and statism and collectivism, you can see what happens. Joe Biden becomes the president and 2 wars start on 2 different continents. Conflicts that are very hard to bring to even a ceasefire, not to mention try to resolve and bring this elusive word of peace. So there's a reorientation under Trump to understand that peace through strength works, and that it worked in the context when Ronald Reagan was, the great Ronald Reagan was our president, and it operates under this context, but still you have to clean up the dirty laundry left behind by the regime before you. And if America is weak, and if America elects weak leaders, this is a terrible thing for the people of Taiwan in terms of our economic relationship, but these security issues that you will talk about for the next, throughout the conference. This is what's very important. As you try to unfilter the filtered news you're getting about America, think through what president will make sure that the people of Taiwan stay safe. What political movement in America will support that political leader as they stand for freedom? In America, the situation is very stark and it's very clear, which is the Democratic Party has become unsafe in many ways. Unsafe in our big cities because of the crime that results, because they don't believe in the cops, they don't believe in arresting people. Once again, they make everything about race instead of holding people accountable for their actions. In America, you don't even necessarily get arrested for stealing things if you can say that you're stealing those things because you have a racial gripe. As you know, civilization and society can't long endure under these insane and counterproductive philosophies. So these are the types of things that we have to ask ourselves. What guarantees freedom, stability in America, and freedom overseas? It seems clear to me, even when you hear things coming out of the Trump White House that make you uncomfortable, you have to ask yourself the motivation. Is the motivation to take great industries out of Taiwan and take them from you and put them, onshore them in America? It could be said that was the intent, but what's the real intent? The real intent behind all that, what we call fake news, is this idea that there is a great technological battle going on. And the major players, of which Taiwan is a very big important part of, are the CCP, the regime in Beijing, and America. Who will win this battle? Who will win this battle when it comes to questions of supercomputing and AI and the rest? And then, of course, all the defense and military consequences. Your conference started off with this idea of asymmetrical warfare, right? I'm a simple person. I'm from Kansas, which is in the middle of the country in America. You know what that means? We better outthink them, and we better outuse technology, right? Because if it comes down to populations and great ground conflagrations, that's not an ideal setup. So the idea is to have a strong and feared military that has the upper hand when it comes to questions of technology. We can't have the upper hand as America on the issues of technology without a strong and robust relationship with the government and the people of Taiwan. And that is simply a fact. And anybody who tries to tell you that the Trump administration is trying to do anything to weaken you or weaken that is not explaining it properly. There can be a policy disagreement, but there should be a disagreement on what the goal is. So in my role as the chairman of CPAC, we've been a very close ally of President Trump's throughout the entire 10 years of which he thought about being a candidate, ran for office, became the president, and then came back into power. We're very proud of the fact that we never sidestepped, we never got lukewarm. We believe that what he was saying needed to be said for a long time. Why? What are the lessons we've learned as we've gone over these 12 countries, over 5 continents, and had our conferences, including in wonderful countries like Australia, where I just returned, in Japan, where hopefully they have picked a wonderful new leader, in Argentina, where they have a ferociously freedom-loving president, a great prime minister in Italy who has spoken at our conference a number of times, and many other leaders around the world. What are the lessons we've learned? Well, the lessons we've learned is we're kind of all fighting the same battles in our free societies. Some of them, their most serious threat is the bankrolling of their societies by the regime in the CCP. And that is certainly true in Europe, and that's certainly true in Central America and true in South America. And there are those great people like President Peña of Paraguay and others who continue to recognize your great country. And that's a brave thing to do because they are often cross-pressured to pull back from the recognition of Taiwan as they seek financial assistance from the CCP and the regime in Beijing. So that's an important part of this, which is you need a horse and you need a jockey. You need a great leader, but you need a great movement within those countries that are adhered to the concept of freedom and a free people. And without both of those, you're in a very precarious situation. So I would say, once again, going back to the beginning of my conversation, how we build this relationship between America and Taiwan, do you have the institutions it takes that can help your politicians do the right thing? Do you have the elected officials who are courageous, brave, and willing to do the right thing? And are you willing to provide the ground truths behind them so that they don't feel lonely or exposed, one of our biggest problems? Is there a strategy on the media so that you don't have to keep consuming the propaganda and the rubbish and the garbage that you have on your television and in your newspapers? By the way, no one has that worse than America. The best countries, it's 50-50. There's only a few where it's 50-50. Most countries, it's overwhelmingly. I think the Prime Minister would agree. 90-10, 80-20 in most democracies. The media is against not just the major center-right party, because you can quibble sometimes that those parties aren't doing the right thing, but they're against the very concept of a free media and political speech. Now that is an alarming thing. That's our number one problem in all these countries, which is there is not a free media. Now, with the democratization of ideas through the internet, there's a chance, because it's less capital intensive, to combat these, what we call legacy media in America. But it's a problem that we all face. We also face this idea that somehow the globalists or the elite globalists know better. And I know these are terms that make some of you cringe, because there's nothing wrong with being somebody that loves people around the globe. There's nothing wrong with being aware of what's happening around the globe. But there is no question that there is a chokehold that's happened, certainly on my country, from whether it's Davos and the infection of these ideologies within our corporate boardrooms, or the WHO, and we saw the disaster of the pandemic and the lies they spewed and the lives that were destroyed and the suicides that came and the negative health effects that came from doctors acting like politicians and politicians thinking they can't even give you any basic health guidance, right? The good news in America is that made moms and dads say, well, maybe we'll own the health of our children and stop just listening reflectively to the people who they used to listen to in generations past. My own doctor lost his job over the very basic concept that we shouldn't be forced to get vaccines to newborns, which I think now is generally accepted across the globe, that that's something that most health organizations say people shouldn't experiment on their children in this way when it comes to the cold and flu season. And then, of course, the other big problem with all this is the money fight. Now, anybody who runs for office is someone who loves freedom, someone who's center-right, knows how outgunned they are financially, whether it's George Soros or these global institutions I talked about. I believe we've lost freedom in most of the capitals in Europe just over this question of money and making investments. Well, why is that? Well, why is that? Because mostly people on the right, when they have money, they invest in their families, and they think that's their number one obligation. It's hard for me to argue with that. I do the same thing as a father of 5 girls. In America, we still have a very strong religious tradition. It's still a Christian country. I'm Catholic. Most of the country is the number one denomination would be considered Protestant. But there's an understanding that this Christian identity is a very important part of America's success. We have people around the globe who are doing everything they can to knock out the foundations and the pylons that build up our foundation of our society. And they have to be hit head on. And I'd say finally, it's the failure of the center-right party. When I go to these countries and listen to people, ordinary people that might be at a pub or a restaurant or people that work in a hotel, and if we have a real conversation, it almost always starts with the fact they don't know where to find truth. And they ask me, where should I go to find truth? That's a sad question in a free society. Where should I go to find truth? There should be so many places to find truth that you don't even have to ask. But they know that that has become more and more narrow. Second problem they face is that the party they put all their hope and trust in to fight communism, to fight collectivism, to stand for freedom, has let them down because they think they need to be socialism light, a little bit less. A few steps to the right will get it done. And as we're seeing, that doesn't get it done. Because the people that have made revolutionary change in their societies away from socialism, away from collectivism, are leaders that took on the intellectual fallacies of leftist communism, right? Pope John Paul II, Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan. They understood that you had to knock down the pylons that supported their false ideology with equal aggression to which George Soros and his crowd are trying to knock down the pylons in all of our free societies. And the failure of those major center-right parties are leading to the birth of new parties in a lot of these countries. Now, in our own country of America, I always say the Republican Party should send Donald Trump a thank you note, because if he decided to run in a new party or as an outsider, he would have really destroyed the political power of the Republican Party. Instead, wisely, he decided to bring new ardor and vigor to the Republican Party, something that Nigel Farage in the UK has not done. He started a new party, and if you follow what he's getting done across the UK, you can see that he's got all the energy, he's got all the excitement, because he's expressing to the voters the fears that they have. And how do we summarize these fears? These fears are summarized by the idea that a mom or dad doesn't want to fight with a school administrator over the gender of their child. They don't want the school to be combating the parents on basic ideas that a parent believes will make their child happy. In our country, many times the parents have to take the schools to court to get them to stop intervening into sexualizing their young children. And that is disgusting. And that shouldn't happen in America, and it shouldn't be happening in any societies. This whole idea of net zero, or what we call the Green New Deal, or what President Trump calls the Green New Scam, has made life harder for people. Why? It makes manufacturing products in your country tougher and tougher as energy prices go through the roof. As we all know, in Spain, they made the big announcement that their electrical grid would be nearly 100% renewable. And what happened? It went down. And when the grid goes down, people die, and people that are relying on that energy for their job or for their health have tremendous stress. So what's happening in these countries is they have a green grid and they have a backup grid. What's the difference between the two? The backup grid always works. The green grid works when the sun is out and the wind is blowing. And how do we get on this path? We got on this path because the global elite convinced us it was inevitable. It's what we had to do. We all know it didn't make much sense. And they did the same thing within our country to normalize the communist regime in China. They tried to make it sound like because they enjoyed economic freedom, they were going to be our bosom buddies. And they made too many politicians in America believe that there aren't any things that we should be sensitive about when it comes to these major questions on who will control questions of technology, who will control the question of rights around the globe. And I think that as you have your conversation throughout the conference, understand that the message from those of us from America is we want to increase the intensity of the relationship between our two fine countries. We have a security partnership that should not be diminished, that President Trump understands that he's an ally in that fight, and we wish you all the best as you undertake all these important opportunities in your country. And thank you for letting me be with you here today.
Thank you very much, Rob, for all the very straightforward and also important points. And indeed, fake news is something that we have to face and also take very seriously. And before we break for a coffee, we are going to take 20 minutes break. Before that, please allow me to make a correction and reintroduce General Lin Zhenyi again, who served in the Navy of Taiwan, not the Air Force, as incorrectly introduced earlier. So now we're going to have a coffee break for 20 minutes all the way until 10:30. And please be advised to return before 10:25 so we can proceed with the next session promptly. And we have prepared some refreshments, some coffee and tea outside the room for you. And if you park your car downstairs, we do also have the parking voucher for you. It is available outside around the reception area. So please also, another reminder, please be advised that to bring your valuables with you all the time. Thank you very much, and we're going to see you back in the room at 10:25. Enjoy the coffee. First round of
lines will complicate
and we do have 3 discussants in this session, respectively from the UK, Australia, and the USA. Each discussant is offered 10 minutes to deliver his presentation. And for this session, the moderator is Ms. Lin Chongli, who is a research fellow from the Institute of International Relations, National Zhengzhi University. Now I would like to hand the floor to Ms. Lin Chongli.
Well, good morning. My name is Chongli Li, as just announced. I would like to welcome all of you to this panel and this first specialist dialogue for this conference. And the topic, as announced as well, is International Comprehensive Security Landscape. So we will spending our next 15 minutes to talk about this. I believe that we will all agree that we are living in a rapidly evolving security environment where a lot of different factors emerging new security challenges, including technology advancement, climate change, activities in the cyberspace, and also debates among different ideologies. And even the news headlines will complicate the traditional approach to strategic calculations based on geopolitical interest or military strengths. So I do believe that in order to have a correct contour of international security landscape, we have to take a more comprehensive assessment, especially when all the emerging security challenges are actually interconnected. And so today we are very fortunate and privileged to have three distinguished panelists to share their views on this topic with us. Okay. I will invite them to give their initial remarks briefly, but please limit your initial remarks to 8 minutes to the maximum, so we will have sufficient time to engage with our audience. Okay. So let me introduce the first speaker here, Dr. Neil Melvin. Okay. Dr. Neil Melvin is from UK, United Kingdom, and he is the Director of International Security from RUSI. I believe this is a well-known institution. No need more introduction here. But I do want to say that Neil, before joining RUSI, you also have tremendous experience in research leadership in CPRI, right? And working on conflict management project. And also Neil also holding several important positions, advisor positions in important international organizations, including OSCE and EU and United Nations. Okay. So I will hand in the floor to Dr. Neil. You have 8 minutes, please.
Well, thank you very much. And I must say it's a real pleasure to be here. And I just want to congratulate the organizers, and particularly INDSR, who is a partner to RUSI over a number of years. We really appreciate the opportunity to engage on these issues. And I think, I mean, although I've come from Europe, I think actually engaging in this forum is exactly what needs to be done at the moment, because I've been asked to talk, I think, about, first of all, what is happening in Europe on the security and defense side, but also reflect a little bit on what the implications of some of those changes may be for this region and for Taiwan in that context. And I think this is an important conversation to have now, because there has been a tendency to see the two regional security spaces as separate, very much unconnected. But I think what we can see over recent years is across a number of different issues, there is a connectivity between European security and Indo-Pacific security. First of all, we are facing increasingly common challenges, state-based challenges about revisionist states using a variety of tools. Secondly, there are particular threats that I think that we're facing immediately, and those are, well, obviously the build-up of large, particularly conventional armed forces, but in the foreground at the moment is issues around hybrid and grey zone warfare, which of course are very well known in this region, but are also driving much of the security agenda in Europe at the moment. Thirdly, there is a growing interlinkage between the security of Europe and Indo-Pacific region through, as I think already we've touched upon in a number of the presentations, the relationship between Russia and China as part of a wider coalition of revisionist and non-democratic states who are working together and often have a two-theatre strategy themselves. There is an interlinkage in the way that they are thinking strategically about security across these regions. And last two sort of points I want to touch on here are the increasing role, I think, about thinking about alliances. We've had a very regional, specific understanding of alliances and security governance, and also how defence industry relates to those particular issues, how you do cooperation. I think this is changing, and we need to start thinking about some of those questions. And this takes to my final point, where I think I'll touch upon some reflections on how some of the changes taking place in Europe may relate to this particular region. So what is happening in Europe? Well, after a number of years, really decades, where there's been essentially European disarmament, European security is being transformed. And I don't think that's an exaggeration to say that Europeans have perhaps, you might say, finally begun to wake up to the need to start taking responsibility for their own security. And I think we can in some ways thank President Trump for doing that, because it did take him to sort of push the Europeans to do it. But of course, fundamentally, it's because our security neighborhood has changed, and this has been the confrontation with Russia, which is driving a complete rethinking of how the Europeans approach security. So you can see at the Hague NATO summit that took place in July of this year that all European member states and Canada, of course, of NATO alliance have committed to raise their defence spending by 2035 to 5% of GNP. Many of the countries are already very far down that track. You can particularly see countries like Germany have made substantial hundreds of billions of euro commitments to rearmament, but other parts of Europe, the Nordic regions, Poland, particularly countries on the eastern flank, are also leading in that. But other countries will have set out plans to achieve that. So this is going to make quite a revolution in the military affairs of Europe. But we also see other issues coming to the fore. And one of them, of course, is how the shifting relationship with the United States is also affecting our regional security frameworks, because European security is in many ways a product of US security and defense commitment. So what we're seeing is, in the absence of a US strategic vision and sort of driving commitment to European security, a rethinking of how Europe manages its own security. So certainly a maintenance of the existing established multilateral frameworks, NATO and the EU, but a growing importance to minilateralism, coalitions of the willing, ad hoc groupings, sub-regional groupings. So Europe is taking on a new dynamism in a flexilateral kind of way, and I think we can see this is part of some of the wider changes that are taking place in the way that international rules-based order is going to be articulated through those kind of formats. So why is it that we're seeing the existing multilateral formats struggling? Well, I think you could argue that this is part of the wider crisis of multilateralism that we see around the world. NATO's ability to respond to the crisis in Ukraine has been circumscribed by the changing threat perceptions and national security interests of the United States. Beginning under the Obama administration, the US has signaled that the European theatre is not a top priority. It's a diminishing significance, and there may well be a significant drawdown of US forces in Europe in the next, well, we're waiting to see from the National Security Defence Review what that looks like. But perhaps more than capabilities, it's a withdrawal of US strategic leadership on European security that is perhaps most important in terms of changing how we look at these questions. So minilateralism is coming to the fore at the same time as European defence expenditure is rising. So what does that mean, I think, looking ahead for the Indo-Pacific region? Well, firstly, Europe is going to be a major spender on defence. So this is going to be mostly about the European theatre, but it's going to also mean that European capabilities, there'll be new capabilities that will be available in the coming years also for deployment to other parts of the world, in the kind of capability space that may be important to this region, so amphibious warfare, long-range strike, naval capacity, air capacity, space, all of these things you'll start to see coming through in future years. Secondly, that leads on, I think, to the discussion of security governance. We're in a transformation of security governance in Europe. The minilateral formats, I think, are likely to drive many of these new relationships. So how can Europe begin to fit into the emergent regional security structure framework that we see evolving across the Indo-Pacific and particularly sort of around Taiwan? How can we reinforce that? Thirdly, the hybrid issue is really driving a lot of these changes. How to respond to Russia's use of drones, cutting pipelines and cables. How can we share our experience with this region, learn also things around resilience, and build those collective agendas? And finally, this, I think, takes us to the question also of things like how can also the Europeans, as we have new capabilities, look even about cooperation on military planning in the region. We've seen some recent exercises involving European armed forces in the region. Where might be the appropriate space for us to enter this discussion? And I'll conclude there.
Thank you very much. Keeping the time. Thank you for sharing the European perspective and making the connections of European security with Indo-Pacific regions. Thank you very much. Now we turn to the second speaker. Our second speaker is Mike Hugh from Australia. Mike currently is Director of Defense Strategy in Australian Strategic Policy Institute. And he has been working for national intelligence communities in the past few decades, right? So I think I look forward to hear all these very comprehensive intelligence assessments on the current international security landscape. You have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And thanks to INDSR for hosting this conference, and a special thanks to Director Hsu for lending me this jacket, given that Qantas failed to deliver my luggage this morning. I share that personal anecdote with you because my personal disruption is a microcosm of the current international environment that we live in. It is a disrupted environment. The assumptions that we may have once had about how things work and how things should work no longer hold, and therefore if only I had checked my assumptions before flying out of Canberra yesterday, maybe I'd be a bit more presentable today. But thank you, Director Hsu. So, there's an opener from me. I think I was just going to talk about the international landscape, but really from the perspective of where is China and the US currently at. My view on the international system, which has underpinned our collective prosperity and sovereignty and security since 1945, that system to me is actually gone. I used to think that it basically, partly for alliteration reasons, partly or mostly for practical reasons, I would have once put the end of that system in the year 2015. So from 1945 to 2015, we had some form of international order that we sometimes call the rules-based order. Why did I think it ended in 2015? Well, to me, it was in 2016 that most of us woke up to the fact that China had a plan to undo that order and supplant it with its own Sino-centric order, which better reflected the authoritarian preferences of the Chinese Communist Party rather than the rules-based order that we had all grown up with. I've updated that as of this year because I now think actually it's better to say that order died in 2025. Why? Well, because it would seem that the primary architect, guarantor and advocate for that order, that being the United States, has decided to walk away from it. And the US is now heading in a different direction. I don't know what direction it's heading in, but it's not the United States that we all grew up with. And therefore, let's just say that the order died in 2025. So what does that mean for us? Well, it means a lot. Sorry, by us I mean for those of us who are in the middle. We have China on the one hand that has a very clear plan through its Global Civilization Initiative, its Global Security Initiative, its Global Development Initiative, and more recently announced in September, its Global Governance Initiative. These initiatives are all pillars of a Sino-centric order, which is all about cementing the Chinese Communist Party's interests, authoritarian interests, at the heart of an international system that will replace the order that we've all grown up with and come to rely on if we do not check the CCP's ambition. I guess before I move on, I do want to say that there's one thing that we, those of us in the middle of these two poles, the United States and China, we do need to be wary of one, what I think would be a negligent act, and that is to draw some form of moral equivalence between the United States and China. There is no moral equivalence. At best, I think we can say we're not really sure where the US is heading. I think between tariffs, between abuse of long-standing friends and allies like NATO partners Canada and Denmark over Greenland and a series of other, quite frankly, confusing and damaging actions on the part of the current US president, we just don't know where the US is going to end up. And I know in my engagements throughout the region there is quite a bit of concern, and I think trust in the US has been severely damaged. But that doesn't mean the US is going to end up like China. I think we need to be wary of that. What we do know about China is that it absolutely has a plan to establish an international order under the CCP's auspices that would be utterly damaging and threatening to those of us who value our own sovereignty and security and our collective prosperity. And therefore it is China that we should be most concerned about still. What I, just with a few minutes left, one thing I'll note, obviously I'm in Taiwan for the first time. I don't need to tell a Taiwanese audience about China's actions, whether that be using the PLA to challenge long-standing norms in order to reset what is normal from the Chinese Communist Party's perspective. Taiwan is under assault from the PLA every day in what Admiral Sam Paparo has called constant rehearsals for an eventual invasion. But for those of us who are not Taiwan, we are also under assault regularly, from everything from cyber warfare to lawfare to activities by the United Front Workers Department to a whole range of activities that have already been mentioned by speakers today. The one thing I will note is that is the Chinese Communist Party when it is still restrained. Under a Sino-centric order, the Chinese Communist Party will not be restrained. And you can either imagine that somehow it's going to give up on all those activities, or perhaps it will pursue those activities more forcefully. I think we would be wise to think it would be the latter, and that's why we should fear a Sino-centric order. Finally, I just want to try and finish off on some aspect of hope here. So what do we do about it? What are countries, the middle powers, if I can call it that, what do we do about the current trends? Well, having engaged in intelligence diplomacy from 2012 to 2023 throughout the Indo-Pacific region, I can tell you the best year, ironically, we had in terms of pushing back against China's malign narrative that somehow its rise was inevitable and that the West was in permanent decline, was actually in 2022, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And when you had countries like Sweden abandoning 300 years of neutrality, countries like Finland signing up to NATO, to collective deterrence, when you had the West collectively pushing back against against Russia's aggression, I should note, of course, China and Russia have an unlimited friendship. That was the best evidence that this region has had that the West is not in decline, that China's narrative is a false one, and that there is much that the West can still do yet to support those who want to resist China's malign influence and its malign activities. There's more that we can do as middle powers. First of all, I think we need to accept that we all share responsibility for having built an economic cage that we've locked ourselves in, and we have let the dragon into that cage, and it is eating us while we're trying to figure out how do we placate the dragon while still benefiting economically from it. If we continue to do that, we're going to end up being eaten alive. So we need to figure out what do we do to rebuild that cage so that we're on the outside, not on the inside. Secondly, we need to also admit that we all share responsibility for rewarding China for its ambition to build an order that suits it and not us, while we've contributed to US fatigue with friends and allies. The best way to do that is to ensure that we better invest in our own security, that we better invest in collective security between ourselves as middle powers. And if we do that, we end up ensuring that we have a better chance of keeping the United States engaged, which is good for all of us, and we have a better chance in ensuring that whatever new international order comes out of the current state of geostrategic competition, that we as middle powers have a better chance of being price makers rather than price takers from those who seek to do us harm. And I'll just conclude there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Okay, a lot of thoughts to think about from the remarks. Okay, let's move on to the third speaker, and then we will come back to discussion later. Our third speaker is Peter Su. He is currently a private consultant to business, but he has a rich experience in U.S. government across different departments. I will name some, including Treasury, including State Department, Pentagon, and also Justice and Congress as well. Right, I hope I got that right. So the floor is yours.
Thank you to INDSR for inviting me to this special event, and particularly Dr. Su, whom I had the privilege of working with 20 years ago now. You know, when he was at the MND and I was working as the country director for Taiwan in the Pentagon Secretary's office. And so, but my history with Taiwan goes back further. I'm particularly emotional about being here today because it happens to be my father's birthday. And the conversation about Taiwan security has been a regular topic in my family ever since I was little. So about 40 years ago, my father started talking about this, and he was an anti-communist legislator at the time. So as we look forward, I have seen how the political environment in Taiwan has changed with respect to the three parties. I'm including the middle small party, how they have changed in terms of their perspective on dealing with China and their perspective on dealing with the United States. And likewise, having had the privilege of working in the United States as an American in 5 different government agencies, most of them involving national security, and I've also been a chief of staff in Congress. So I've been a campaign manager. I've worked on presidential campaigns. So I understand how this shift in paradigm that everybody has been observing, while looks confusing, but I believe President Trump is largely misunderstood in this perceived chaos. A lot of friends and allies are trying to figure out what his directions are. And, you know, we basically we share a common view on how we need to respond to this multipolar struggle for dominance by the PRC. And so we need to look at the challenges and opportunities, at least for me, here on this panel, as far as the U.S. perspective. And how do we address PRC's coercion, gray zone operations that continue to shape perceptions in Taiwan, where cognitive warfare has really created divisions within the public and prompting a lot of questions about the U.S. support for Taiwan. And I think a lot of these questions are echoed in our friends and allies, their own countries, as I've heard from my fellow panelists. and that's understandable. And you know, all this time we should not let Beijing divide us, because what Beijing wants is for the Taiwanese people to feel that they're better off collaborating with China in order to preserve the status quo, that the United States has abandoned you. That's not true. That's not true, because President Trump was overwhelmingly elected in 2024, and he was inaugurated in 2025 by an overwhelming electoral result, where he flipped every single these swing states. And I've worked on many campaigns, so you know, just as a previous speaker, Matt Schlapp, you know, we always look at political decisions and how they drive strategic decisions from America, especially for President Trump. Because when President Trump makes a decision, he must fulfill a campaign promise. And that campaign promise, everybody's familiar with the term, make America great again. You know, and when he makes that decision, he wants to align the principles with his supporters. Because if his supporters continue to support him, then when he takes certain actions, he will not have the political blowback. But again, just like most of the media in Taiwan and most of the mainstream media around the world, the propaganda that is being spread is he is chaotic, you know, he doesn't know what he's doing, he has abandoned you. So the global order of American leadership has changed. But the only thing that he has been asking for, and I think it's great that our transatlantic partners have understood, what President Trump is looking for is burden sharing. Let's all work together and share our burden, because the American public have shifted their preference. They no longer want America as the sole security provider around the world. Instead, Americans want America to be the security partner around the world. So if each region, our friends and allies, are sharing the burden of securing their region, when there is a situation, America can pivot and go to different theaters. Because right now we're facing a three-front conflict. I'm not call it war yet. You know, Israel with Hamas, obviously Ukraine with Russia. That's happened for 3 years now. And right now, the transatlantic allies are recalibrating their response, how to work with America in ending the war with Russia. America is also working within the public opinion on how we can continue to support Ukraine, how do we continue to support Israel, and most importantly, how do we continue to support Taiwan. That conversation needs to amplify. And as the propagandas are trying to divide Taiwanese on how to deal with the U.S., I think Taiwan needs to engage in an anti-propaganda campaign to also shore up Taiwanese opinion, because the opinions of both Taiwanese and America will shape the decisions that the political leaders make. So I want to applaud President Lai for making a commitment to increase defense budget, because that's a significant signal that Taiwan is willing to shoulder the burdens. And, you know, the United States, at the same time, wants to see Taiwan make new investments in the right areas. You know, drone technology, drone detection, mobile tactical weapons. These things are force multipliers that will equalize the battlefield, because Taiwan cannot match the PRC on a rifle-to-rifle, platform-to-platform basis. And when you're using technology, using new weapon systems, that's gonna allow Taiwan to fight more effectively using fewer troops. And, you know, most importantly, these technologies will save human lives in the new battlefield, so that both Americans and Taiwanese families don't have to send as many men and women into the battlefield to preserve sovereignty. So we have to fight smart, and we have to fight together. And as we are doing this, let's not let the propagandas divide us. So I hope that as we go forward, there are a lot of things that we can work together, but Taiwan should look for low-hanging fruits to cooperate with the U.S. We're doing a lot of military to military cooperation, but we can cooperate on things that are less controversial, but it's a win-win because remember, we need the supporters of President Trump to understand that Taiwan is working with us. So, we can work on things like in the health arena. In the health arena, the Department of Health and Human Services have programs where Taiwan is also doing similar research. And if Taiwan works with the U.S. on that, then the public will understand, hey, Taiwan's working with us. Same thing in areas of cybersecurity and quantum. Those areas we've worked with INDSR before on quantum 3 years ago. So we need to continue to do those things that will help Taiwan with infrastructure protection and allow the two governments and the two peoples to have a better understanding of our commitment to fighting together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I wanted to ask the audience, is there any immediate questions or comments you want to make? If not, then I will just ask questions first then. Probably invite some of the clarifications from your earlier remarks. To Neil, I think you mentioned that there is an increasing of military expenses in European countries, right? But I do not think that will equal to the security autonomy, especially versus US-led NATO framework or something. So there's probably more that we should know, probably. So in terms of really to be a autonomous player in international security, for EU or for European countries, I think increasing military expenses per se probably should not be enough. So I just want you to further elaborate. And for Mike, I think you brought up a very interesting point in the remarks. That is, you try to suggest that we should rebuild our economic cage from outside. Okay, so China is inside. We want to rebuild our economic cage from outside. So exactly how should we do this? Especially if we take the technology factors into account. Probably you can just enlighten us more. Okay. To Peter, I understand that you have a rich experience in U.S. government, and of course you know the logic and thinking, the way how the U.S. government will work. Nevertheless, I wanted to ask you to be more specific and talk about how Taiwan matters to the Trump administration. Okay, so give us more concrete ideas, exactly how President Trump thinks of Taiwan. Okay, very candid and honest exchange here. Thank you. So while you are still thinking, probably give us very brief, precise, focused answer to my questions so that we can have sufficient time for the audience to engage.
Yeah, thanks. I think this question of autonomy is really it's a very important one. It's been running through the European debate for some years. But I think it does take us back to the central question on this panel, which I think is the US role as a global security actor, because while I made positive remarks, I think, about Trump's impact on defense spending, the reality is that the abdication of US leadership on the alliance system is really very damaging, because that means that actually the spending that is happening, it risks not being very cohesive. So rather than building an integrated and autonomous European system, which would have been done through this existing multilateral framework, which the US gives strategic leadership to, every European country risks now building up its own armed forces. We get a lot of Potemkin armed forces because everybody wants to deal with their own threat perception. And this is, the sense that the US is not a reliable security partner and is pivoting away from the region has opened up concern about lack of the capabilities. There's been very little conversation about what the US pullback will look like. So where should the Europeans invest? So what should be a very rational conversation, I think, where the Europeans pick up the slack, rightly, to allow the US to move its forces to other parts of the globe, isn't really taking place in that structured way. We don't really know what the US is going to do on the European side, so investment becomes very difficult. So I think this is actually one of the damaging aspects that we face from the United States, is that lack of predictability, the lack of certainty, and the lack of leadership, which, say, at the time precisely when we need to have a collective Western response, that is being undercut. So countries are looking to do things more with their neighbours in these minilateral formats that I mentioned, which of course is less efficient. Rather than having big programs, countries are sort of doing their own thing often, and so this I think is one of the risks. What is happening? There are some positive stories, though. Defence, as I say, defence spending will mean that there are more capabilities to do things, so you are going to get some autonomy, but it's, I think, being undercut in quite a significant way. The other thing I think why I mentioned security governance is because I think this is an area where, again, you would hope to have US leadership, and I think under under the Biden and under the former Australian Prime Minister, we saw the emergence of AUKUS, which actually I think was a really interesting development, where you get a first sort of Euro-Indo-Pacific security alliance emerging around security issues. So that's the kind of leadership that we need to bridge across, and that autonomy can come into. Now that, we don't see that at the moment. We don't see it in Europe, and we don't see it in this region from the US. So I think we need this in this panel. It'd be good to discuss a bit more how we can address that sort of vacuum that appears to be opening up.
Thank you. Thanks for that question. I should preface my answer to your question by making clear I'm not an economist. So perhaps if I start philosophically by making the point that there are many in Australia who complain about what they call, in various ways, the securitisation of the economy. I think that's really comes out of a very false premise that's existed, particularly in the post-Cold War environment, that somehow the economy has always been separate from national security, which is complete nonsense and an utter falsehood. The economy has always been a component of national security. I think that we in the West, and I use that term very loosely, have just conveniently forgot it since the early 1990s. And so that has led to advocates saying, well, if we only trade more with China under the Chinese Communist Party, well, inevitably the Chinese Communist Party will liberalise, because that's what contact with the West and enmeshment with the West will lead to. Having written an honest thesis on China in the mid-90s and trying to argue against that in my university, it was a preponderant thought, and those who tried to argue against it were relegated to the sidelines. We now know unequivocally that, of course, it was nonsense. It was always nonsense. It came out of essentially a Western perspective that economics was separate to security, and that if only we increased economic interconnectedness, that would lead to liberalisation across the globe. We now know that, of course, is not true. That is a false premise. And I think, to answer your question, so coming back to your question, the very first thing we need to do is we need to shake ourselves of these sorts of assumptions that have been proven to be false. Once we do that, we can then set about realising that actually deeper economic enmeshment with China, with the Chinese Communist Party, works to their advantage, not ours. That deeper economic enmeshment with China simply gives the Chinese Communist Party greater leverage over those of us who seek to defend our own interests, our own sovereignty, to ultimately, in the long run, try to buttress our own prosperity. But our prosperity today is completely beholden to the whims of the Chinese Communist Party. And as I mentioned earlier, the Chinese Communist Party currently acts in a restrained manner. What it is seeking to do is to build an international system in which it is unrestrained. And so if we think we have problems now, we ain't seen nothing yet. So to continue with this false premise that somehow economics is separate to security is nonsense, and we need to come to terms with that. In terms of the tools to use, I think we're already seeing some of those tools. You know, we've been hearing about friendshoring, particularly since the COVID pandemic, but really at the heart of the COVID pandemic was a problem with China. We're hearing about, initiatives like AUKUS. There are other initiatives. You can see the Australian government having recently agreed to a decision by MHI, a Japanese company, to build the next frigate for Australia. We have South Korean companies building Australian and investing in Australian defence industry. I think looking for friendly, like-minded countries, again, loosely speaking, middle powers that share similar values in what an international system should look like, and doubling down on those relationships, not just in terms of defence industry, but in terms of where we take our economic future. That is the beginnings of insulating and protecting ourselves from the worst excesses of a Chinese Communist Party that is more than happy to use its economic relationships with all of us to have us toe the CCP line.
We only have 2 minutes, so.
I actually agree with a lot of what Mike said, because during my career, both in the public sector and private sector, I have seen the rise of China. Oftentimes I tell my American colleagues that our economic integration has almost brought us to the point of no return. We've crossed that point almost in certain cases. But I have worked on tariff issues targeting unfair trade in my career. In fact, specifically against China. And as recent as 3 years ago, I was working on a international trade issue where we're going after Chinese importers of granite, marbles for kitchen counters and for floors. And we effectively prosecuted them and added countervailing duties so that we can equalize the trade imbalance, at least for that particular product. And prior to that, I also worked on a case involving a Chinese paper company, and that company effectively moved 3 production lines to the United States, simply because we caught them dealing in unfair trade, and we're happy, to trade with China, trade with also our friends and allies on a fair trade basis. And that's all President Trump is doing. I think it's caused a shock in the system because a lot of friends are not used to their friends saying, hey, we need to adjust how we look at duties. So that's the one thing that has caused a lot of heartburns for our friendly nations. But President Trump is doing this because he understands the American people have felt that our trade has been out of balance with many countries. And I can also draw from my private sector experience. It has been the case sometimes when we go into a market, there are a lot of technical barriers to trade, including Taiwan. I've actually told Commerce Department folks some of the challenges that I have faced. And when Commerce Department assistant secretaries came here, they brought it up with the Taiwanese government. They say, we're good friends, we're backing you up, and why are you doing this to us? These unfair technical barriers to trade sometimes are not tariff-based. So President Trump is making these very difficult to accept challenges to our friends, neighbors, saying, hey, we got to equalize our trade. But I think President Trump will not give up on Taiwan, because Taiwan does have a very important role, and we all know, it is the AI industry, it is the chip industry that supplies most of the democracies. But again, in Taiwan, most of the headlines are saying, it's flipped that around. It's creating propaganda saying the United States wants to take half of Taiwan's chip production in the most recent headline. I happen to be an active investor, so I have TSMC, I have NVIDIA stocks, and AMD, and several other stuff. What you will see next, this year, the United States economy appears to be having a slight recession, with the a lot of companies dealing with the tariffs, they're actually absorbing the cost of the tariff Do you know why? This big, beautiful bill that you've all heard about in the propaganda headlines saying this is going to wreck the American economy, but it's actually going to boost production next year in America. And you watch and see. I hope it happens. I've seen it before during the Bush administration. What the big, beautiful bill is doing is allowing companies to do rapid depreciation on capital investments. So starting next year, capital investment, instead of taking 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years to depreciate that investment, they can depreciate all in 1 year. So if companies see that they can depreciate a lot of capital investment, they're going to go into a full growth mode. They're going to dump all their money in and make as much money as possible because they know they can reduce their tax basis. And that's not just a benefit to American companies. Many European companies, Taiwanese companies, including Chinese companies and Chinese investors, they're going to look at this opportunity to invest in America. And you know, when the economy goes well, nobody's going to think about fighting a war.
Okay. I think during the break, we can ask Peter about the investment further. But now I think it's not fair if I don't open to the floor for a few questions. So the floor is open. I think we still have a few minutes to collect questions. Yes, please identify yourself, and if you wanted to have the questions direct to whom.
Hi, thank you. My name is Philip Shetler-Jones. I'm from the UK think tank Royal United Services Institute. I wanted to follow up on one of the things Peter said about having a campaign against the propaganda, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about what that would look like. Who should be in charge of deciding what's propaganda, and how would you put that into practice here in Taiwan? Thanks.
Okay, let me collect more there and there. Yes. The microphone stay probably has to run fast.
My name is Raymond Song from the Prospect Foundation in Taiwan. Neil, you mentioned development of minimalism, minilateralism, the cooperation between the middle powers to find their way to achieve their goals to their mutual benefit. In what, all through the developments, do you see, what would you say to present some promises for success over the years? Especially, do you identify any formula for success and any elements to increase the opportunity for success? And also, do you find any forum that Taiwan might have something to contribute that Taiwan could be involved? Thank you.
Okay, the young lady in front. You probably raise your hand.
Hello, I'm Commander Lai from National Defense University. My question to Dr. Melvin is regarding since 2021, there are quite a few official documents like integrated review, and this year we saw SDR from the UK government. So there's a growing official commitment in the Indo-Pacific area, such as the British carrier strike group trying to the Indo-Pacific area for port visit and military exercise. So my question is, in this respect, do you think the UK will try to build connection with Taiwan in what way? Or do you think it's a bit sensitivity for the moment to do the connection? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I don't think we have to answer completely for the questions, but at least we try in the process, we know what the audience interest is and what they would like to know more. But we only have 1 minute and 30 seconds, so each of you have 30 seconds. Well, grab a
Great. Sorry, I have no seconds, are I? No. Very briefly, I mean, I think I'll try and conflate the two questions to me. I think the UK assesses that perhaps rather than being pessimistic that it's the end of the order, that we're in a transition to a new order, and so actually trying to look forward and work out ways to build that order, including things like AUKUS, but also defence industry cooperation, such as the GCAP cooperation between UK and Japan and the new fighter. This is the kind of ideas we need to bring forward, how to work with countries in new ways. And I think this Taiwan fits into that question because clearly it is important for the UK. It is a sensitive and it's a complicated relationship, but there needs to be a new thinking about how to get the balance right and how maybe to try and build new platforms that can include Taiwan, particularly I think to consolidate more regional security order, maybe around grey zone issues, and perhaps the UK can help facilitate those kind of conversations in terms of this sort of thinking ahead about building a new order.
Thank you.
I think two things I'd say, and perhaps in reference to the first question about tariffs. Obviously there's a bit of a divergence in how the US is perceived. We've had a pretty full-throated representation of President Trump today, but I would just say that in my engagements throughout the region and in Australia, there is a lack of clear understanding, and it's not because of propaganda, it's because of a lack of a strategic narrative from the United States that used to provide some form, as Neil's already mentioned, of leadership for the West, and again I use that term loosely. So I think what we're really missing here is a strategic narrative that explains what are these tariffs about. There's many of us who are desperately scrambling to try and make sense of it, to say, well, this is about resetting unfair trade practices that, China is a serial abuser of the international trading system, has been for at least 3 decades. But again, if I speak to someone in Vietnam or Indonesia or India, as I have, that's not what they're understanding. All they're hearing is the United States is punishing us and we don't know why, and it makes China look good. So without that strategic narrative, whatever the intent of the Trump administration is, it's falling flat in most of the world, and I think that's the problem. So we need to fix the strategic narrative. I think I'd just make a point in support of Neil on and perhaps an answer to Europe's involvement in the Indo-Pacific. Unlike, again, the narrative that seems to be coming out of the Trump administration, I would say that it is in all of our interests for Europe to be heavily involved in the Indo-Pacific. There's many reasons why, but the key reason is that China doesn't like it. And if China doesn't like it, then it means we should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter?
Yeah, I think it's fair enough that the Trump administration should probably repeatedly reiterate the justifications for many of these tariffs. But I think a lot of times, what I personally call it propaganda, is the media don't want to help report it accurately. For instance, 2 months ago, and I appear on Taiwan's SETN channel quite frequently, since I speak the local language, to clarify and discuss some of these topics. 2 months ago, I believe the White House announced Taiwan was facing a 25% tariff. And all the headlines across Taiwan said that, oh, this is a permanent deal. But it is actually temporary. If anybody bothered to go to the White House website and look at the legal language in the official announcement, it actually stated a beginning date and an end date for this 25%. So it is still subject to change, and they are still negotiating. And we have told Taiwan clearly that we expect more fair trade, for instance, in the agriculture area. Taiwan has a very protectionist, as do a lot of countries. So recently we see the Undersecretary of Foreign Ag Service from the U.S. Department of Agriculture here promoting U.S. ethanol. They would like Taiwan to buy more ethanol. Taiwan already buys a lot of LNG from the U.S., and President Lai has signaled he's going to buy more. So these are the negotiations that's made very clear, one-to-one, that some of our things vehicles are charged at a very high tariff in Taiwan. Okay? So if you're not going to adjust these, then we need to settle it by reciprocal trade, buy some more of this other stuff. So I think those conversations are happening. It's just not being reported factually. They're reporting half-truth, and I call that fake news.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyway, we are running out of the time, so I will just the final thing we have to do is to invite you to join me and in thanking of all the panelists. Then we will break for the
Great work. Thank you for doing the break with coffee. And again, thank you very much to all of our speakers and also to our moderator, Dr. Lee, for this session. And of course, as you said, we're at the transition of a new order, and that's why a big thanks to you to really draw and provide an idea of how a comprehensive picture of the future security landscape could look like. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to proceed with a coffee break. It will be a brief one. We should come back here to the room. We'll probably in just 5 minutes. So it will be good if you can just grab a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and then come back to the room, because we're going to proceed with our next round of the specialist discussion, the specialist dialogue very soon. So I'll see you in a bit. Alright, I hope you all grab a cup of coffee or tea, and we're going to proceed with our next round of specialist dialogue. So I would like to invite you to be seated as soon as possible so we can proceed with our next round of discussion. Dialogue. We're going to proceed with the second round of the specialist dialogue, which is titled as the Societal Resilience and the Defense Deterrence. And we have 3 speakers for this session, respectively from Germany and the United Kingdom. Since we're running a bit late, so I would like to invite you to take your seat as soon as possible so we can proceed with our next round of discussion. And we do have some more time for the break later for further discussion about it. So let's proceed with our next round of discussion. Okay, so as mentioned, we have 3 speakers for this session. They are from Germany and also the United Kingdom. And the moderator for this session is Dr. Ding Shufan, a Professor Emeritus from the Graduate Institute of East Asian Studies, National Chengchi University. Now I would like to hand the floor to Dr. Ding.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Arthur Ding Shufan. It's my great pleasure to be invited to moderate this session. We have 3 very outstanding speakers for this session, and our theme is about the resilience and the deterrence. We all know that the resilience is kind of a buzzword these days, particularly for Taiwan, because our government set up a nationwide committee organizing so-called resilience affairs, and this committee is chaired by our President Lai. So you can see how important this committee and how much weight we put on the resilience effort. And also deterrence is another buzzword, because we face on a daily basis, we face the so-called gray zone or so-called military threat from the opposite of the Taiwan Strait, the PRC government. So how to combine so-called deterrence and resilience is a kind of a very tough job, and probably not just for Taiwan, our government, but also probably as we see the growing tension and the global wide between Ukraine invaded by Russia. Also the things Putin has growing ambition, taking quite a very aggressive approach toward the European countries, fly to Poland, fly to the so-called Lithuania, other so-called Scandinavian 3 countries. So so-called deterrence become a growing issue, probably not just in this part of the world, probably also the whole European countries, and how to rebuild the so-called resilience become very tough questions, probably down the road. We have 3 very outstanding speakers. The first one in my immediate right is Captain Schneider from Germany. He is a retired Rear Admiral, and he has a very outstanding career development in all his life. He used to be a commander for Command Staff College, and also defense planner for the defense planning for the Navy, and so for the whole German armed force. So he has very first-hand experience dealing with this kind of a relevant issue. So without further ado, let's invite Carsten, to make your presentation.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you for introducing me. As I came all the way from Germany yesterday, I will of course present you a view from there, how we in our situation deal with the subjects of resilience and deterrence, and have a short look back to our recent history, because that very much determines how we are approaching it, and also explains that there were some surprises in our reactions. I have to say that we see a resilience as something about the society's determination to withstand violent external aggression, and not only demanding the military, but also civilian resolve. That includes the economy, the government, the society, to fulfill their duties even under duress. And deterrence for us means demonstrating to adversaries that intimidation will not work, and that attacks will be repelled with power and resolve. And we need both deterrence and resilience. Otherwise, we couldn't defend ourselves. As I said, I will have a short look back in the period after World War II, when Germany rejoined the Western world. And one of the reasons to become a member of NATO was, in fact, in this region was the Korean War. And then we started very quickly building up our defense force, our Bundeswehr, reintroduced conscription, and by the 1980s we were really a core pillar of NATO in the defense, especially the conventional defense of Central Europe. So that everything was very well, everything was well organized, but the public opinion always remained a little bit ambivalent about military. After the experiences of 2 world wars in the first half of the last century, military was respected. Young men who were conscripted normally spoke positively about their experience, but still the society always stayed a little bit detached from the military. And it stayed that way, even became worse after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the fall of communism. Soon, the confidence grew that military threats were a thing of the past. And the Bundeswehr shrank dramatically from about 500,000 to less than 200,000. And this was not only so in Germany. It was not unique. Most Western nations in Europe prioritized crisis management all over the world over collective defense. We suspended conscription in 2011, and in consequence the connex between society and military waned, and the knowledge in the society about military also declined rapidly. High-level policymakers, in fact, had defined that we should have 10 years warning time from the moment that we recognize that the world is changing to rebuild, reconstitute a military force. Well, Russia's assertiveness was visible latest in 2008 in Georgia, and even more 2014 when invading Crimea and eastern parts of Ukraine. But nothing really happened. Officially, we pledged 2% defense spending, but not only Germany, but also other European countries were very, very slow to fulfill this promise. The Eastern European countries were better. The more you came to the West, the less you got on this promise. So, but then, in 2022, Russia's attack on Ukraine shocked Europe, and especially Germany. where many people, especially in the political world, believed that Russia, in fact, is a partner. They were really shocked this moment. And the government responded with substantial increases in military spending. They talked about a word that became international, Zeitenwende, turn of times. There was a rhetorical shift, but societal mentality again changed slowly. It started to change, but it was not really quick. The real disruption came when President Trump, after his election in 2024, in European eyes, questioned US security guarantees for Europe. That meant the possibility of facing Russian aggression without American support. And that alarmed the continent, really brought it up to speed. You know, we in Germany also had an election in 2025 with a very strange outcome, with parties who were friendly to Russia having more than one-third of the seats, which would mean that they could block any changes in the constitution that would allow for enough defense spending. So the old parliament that was still there, in a very, very last resort, changed the constitution, allowing for Germany to spend enough for defense, and that is the situation now. The new chancellor immediately then announced very ambitious goals. Germany would build the strongest conventional armed forces in Europe, in the European Union. And at the NATO summit in June 2025, he committed Germany to spend 5% of the national income on security. And that was also the sign for the other European nations to follow. And that averted a deeper NATO crisis. And of course, it gave Germany a kind of leading role as it hadn't had for a long period. Now, how did the public go with that? Well, public surveys show that nowadays, by spring 2025, 67% of the Germans see Russia as a serious threat, and they all support all these measures, more defense spending, reinstallation of the conscription, and so on and so on. And that is really a genuine change in the society's attitude toward defense. That's new. So what did we do? And it's important to talk about what did we do, because we were talking about cognitive warfare, and that's very important, that you assure yourself of your strengths and not only of your weaknesses, to be self-confident. As I said, we amended the Constitution to make the necessary funds available. We introduced new total defense guidelines. We have an increased public debate and engagement with defense topics, including the government, business, public, and administration. We have in the military a new operations command to facilitate all the necessary movements of forces through Germany in case of an aggression of allied forces and so on. We have reorganized our armed forces into 4 dimensions: land, airspace, sea, and cyber information. And notably, Germany stationed a brigade in Lithuania, and the Navy has assumed command responsibilities for NATO operations in the Baltic. Equipment modernization is going on with new procedures. Civil defense, very important in society, is being revitalized, and there is a lot of discussions with all types of civil institutions about their role in case of war. Across the society, it's evident that the mentality and the practical engagement is changing. Now, finally, let's have a strategic outlook from the European side. It is forecasted that Russia will be able to attack Europe is preparing for in 2029. That's what our intel services say, and that means urgency. Europe collectively has far greater resources and population and industrial capability than Russia. And the U.S. reliance is shrinking. Europe's reliance on the U.S. therefore is shrinking. So now, finally, I would say we believe that President Trump wants to go with Russia and against China, and might sacrifice Europe. We don't believe it will work. Russia-China relationship is strong, but Europe will also find its way. And this transregional dynamic connects the prospects for peace and deterrence both in Europe and the Indo-Pacific. We are aware of that, and that's the reason we also sent a naval force through this Taiwan Strait. Basic key takeaway of that, coordinated actions and public determination are essential. Signals of resolve must be clear to adversaries to understand Germany's and Europe's ability and will to defend themselves. That's true for us and it's true for your region. Thank you.
Thank you, Carsten, for your introduction of Germany's effort to strengthen your so-called deterrence and resilience. Okay. Next, let's invite Philip Shelter-Jones to present. Philip also has a very extensive experience working for the British government and also the Royal Maritime Commandos. Addition also worked for the OSCE in Europe and the UK Ministry of Defense and the Chatham House. So again, let's invite Philip to make presentation.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to INDSR for the invitation. It's great to be back in Taiwan, and much for me the first time at the Taipei Security Dialogue, so really appreciate it. My plan for the next 10 minutes is to talk about the conceptual connection between the concepts of resilience and deterrence, and then make some historic parallels with some of the experience we had recently in Europe with Ukraine and Russia, but then come back to Taiwan and reflect on what's developing here. So conceptually, normally deterrence is treated in 2 or 3 different ways. Deterrence by punishment may be the most popular way of understanding it. So normally threatening a military retaliation which imposes a cost in terms of damage to the enemy force or enemy value, which outweighs the benefit that the aggressor can hope to get. The second approach to deterrence is denial, and that focuses on the means of attack. So effectively disarming the enemy so that they're incapable of succeeding in the attack, and therefore they decide not to attempt it or it fails. But the third area where the connection may be easier to see with resilience is where you focus on denying the enemy the results of aggression. Create a situation where the payoff that the enemy would get, or payoff the aggressor would get from the attack, is too small to justify the cost of launching the attack. And hopefully that deters them from committing to the attack in the first place. The failure to achieve a victory carries cost in prestige, morale, and in some cases even regime stability if you launch a war which fails to achieve your political outcome. And here we come to the example of the Ukraine war we have in Europe, where we had more than one phase of this war. Kirsten referred to earlier signals about Vladimir Putin's kind of plan for rebuilding Russian sphere of influence or Russian empire, starting in Georgia and then moving on to Ukraine. But the war continues in Ukraine, and in a way Ukraine has achieved a kind of deterrence result by resilience, because despite 3 years of full-scale war since 2022, they still haven't lost
And in a way, if you're the defender, you can win by not losing, and you can, as long as maintain your sovereignty and maintain your international support, it's a kind of victory. And I think that's the reason for us, the continued support to Ukraine is very important for our general deterrence, because the example to Vladimir Putin and other would-be aggressors around the world is you can't achieve the benefits of aggression. Even if it's a great cost to Ukraine, and it's some cost to countries supporting Ukraine, at least you make clear the case that in the long term, the aggression cannot pay. So we saw this happen from 2014 and 2022 in really different ways. And at RUSI, one of the areas that we're very interested in researching now is achieving this kind of political gains through conflict which is not at the level of armed attack, so-called sometimes grey zone or hybrid approach to warfare. And that's something that we're spending a lot of time looking at here in Taiwan, because you're experiencing such an intense variety of that. But we see from many studies of the use of this grey zone approach that it's almost never enough to achieve results by itself. There is the exception, though, you could say, in the case of the Crimea operation in 2014, where the Russian takeover of Crimea succeeded without any bloodshed through grey zone or, ambiguous tactics, where Russia could subvert the Ukrainian society and government so that they could take over the territory of Crimea without having to use sort of overt military operations. They denied that the troops involved were Russian troops initially, or later on said that they were only local Russian troops, not troops sent in for the operation. So this weakness, I suppose, of Ukrainian resilience was a factor in this success of grey zone by itself. And so I think it's a huge contrast to the situation we come to in 2022, where the Ukrainian society and Ukrainian government and the military-civil relationship reached a completely different level of resilience. So that even though at the beginning of the full-scale war in 2022, many outside observers guessed that the Russian aggression would succeed in a matter of days or weeks, and yet here we are 3 years later, and Ukraine is continuing to successfully resist. So it shows that resilience, you can develop resilience from even sometimes quite a low level, and you can bring it to a level where you can effectively achieve this kind of deterrence through not losing. Coming down to Taiwan, I personally, looking at the different theories about how PRC is approaching Taiwan, tend to agree with those who say PRC is not likely to take the risk of a full-scale conventional war or invasion to achieve its aims with Taiwan. The cost is still too high because of the readiness of the Chinese military and the likelihood of US intervention if the operation takes the form of an armed conflict. The island situation of Taiwan also gives it huge advantages compared to that faced with Ukraine, because it's much more difficult for PRC to get forces onto the island, and they have no kind of advantage like they had with Crimea, where they had a forward military base and a population that was somewhat accepting of Russian authority. So I think the more likely course of action for Beijing is continued interference in your politics, interference in public opinion, interference in, I suppose, the conditions that create resilience in Taiwanese society and government. So interfering with economic activity around the margins of Taiwan, so fisheries, mining, cables, to undermine confidence in the government and separate the people from the government. Information operations, we've already talked about a lot, and that's another component. So what to do about this? Based on our research up till now, a lot of the things that you could propose, Taiwan is already doing to build resilience. And you talked earlier about the recent announcements of the current government for all of society resilience, which cover most of those. When it comes to the grey zone scenarios that may come in the future, we are very interested in the blockade or quarantine or embargo scenario, because we would judge if China wants to try and increase pressure on Taiwan without triggering a US intervention. They don't want to use armed force, and they want to just interfere enough to widen the divisions in Taiwanese society and undermine your resilience. And so a kind of limited quarantine might go into effect. For this, you need continued build-up of your legal framework, so you can have robust rules of engagement and prompt procedures to deal with interference in shipping that reaches Taiwan. Because, as I said before, as an island, you have this huge defense advantage. But as long as you can continue receiving supplies from outside overseas, you can hold out and win by not losing. The second area of resilience is the ability to recover and repair. So that goes for a lot of the work you're doing with, say, undersea cables, repair and maintenance, and diversifying also your means of communication through space as an alternative to satellite ground communication. But I think when it comes to the psychological, you're in a new normal where you're not going to go back from this situation. This kind of grey zone pressure will just increase. You're already taking action on stockpiling, increasing the amount of renewable energy available, and redundancy for communications. So one area I would suggest we could talk about more is this sea lane of communication resilience. Because if you have a prolonged embargo, but China doesn't use armed force, you may not find international intervention, and you'll have to find more resilience from your own resources just in Taiwan itself. So that means exploring technologies for uncrewed security of sea traffic, and maybe even vehicles to supply Taiwan with some automation, but also the selection, identification of reliable private sector partners, because it ultimately will be their decision to keep sailing to Taiwan and keep your lanes open. So some degree of control and ownership over that may give a good example to the rest of the global maritime private sector to maintain those vital communications, whether or not you have international support or enough power from your own Navy and Coast Guard to guarantee that. So I've come to the end of my time. I think maybe my Ruzi colleague might also share some thoughts on the same topic.
Okay, Philip, thanks for you combine theory and the practice and compare the case in Ukraine and Taiwan. Okay, now let's invite Peter Olive to say something, to speak. Peter also is a retired commando and also have very outstanding naval career development. He commanded different warships and British warships, and also joined has the maritime operation experience from Balkan to Western Africa, and also he is chief of staff for the counter-piracy operation. So anyway, he has a very extensive and outstanding career development and full kind of experience for the maritime-related business. So, Peter, please, yeah, your floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks to INDSR for the invitation to participate. And also, it's great to be back in Taiwan. This is my 4th visit this year, and it's starting to feel like a second home, so it's great to be here. So, as a recently ex-military, I guess much of the agenda for today is what we would talk about, we would call the most dangerous course of action. That is the invasion of Taiwan by the People's Republic of China. And it's quite right that you in Taiwan have been focusing on that possible scenario. Because if we look at what the People's Liberation Army have been doing, It's the biggest, fastest military build-up since World War II. And we look at their exercising, it is more now like mission rehearsal for that invasion, rather than simply sort of exercises for that purpose. So it's right that in terms of what Taiwan has done and focused on, preparing for that most dangerous scenario, in terms of your procurement of military equipment, your exercising and training, but also your civil defence and whole of society resilience, has been to the fore and focusing on that scenario. But, and without wanting to underplay that scenario, because you must focus on it, in military thinking, you've always got to be ready for the worst case. But as Philip sort of suggested, it will be a challenge for China. Give it a bit of historical context. This would be the most ambitious amphibious invasion ever contemplated in history. 20 times the size of the Normandy landings. The logistics alone of that would be daunting. And when they arrive, we'll be facing a daunting enemy in you, and also risk that outside intervention from the US and others that could escalate. So given all of those challenges, and we know that Beijing likes to control, to be certain, given all those challenges, in the last 12 months or so, there's been an increasing focus on what might be considered an easier option for China, which is not to try and invade Taiwan, but to cut off your maritime trade, your maritime supplies. And the purpose of that would be to create pressure on your society, on your government, in order to coerce and pressurize decisions about the future of the island on a basis that would be satisfactory to Beijing, but not to you here in Taiwan. So a different scenario. And of course they could do that by blockade. It's as old as warfare itself. I come from an island nation that has suffered that in 2 world wars. My parents reminded me of what I felt like when they used to talk about, when I was young, about what I felt to them as young children living through that. But a blockade would be recognized by many in the international, so a military blockade would be recognized by many in the international community as effectively an act of aggression equivalent to trying to invade the island. And that's something China doesn't want to happen, which is why what's been going on at the same time, the massive expansion of their Coast Guard, is really worrying. Because let's be clear, China's Coast Guard is just another navy painted white. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. And although it portrays itself as doing domestic security activity, it's very much able to do higher-end operations. So it would be the perfect instrument to interdict maritime trade headed for Taiwan in a way that China could present as being some kind of police enforcement activity, some kind of non-military security activity that it's doing under a whole raft of legislation that they've passed in the last few years to justify their activities in waters around Taiwan and far beyond. And when that's combined with the other things they'll probably be doing in parallel, cyber, sabotage attacks on infrastructure here, and putting pressure on your suppliers, your economic partners, not to trade with you, they could achieve the effect of a blockade without doing one. And that is a problem, because that will be operating below the level at which international law kind of recognizes things have changed into conflict, and it would be difficult for Taiwan to respond to, and for your international partners to respond to. And that creates challenges both for your resilience and your defense deterrence. Firstly, resilience. So you've rightly focused on your plans to prepare for that worst case scenario, the invasion. But in a scenario where there is clearly no military build-up going on the other side of the Taiwan Straits, and yet things are going into short supply, energy, food, medicines, that's going to create huge pressures here on your society and on your government. It could create situations where really hard choices are going to have to be made. If your energy supply is being curtailed and you have a big energy vulnerability here, that's choices between, do you keep your economy running, the fabricators for all the semiconductors, or do you keep the hospitals and schools running? Those are difficult choices. It also creates questions of what's the vital ground. If it's not against an invasion coming across the beaches and the other points we think they're going to come in, is it your critical national infrastructure? So how do you mobilize to protect? What is it you've got to protect in that scenario? And how do you keep the population reassured when they can't see a clear military build-up across the strait, and yet conditions are getting rapidly worse here? And then when you think about defence and deterrence, yes, of course, you must keep the preparations going on what you're doing against that worst-case scenario. But a prolonged blockade or embargo or quarantine or whatever China decided to call it, it doesn't really matter, would create additional pressures. For example, how do you keep maritime trade coming across extended sea lines of communication? Your Navy and Coast Guard are well practiced at working out the 12 and 24 nautical mile sort of limits, but we're talking about interdiction of trade hundreds of miles out from the island. And that creates a whole new set of demands. Things Western navies are used to doing would require new developments here. And that would have, in addition, therefore, create questions of, well, how do you interact with global shipping? Because Taiwan has some great shipping lines, but let's be clear, you rely on the shipping lines of other countries for over 90% of your imports. When it comes to energy, it's closer to 100%. So how you interact with global shipping to get it to do what you want to do and not what China wants to do is a key area to focus on. And that's where other areas come in, like where are the important shipping cities that you need to be able to coordinate with in order to get what you want. They're not here. They're places like London. So lots to do to prepare for this additional scenario. But here's the good news. China are not ready yet to do that. They're certainly building up their ability to practice it, but as mentioned, an ex-chief of staff of an operation that did maritime security across huge swathes of the Indian Ocean, I'm not yet seeing them do some of the operational level things they need to do to be ready for it. But they learn fast, and they probably will be quickly. But you've got a small window of opportunity to put in place some of these measures in order to be ready for that scenario. But if you wait for that scenario, it's too late. The trap will close, and you can't get out of it. So my urging today is to prepare for some of that, for that most likely, if you like, easier course of action that Beijing might pursue. And in so doing, you'll increase your resilience, but also you'll make it a more difficult thing for China to pursue and therefore enhance your deterrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for your presentation. We have about the 30 minutes left for discussion. Maybe should we open the floor to the audience first? So because I guess this session should be a lot of questions and comments. So, Lailali, please, first.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Guillermo Lailari. I'm a researcher at INDSR. I would like to throw out this scenario to all three speakers. During the Iran-Iraq war, Kuwaiti tankers were being attacked, and the U.S. decided to reflag them as U.S., and then the U.S. Protected those tankers because they were U.S. What do you see as a possible scenario to counter the supply of shipping to Taiwan as a similar scenario, and so then it becomes more difficult for China to achieve its objectives? Thank you.
So, Laila, which printer you request to answer your question? Oh, three. Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, over there, please. Introduce yourself first.
Hi. Thank you very much to all of the speakers. This is Tash Harrington from the British office. I think primarily to Philip and Peter. You both talked about the role of the private sector and the importance particularly of engaging with commercial maritime actors. But obviously, these are complex businesses with really difficult decisions that they want to make based on their own interests. So how practically do you, as a government or as a think tank institution, get them to listen to you and to engage with you? Thanks.
Okay, let me get one more question. Okay.
My name is Shifu O, researcher from INDSR. You mentioned that how to the resilience of signal communication, and that blockade is the most possible scenario in Taiwan's crisis. It's how to increase our resilience in threat, and to block a counter blockade. It's possible against China. It's an option for us. Yes.
Let's start the first round of response from the cousin.
Yeah, there was the question how we could get the ships under a flag that is better protected than, let's say, the cheap flags they are normally operating. I know at least from German law that we can bring all the German-owned ships back under the German flag if required in a moment of crisis, and Germany owns really a huge merchant flag, especially container ship flag. So that would be one thing, but it is right, you need the cooperation with the private sector for that. To really have them cooperating. That's something that has to be prepared. But it only can be because it's not Taiwanese flagship. It is other nations' flags you want to reinstate. So you have to early talk to the respective governments through the channels that are available for you.
Three questions or just the first one? Just, okay. On the reflagging, I mean, it's a complicated situation, I think, compared to the example you gave from the past, because the way the shipping industry is globalized. So the nationality of crews now, I mean, a lot of the crews on these ships are from countries like Russia, and the homogeneity of crews and skippers is not, I think, the same as it was in the past. So some of the things that reflagging solves don't address some of the complications in the other areas. So crew is one, the ownership of the shipping company. Nowadays, because of the scale of the PRC's export economy, many shipping companies do so much more business with China than they even do with Taiwan. There is a strong commercial motive for them to avoid risking that by going along, regardless of what flag they're flying. When it comes to engaging the private sector, I mean, the first step, I think, is, like we're doing today, to explain why this scenario is worth giving more attention to, because it may be more probable than the full-scale invasion or warfare, and then creating opportunities using scenarios and exercises to bring together the people from the different sectors so they can test their assumptions about what the other actors are doing. So you have the military, you have the diplomatic, but then you have the commercial, and that's the shipping, but also the insurance companies, and they all carry ideas and assumptions about how the others will respond. But we found very often those assumptions are not valid, and they're quite happy to discover, in fact, maybe they had a mistaken impression, but now they have something closer to the truth. So all this is important to reduce uncertainty, because the uncertainty is what will paralyze the flow of shipping, partly because of commercial incentives and partly because of the insurance market. So the more we can reduce the level of uncertainty about how different players in this ecosystem respond, the more likely we are to keep the flow going. Lastly, on counter-blockade, I think it's very feasible as a response to an attempted Chinese blockade on Taiwan, but it would probably be at distance. So it might even be in the Indian Ocean or places much further away from Taiwan. But of course, the advantage of that is you bring in a much bigger range of partners. So European navies who can't deploy all the way to the Pacific would be much easier to imagine deploying around the Gulf or the Indian Ocean, which could stop the flow of shipping to the PLC at source.
Thanks. Many of the points picked up, but let me just add some additions. So on the reflagging question, so this is something I've debated often with a friend of mine, retired Admiral Mark Montgomery, who works for the Foundation of Defense and Democracy in the US. He's a sort of big advocate of that sort of Kuwaiti 1980s reflagging model, although I'm seeking to persuade him it doesn't necessarily work in this day and age. And that's because of the sort of globalized, I know we can't use that word, the globalized nature of commercial shipping these days. It's just a bit more challenging to do. Can be done, but it's not as easy as it was in the past because of the way that shipping now works, which sort of tends towards the sort of the alternative approach is that you have to do a lot of engagement with global shipping and all its complexity in order to persuade, influence, seek what you want to achieve out of their response in advance. So it goes to my point of don't wait for it to happen, prepare the environment in advance so that you get the response you're seeking. In terms of those issues, how do you engage with the private sector, particularly with commercial shipping? I mean, it's huge. There are 100,000 shipping companies in this world. And yet it simplifies itself in several ways. Firstly, it's sort of represented through key sort of shipping bodies. There's 5 of them that represent the different sort of areas of shipping that you can expect. And then it's also focused into key global shipping cities. There's the sort of top 10 around the world. London's sort of number 3. It's a pretty good place to go for it, actually, because there's a lot of other centres there. To have those conversations privately, quietly, in sort of commercial settings, in advance of the crisis, rather than waiting for it to happen. Because as Philip suggested, it's the uncertainty that will see them not doing what Taiwan wants. If you can create certainty about what the response might look like, you're more likely to see them coming through. And that sort of goes to that sort of final question of, what have you got to do? I mean, as the sort of chief of staff of the EU's counter-piracy mission, which was all about reassuring 5,000 shipping movements across the Indian Ocean every month, there are sort of key elements. One is around routing. What are the better routes to take? The routes that most of your traffic takes in is wide open. There are other routes across the South China Seas and sort of from the east and from the west. There are other routes that might be a bit more challenging for China to get at that might be considered. Another part of it is, for those final miles, because there's always a final mile you've got to get across, being good at convoying and escorting, getting into that, and sort of Philip suggested some novel new ways that you could think about that. That's something we're going to be exploring in our time here, this time in Taiwan. But the final element that I think is really important, and we ran an event a few weeks ago back in London where we gathered global shipping to sort of rehearse and go through this and tabletop it, is be the source of truth. When in a crisis, commercial shipping, the captains of the ships, they look for answers from the security infrastructure, from the security machine. And in this sort of scenario, there'll be a lot of uncertainty. Having a sort of voice of truth that's saying, here's the safe place to go, here are the routes, here's where you're going to get protection, they will flock to that. But you need to have done all of that in advance. Don't wait until it happens.
Okay. Any more questions? From floor, there, lady.
My name is Eva Jovis. I'm from Latvia, but I actually worked last 2 years mostly in Ukraine. So if I can ask esteemed panel a little bit back to European side. So this is really scary, this ambiguity scenario where you don't have military intervention which doesn't trigger then the response. So this all goes back to commercial and economy interests. So my question, I guess, would be back, how well are we doing in Europe to reduce dependencies on China that would potentially impact those decisions in the time of ambiguity to help Taiwan? And does really Taiwan has leverages in that field, leaving military conflict aside? And maybe to German colleague, your experience, I don't want to pick the bad good guys in Europe, but to pick your experience on energy and Russia. When we roll back the history, we do remember that the energy sort of supply was stopped entirely, not only when the war started, invasion in Ukraine, but actually when we saw atrocities in Bucha. It really took very huge suffering to change that political decision-making, which actually stemmed back to what you referred in some of the presentations, saying that internally businesses were pushing not to stop cheap Russian energy supply, which I'm sure in Taiwan also creates a different business discussion. So I wonder whether you have some good lessons learned that can be applied here.
Okay, since our time's up, but give each printer, let's say, half minutes. Yeah, just briefly.
Just to your last question, I think all over the world, the commercial interests and the political interests do not always coincide. And the question is how much pressure is exercised or how much convincement is exercised towards the economy to follow suits with the political goals. Germany was somewhat naive because also politics didn't go to the right direction for a while. But I think we have learned that, and the public has learned that.
Just briefly, I think we're all doing very well in alleviating the policy leverage. It's been made more difficult because China has, revealed that it has quite a very powerful control on rare earths, for example, which the processing now is so focused in China. That's a very effective instrument. It's made harder also because the economic choices in Europe have been narrowed because of tariffs and other changes in the global economy, and it's made it easier for Chinese information operations to divide opinion about whether Europe should remain open to China or should be part of a kind of coalition to put pressure on China or contain China. So yeah, I don't think it's going in a good direction yet.
So I'm going to add that in a way it does matter. So in the modelling we've done of these scenarios, the disruption would not be just contained to the sort of 12, 24 nautical miles of Taiwan. The disruption would be up and significant in terms of the area affected along the first island chain. Simply because of the nature of trying to do that kind of blockade, embargo, quarantine scenario, they'd have to look further. The disruption would be, significant. What the JWC, the sort of war committee who does the sort of insurance areas listed, could end up being a big piece of sea space. And that matters because that's therefore going to affect the trade between all those economic powerhouses like Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and other sort of democratic partners in the Indo-Pacific and Europe, because all that trade's going to get sort of massively disrupted. And it's no surprise, there's a connection that all those trade connections also are the same countries that have some of the biggest shipping lines. So it's also their maritime assets that are also going to be disrupted, as well as the flow of goods between them. So they're going to feel the pain anyway.
Okay, our time's up, and we have a very tight schedule, so we apologize for the delay of this session. So please join me to thank all the three very outstanding presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very meaningful discussion. Yes, we do have no time to waste anymore. We have to strengthen our resilience with all aspects and sectors in the society. Thank you again for all of our speakers and also our moderators. And for the rest of us, it's time for our lunch, and we also have a special address during the lunch time. So, excuse me, the lunch box will be served at your seat. So just please remain seated, and the lunch box will be served to you. And we will be soon welcoming our luncheon speakers very soon.我们的午餐呢，会由我们的工作人员呢送到各位的桌上，所以邀请您呢可以留在座位上。那我们在午餐时间呢也有演讲要跟大家做分享，所以邀请大家呢可以留在座位上，我们的午餐会送到您的桌上。 Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to take your seat as soon as possible because during the lunchtime we do have a special address. And as you see, we are sending a lunchbox to you at your seat, so it will be good if you can return back to your seat so we can proceed with our luncheon speech.也邀请我们现场一位贵宾可以尽速的回到座位，因为马上呢在午餐时间呢也有一位特别嘉宾要进行演讲，所以要邀请我们各位贵宾呢可以尽速回到位置。我马上呢就要进行今天的午餐演讲，要邀请现场所有的贵宾可以尽速回到位置，让我们的餐盒呢会移送到您的桌上。
开了，你先录哦。
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to introduce to you and with a pleasure to welcome the luncheon speech presented by Professor Ben Z. Gibb Jr., the chairperson of the American Defense International, a board member of the American Conservative Union, and also a professor at Wilford College. In May 2018, he received the Queen Elizabeth II September 11th Garden Leadership Award for National Security. So please join me in welcoming Chairperson Gibb.
Thank you very much. It is indeed an honor to address the Taipei Security Dialogue. Your focus on integrated deterrence, maintaining peace through strength in the Indo-Pacific is truly one of the greatest national security challenges of our time. I particularly want to thank the Institute for all you're doing to bring awareness to the security of Taiwan. And let me say it would be an honor to host the Institute and President Lai at our Center for States to have this same kind of dialogue there and give you a real American welcome. Talk about artificial intelligence, spectrum, and quantum. and why I believe it will determine the competitive edge of the battlefield of the future. This is my first visit to Taiwan, despite decades of working in the United States government, U.S. military, and the private sector. My love for Taiwan and her freedom-loving people goes back many years. When I was a student of Dr. Ta-Sing Ling at my alma mater, Wofford College, he was a long-time Taiwanese diplomat and served in Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and was Consul General for Taiwan in the United States. We learned Chinese politics, Chinese culture, and yes, he had us all read the Sung Sisters. Taiwan is a freedom-loving democracy and plays a significant role in the stability of the Indo-Pacific region. It is why the United States government and U.S. businesses alike seek to increase partnerships with Taiwan and its businesses in the defense and security sector. There remains in the United States Congress steadfast bipartisan support and champions of Taiwan's ability to maintain a sufficient self-defense capability and help maintain peace, security, and stability in the Western Pacific. It is imperative, though, that Taiwan prioritizes adequate defense spending in order to counter the growing threat as a result of significant investments in the region made by the People's Liberation Army. Last year, Taiwan's defense budget was approximately $19 billion, American dollars, or approximately 2.5% of its GDP. However, I was pleased to see last month, as reported in Taiwan Plus News, that this year Taiwan will increase its budget to $31 billion, which will account for over 3.3% of its GDP. This is a good step forward in the right direction. Former White House National Security Council Chief of Staff Alex Gray, in a recent piece in The Diplomat, argues that Taiwan should aim for at least 5% of GDP in coming years and prioritize asymmetric and defensive capabilities that maximize cross-strait deterrence. I cannot agree more. For centuries, wars were only fought by land and sea. It was not until the 20th century that we had the technology to fight in the air with fighters, bombers, and intercontinental ballistic missiles. The space race gave us another front in military combat. The Persian Gulf War showed the world that domination of the air, sea, and land was augmented by our use of satellites, gathering intelligence, and guiding our troops through the desert. As I point out in my book, The New Terrorism, How to Fight It and Defeat It, in the 21st century, we have seen the rapid emergence of what I call the fifth dimension of warfare, cyber. Unlike the other four dimensions of land, sea, air, and space, the cyber dimension is artificial and, if not secured, can prove to be a strategic vulnerability. This makes strategic planning difficult. In 1965, Gordon Moore, the co-founder of computer chip maker Intel, observed that the number of transistors on integrated circuits doubles every 2 years. Moore's Law. This rule not only remained constant for decades, but there have been similar rates for remarkable increases in technology. Such rapid increases in technology help to explain why I believe that cyber war is the most complicated national security threat the free world has ever faced. The speed of change in the cyber realm is much faster than the ability of governments to analyze and adapt. Rather than always responding to the last threat, we must think outside of the box to adequately prepare for and counter the next one. This past week, ABC News reported that China is, and I quote,
rapidly building up the country's commercial ferry fleet to prepare for an invasion of Taiwan. ABC further noted that their sources say, and I quote, "The large ocean-going vessels have been modified to carry tanks and partake in amphibious operations." This shouldn't be too surprising. In 2022, some 30 Chinese commercial ferries were monitored by Five Eyes intelligence in military exercises involving PLA troops. Recently, Ukraine has proved the value of masked, inexpensive, unmanned systems. The Pacific poses different engineering challenges, but the principle of attrition applies. Scaling production of maritime drones, loitering munitions, swarms, and unmanned underwater vehicles can make a big difference. In volume, they have the potential to turn any invasion fleet into a catastrophic liability. In the modern age, we must look to where one can gain a strategic advantage through next-generation capabilities. There are three areas of technology, that I believe will determine who has the edge on the battlefield of the future. Mastering these can help a smaller combatant to have a fighting chance against a much larger adversary. And dominating one of these capabilities may enable a combatant to defeat an adversary that possesses superior conventional weaponry and a larger number of forces. Artificial intelligence is the capability of computational systems to perform tasks typically associated with human intelligence, such as learning, reasoning, problem solving, perception, and decision-making. While academics have written about it for decades, we've seen exponential growth and advancements in AI in recent years. In the United States, President Trump has made it a priority with the recent release of his Winning the AI Race, America's AI Action Plan. This follows up upon one of his early executive orders to remove various bureaucratic barriers to AI. President Trump's AI Action Plan is rooted in America winning the AI race. Coming in second is not an option for the Trump administration. Winning the AI race and having superiority in AI over an adversary has many battlefield implications. For example, it can be used to support battlefield decision-making, help classify and identify targets, or, in the future, enable fully autonomous operations to remove the warfighter from the battlefield. After battles, AI can be used in battle damage assessments and decision support for next troop movements. Additionally, AI is useful in maintaining supply chains and managing inventory and logistics to support planning in peacetime and during a conflict. Less directly, it can be used in the information space to counter psychological warfare. While some experts frequently trumpet that the Taiwanese should arm themselves with drones, as the Ukrainians have done, they neglect to mention the force-multiplying potential of coupling drones with AI to create drone swarms. AI has additional applications too, including the management of spectrum. Managing spectrum on the battlefield of the future is one of the key challenges facing our war planners today. Different bands of the electromagnetic spectrum are becoming inundated with radar, weapons, and electronic systems, all competing to transmit the information to enable a highly networked modern force. Sophisticated electronic warfare causes congestion and can disrupt and deny Taiwan's ability to make full use of its spectrum in times of conflict. Certain bands of the spectrum are typically reserved for military use, with very, very narrow frequency bands being used for a specific task by both sides. Taiwan will therefore need a flexible plan for spectrum management and the technological capability to create resilient communication systems, potentially with the use of AI, to enable efficient, secure, and flexible use of spectrum. Likewise, Taiwan must have an EW capability to counter and degrade an adversary's own ability to use the portions of the spectrum they need to carry out operations and guide their precision weapons. The last of the next generation capabilities needed is quantum. When I think of quantum, I think of computing that is millions of times faster than what we think of in terms of traditional computing. Whoever is the first to master the science of quantum computing and random number generation will likely have a leg up in winning the cyber war, as these random numbers are the roots of every encryption algorithm. It could be the great equalizer and enable a small country with less advanced technology in other areas to gain a real strategic advantage. Michael Reagan, son of America's 40th president, Ronald Reagan, once told me, the secret to my dad's success was that he could always tell a story. Winning the quantum race is one of the most important challenges facing the free world today. It's important that our citizenry understand what it's all about. I could have great, sophisticated defense technology, but if a smaller adversary has a quantum capability that can disable my technology, guess who wins on the battlefield? Quantum will impact more than just national security. It will impact healthcare, banking, transportation, in short, the very economy of a nation. I believe that we can learn much from how Winston Churchill and the British cracked Nazi Germany's Enigma code in World War II and apply those same principles to winning the quantum race today, as well as the AI and spectrum races. Churchill's focused research effort with full resources, assembling the best scientists, and personal involvement enabled the British to crack the Enigma code, which once was thought unbreakable. Yes, the British Bulldog gave us the framework for the free world to win today's quantum, spectrum, and AI races. In closing, thank you again for the privilege of joining you today. The late Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher said, "When people are free to choose, they choose freedom." President Reagan stated further, "A people free to choose will always choose peace." Thank you, Taiwan, for being an ally, committed to both freedom and peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hip. Thank you for your luncheon speech. And also, yes, it's very critical. I got two noted. First is AI as a critical defense force. That's something for Taiwan to really think about. And also, of course, we have to try to win the game or the quantum race in the near future. And we do still have a bit of time until we proceed with our next round of specialist dialogue. So I would like to invite you to enjoy your lunch, and you can also enjoy some coffee and tea. We are still serving coffee and tea outside, and we're going to proceed with our next round of specialist dialogue at 1 o'clock. So we do still have a bit of time. Enjoy your lunch.
I hope you all had your lunch. I know we do have only just very brief time for our lunch because we do have very tight schedule for all the important discussions. So I would like to invite you to come back to the venue as soon as possible because we're going to proceed with our next round of specialist dialogue in just 1 minute. So I would like to invite you to come back to the venue and also to take your seat as soon as possible so we can proceed with our next round of specialist dialogue on time.
吃饱了没？吃饱了，你呢？
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session of the 2025 Taipei Security Dialogue. Now we're going to proceed with our third round of specialist dialogue, which is focused on asymmetric thinking to ensure regional security. And we have 3 speakers in this session, and they are from Taiwan and also Japan. So now I would also like to introduce to you our moderator for this session, who is Dr. Ong Mingxian, who is the honorary professor at the Graduate Institute of International Affairs and Strategic Studies at the Tamkang University. So, Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be back to join this
wonderful sessions. Since time is limited, but I believe lunch is very important because we have this hard working earlier at 9 o'clock until now. So please enjoy your meals. Don't be worried about the session begin. And I believe today we are facing a very important strategic environment, not only in and within East Asia, but also in the global arena. So I believe the main topic of this session is very important to invite 3 very important scholars from Taiwan, Japan, to let us know what is the so-called asymmetrical thinking to ensure regional security. I believe asymmetrical thinking is not just normal thinking. How can we define asymmetrical thinking or so-called non-traditional security thinking, and how can we, under this kind of the non-traditional security threat thinking, to see how can we ensure or the so-called assurance of regional security, especially within East Asia nation in East Asia. So I'm very glad to introduce our 3 very important panelists to express their very important thinking. First of all, on my right hand is the Professor Dr. Zheng Fusen. He is the expert from the Taiwan's National Security Research Studies. He has been graduate from the Toronto University of Canada. And for the last 2 decades, I have been credited with Dr. Zheng. He always focusing on the Taiwan-China strategic memorandum, and nowadays he focusing on the outer space research, not only from United States but also from PLA. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Zheng to have his presentation. Please.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for Dr. Wong's kind introduction. It is my great pleasure to share some ideas with all of you on the subject of asymmetrical thinking to ensure regional security, specifically on how to bolster Taiwan's asymmetrical thinking of defense strategy. As we have noticed that strategic environments across the Taiwan Strait has been complicated for decades. Russian-Ukraine war has made clearly that the price of investing in deterrence will be less expensive than fighting a war. Also, the United States should not wait until conflict occurs to start strengthening abilities at risk partners to defend against invasion. Therefore, I strongly suggest that the U.S.-Taiwan asymmetrical thinking of defense cooperation to ensure regional security should focus on enhancing asymmetrical warfare capability of low cost, high yield, large number, rapid production as soon as possible. This strategic thinking is not provocative on its own, but instead turn vulnerable Taiwan into porcupine that is difficult and costly to invade. As we all know, PRC calculation of employee force against Taiwan will be a political decision. PLA has suggested that U.S. military will not intervene directly against a nuclear arms opponents, but the U.S. military will build the NATO-like Indo-Pacific regional joint defense of the democracy to counter Beijing's aggression and to impose multiple sanctions on Beijing politically, economically, and diplomatically together should PLA invade Taiwan. Currently, PLA is concerned with the high cost of an amphibious invasion against well-armed ROC defense forces and asymmetrical thinking of defense cooperation efforts to ensure U.S.-Taiwan common operational picture across the Taiwan Strait, supported by integrated deterrence of U.S. military assets, such as the multifunction C4ISR satellite systems. Referring to the experiences of Russia-Ukraine war, Beijing will perceive a need of a longer time preparing for a successful invasion that requires sophisticatedly initial use of intelligent penetration and overwhelming firepower to put down all the counter forces, such as long-range rocket artillery units, coordinating with drone swarm warfare. ROC Taiwan military has been aware of the policy shift and has determined to accelerate its adoption of a new defense strategy, focusing on asymmetrical thinking, which has been proved usefully in the battlefield of real war. Based on unique strategic environments and formidable threats from PLA invasion, 6 ideas to bolster ROC Taiwan asymmetrical thinking of defense strategy suggested as following. First, show self-defense determination by increasing defense budget. Develop a societal resilient defense system to unite the public and to build capacity to respond threats and intimidation from PRC, and expand cooperation with like-minded countries to establish Indo-Pacific regional joint defense of democracy. Second, maintain constructive dialogue channels with both Washington and Beijing. Foster balancing relationships for reducing risk of misunderstanding and misjudgment, as well as preventing war triggered by accident. Third, upgrade strategic role of Taiwan in the system of interdependent AI, artificial intelligence, and semiconductor alliance with major industries in the United States to complicate PLA calculation for operational plan for invasion. Fourth, establish the multiple deterrent strategy to boost overall military power and self-defense determination, increase the likely cost of PLA invasion, and deter Beijing from any rash military move. Fifth, improve communication abilities and facilitate officers to coordinate operations with U.S. military assets to make the U.S.-Taiwan common operational picture across the Taiwan Strait work efficiently and effectively. 6. Promote a reciprocal relationships with the U.S. Cyber Command in field of cognitive, psychological, and cyber warfare capabilities. These components of asymmetrical thinking will constitute a powerful deterrent structure. If PRC does not have a strong political will to invade Taiwan, it might give up on the idea of invasion after considering the military action too costly. Therefore, asymmetrical thinking of Republic of China Taiwan defense strategy should be based on the principle of keeping peace through strength, establishing a societal resilient defense system, and supporting call for cross-strait reconciliation together, just like a glass of wonderful cocktail. So I call it a cocktail strategy. The Republic of China will neither bow to pressure nor act rashly. Taiwan has strongly insisted that military action is not an option to resolve cross-strait differences. Also, Taiwan has called for preventing the status quo from being unilaterally altered. But most importantly, while enhancing cooperation with the United States and like-minded countries, Taiwan has firmly believed that people help those who help themselves. There is no stronger motivation to fight than defending one's home, family, and country. Should PLA invade Taiwan, Beijing's strategic objective will be to lose 23 million people indefinitely, and it will be up to the Taiwanese people to make that impossible. Finally, the Republic of China Taiwan military will develop asymmetrical warfare capabilities of low cost, high yield, large number, and rapid production as soon as possible, and strive to improve capacity of reserve forces. Also, Taiwan will maintain dialogue channels with Beijing responsibly, keep the promise of no surprise for partners in the United States and like-minded countries. I strongly believe that bolstering asymmetrical thinking to ensure regional security will expand broader space to foster strategic value of Taiwan for the world, not only to deter threats and to prevent war, but also to promote a vibrant democracy across the Taiwan Strait, Indo-Pacific region, and beyond. Thank you for your attention, and I am looking forward to responding to your questions and comments.
U.S.-China so-called asymmetric military cooperation. I believe the most important thinking from Professor Chen highlight the importance of U.S.-China, U.S.-Taiwan military cooperation, not only symmetrically but also asymmetrically way of thinking. And Professor Chen mentioned maybe Taiwan should adopt so-called cocktail strategy. Maybe later he will go in detail to tell us what is the cocktail strategy. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce the second panelist, Professor Chen Shimi. He is now the associate professor of the Taiwan University, and he has focusing on many years regarding the Taiwan security strategy and policy, and especially focusing on the PLA, not only missile strategy, but also Chinese invasion against Taiwan's such kind of the scenarios. So let's welcome Professor Chen. Please, it's your floor.
Okay, thank you. It's my honor to be here to share my opinion and discuss with you. And I think the topic of this conference is about integrated deterrence. And the topic of this meeting is about asymmetric thinking. So let me think about if Taiwan can have the thinking about the asymmetric deterrence for our security, and especially now in the new nuclear age. And this is my thinking about this subject. Now, why I have this thinking about the asymmetric deterrence is due to the lessons from the Ukrainian war. And many people, and we talk about the Ukrainian war, because you can see that you can use many asymmetric weapons and helping Ukraine to resist Russia's aggression, and it's very successful, of course. And many people think for Taiwan, we also need this kind of asymmetric weapons. Yes, I agree with this. But in my opinion, I think it's not enough for Taiwan to deter China's attack. And I believe that the Ukrainian war has also another important lessons for us to reflect. The first lessons from the Ukrainian war, I think, is that, in my opinion, the asymmetric thinking under the concept of deterrence by denial, I think is not applicable for Taiwan or even for Japan. I think now everybody knows that almost 90% of buildings is destructive in the eastern side of the Ukraine. Almost 90% is already destroyed. And we know Taiwan is a small country. And Taiwan, we have a dense population, and our population and industry are highly concentrated in the west side. Such an environment in Taiwan can hardly withstand the ravage of war. And I think it is the same thing for Japan. So we know also China's defense budget has expanded to over almost 50 times to that of Taiwan's. And the military imbalance in the Taiwan Strait is becoming increasingly unfavorable to Taiwan. The military strategy of Taiwan, we have declared the strategy is resolute defense and multi-domain deterrence. But this strategy are all based on the thinking of deterrence by denial and the counter-force strategy. In my opinion, this is a form of intra-war deterrence, and that symbolizes Taiwan will prepare for a protracted war, prolonged war. And I think it's not a good thing for Taiwan. I think even we successful to repel the enemy from China, but Taiwan may also already become a ruin of war. And I think very few Taiwanese can endure these things, these situations. And the second lesson from the Ukrainian war is, I think we are already entered the new nuclear age after the outbreak of the Ukrainian war in 2022. And in my opinion, there are three characteristics in the new nuclear age. The first characteristic is that the growing military load of nuclear weapons and the nuclear arms race. The second is nuclear proliferation. And the third, and I think it's very important for Taiwan's security, is now we face maybe the first time in the nuclear age, we must face the multilateral nuclear deterrence relationship between United States, Russia, and also China. And another important thing is that maybe in the future, the United States will be at a strategic inferiority in the face of nuclear cooperation between Russia and China. Currently, the United States and Russia are in a state of strategic parity, each possessing about 5,000 nuclear warheads. But China is currently rapidly increasing its nuclear force. Maybe in 10 years, China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads. And if China and Russia continue to cooperate closely, it's possible that the United States will be at a strategic inferiority in the future. And I think I know that President Trump tried to divide the relationship between China and Russia, but I think it's not easy to divide it. And in this case, for Taiwan, of course, maybe we need to think about one question: is would the United States risk a nuclear war with China to help defend Taiwan, or even Japan? And until now, the United States is still unwilling to adopt a strategic clarity policy regarding Taiwan's security commitments. And Taiwan cannot rule out the possibility to fighting independently without United States help. And can Taipei believe that the United States is willing to save Taiwan at the cost of the destruction of Los Angeles or New York? I think for Taiwan we must think about this problem. So, in my opinion, for Taiwan's security, we must focus on a deterrence in the pre-war period and a deterrence by punishment. I think there are always some voices mentioning that Taiwan will develop nuclear weapons from time to time. And mainly due to the doubts about two questions. The first question is, can current Taiwan's conventional force be able to withstand China's attack? I think it's a question. And the second question is, will the United States come to help defend Taiwan? I think it's also another question. If these two questions, if there is any doubt about these two questions, and Taiwan insists on the right to determine its future, then I think Taiwan must eventually develop effective, independent deterrence capability. And in that case, it should adjust its strategic thinking from preparing for defense and deterrence in the post-war period to focus on deterrence in the pre-war period. And the deterrence should be changed from deterrence by denial to deterrence by punishment, and try to have the ability to retaliate enough to make China intolerable damage. Just like the Prime Minister Yoshiku's words in the year 2004. He has said, deterrence is a cyclist, and both sides of the Taiwan Strait must be safest, just like the terrible balance in the past or in the Cold War. You can destroy me, but I can also destroy you. So there is a balance, and there is no war. You hit me in Taipei and Kaohsiung, and I at least hit you in Shanghai. If we have such countermeasures, then Taiwan will be safe. And it's awards from the Prime Minister of Taiwan in the year 2004. And the other question is, will the United States once again oppose Taiwan's development of an independent deterrent force, just like nuclear weapons? In my opinion, maybe it's difficult for the United States to go to war with China over Taiwan. But I think it's clearly that the United States don't want to see Taiwan taken by China. And under the current situation, will the United States continue to oppose Taiwan to have the independent deterrent force? I think it's a question to think about it. But another problem for Taiwan to have the independent deterrent force, the other problem maybe is another big problem is Taiwan's society lack of the consensus about this question, and whether Taiwan can have a leader just like the Gaulle of France in the year of 1960s, to have enough authority and prestige to persuade the French people to accept a strategy of suicidal deterrence, and all variable that influence whether Taiwan will adopt a asymmetric deterrence strategy in the future. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you again for the Professor Chen's very insightful and very comprehensive thinking regarding the nuclear doctrines. Because based on the IR theory, we talk about the deterrence theory, we talk about the traditional deterrence theory and nuclear deterrence theory, and also deterrence by denial or deterrence by punishment. As all belong to the so-called theoretical thinking. In the practice, we must know how is the nuclear doctrine, not only from the United States, but also from China's thinking, because they are always mentioned they were not the first use of nuclear weapon. But according to the nuclear deterrence theory, who has the second nuclear strike, then maybe they have much more importance leveraged regarding the issue. So maybe later we have a lot of questions regarding Professor Sen's question. And the third panelist, I would like to introduce you from Japan. He is the Takahiro Sasaki-san. He is now the research principal, National Security Institute, Fujitsu Defense and National Security JMSDF retired. And today he is going to have some comparison between China and Russia regarding Ukraine and Taiwan. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for introducing me, Dr. Wong. And also for Institute, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to join this kind of wonderful conference. During my stay in Japanese self-defense force, I had two specific experiences. One is defense attaché in Moscow, in Russia, and also I was the first founder of cybersecurity coordinator in the Joint Staff Office. So through this assignment, right now, my specialty is the Russian military and national security. Also, I'm researching about cybersecurity and information warfare. So today I'd like to talk about asymmetric warfare in regional security. For example, especially comparing Russia's hybrid warfare and China's unrestricted warfare. The international security environment in the 21st century is increasingly focused on asymmetric warfare, which combines a conventional military force with information warfare, cyber warfare, economic pressure, psychological warfare, and so on. Russia and China, in particular, have significantly influenced the regional and global security environment through the concept of Russian hybrid warfare and Chinese unrestricted warfare. This presentation will systematically analyze these concepts and consider their implications for regional security. At first, I'd like to talk about the theoretical background of asymmetric warfare. Asymmetric warfare refers to a strategy in which a relatively inferior actor employs unconventional means and multidimensional attacks to counter a superior opponent, rather than the direct use of military force. It has the following characteristics. First, it makes unclear the boundaries between military and non-military forces. Second, it strategically utilized all means, including cyber warfare, information warfare, cognitive warfare, economic warfare, legal warfare, and so on. Third, it makes unclear the boundary between wartime and peacetime, creating a gray zone. These techniques are embodied in Russia's hybrid warfare and China's unrestricted warfare. Then I'd like to talk about Russia's hybrid warfare. First, concept. Russia's hybrid warfare is a comprehensive strategy that integrates military and non-military means. In particular, the strategic thinking is known as the Gerasimov Doctrine, General Gerasimov Doctrine, organized information manipulation, cyber attacks, energy supply manipulation, and the deployment of covert force. General Gerasimov stated the following in a lecture at the Academy of Military Science in 2013. He emphasized that in future military conflicts, attacks with non-military weapons will be more effective than traditional military weapons, with the ratio of non-military to military being 4-1, 80% to 20%, with non-military means overwhelmingly in favor. What is noteworthy, here are the items listed under non-military means, such as forming a political opposition, action of the opposition, and replacing political and military leaders. This lists specific items to be carried out through influence operations and cognitive operations. There are 5 specific examples there. One is large-scale cyber attack on Estonia, 2007. One is conflict in Georgia, 2008. Then annexation of Crimea, 2014. And interference in the United States presidential election, 2016. Finally, Russia-Ukraine war, 2022 and beyond. Also, they have 3 characteristics. First, utilizing the space between war and peace to achieve goals. Second, military force will be used only at decisive moment and in a limited manner. Third, rapid action and simultaneous information warfare will delay the international community's response. And then next, I'd like to talk about China's unrestricted warfare. Unrestricted warfare is a concept proposed in 1992 and 1999 by PLA's 2 colonels, Kuo Lin and Wang Xixi. Pronunciation is good. It is an ideology that expands the scope of warfare beyond the military. It classifies all means as war, including finance, diplomacy, cyberspace, terrorism, manipulation of international law, and so on. To embody this concept, the Chinese Communist Party and the PLA have advocated 3 warfare approaches. 3 warfare approaches are public opinion warfare, psychological warfare, and legal warfare. Public opinion warfare involved bringing public and international support for China's military actions and conducting influence operations to influence domestic and international public opinion to prevent enemies from pursuing politics perceived to be contrary to China's interest. Psychological warfare refers to activities aimed at deterring, shocking, and demoralizing enemy military personnel and supporting civilians. These psychological operations reduce the enemy's ability to conduct combat operations. Legal warfare refers to action that utilize international and domestic law to gain international support and address anticipated backlash against China's military activities. There are 4 specific examples. One is maritime expansion in the South China Sea. One is Taiwan strategy, promoting unification through cyber attacks, disinformation, operation, and economic dependence, and so on. And strategy against Japan. When the Fukushima nuclear power plant treated water to a minimum level of radioactivity was released into the ocean with IAEA approval. Almost done. I'd like to continue for a few minutes. At the time, China refers to this as pollution water and claimed that Japan was polluting the ocean. The other is economic pressure diplomacy. China strategically utilized resources and economic tools, such as import restriction on Australia and rare earth embargo on Japan. And also there are three characteristics. First, expand war unrestricted, treating all social domain as battlefield. Second, deploys salami tactics over the long term and gradually. Third, incorporated into overall national strategy, integrating economics, diplomacy, and military. And finally, I'd like to talk about comparison between Russian hybrid warfare and the Chinese unrestricted warfare. China's unrestricted warfare approach is very similar to Russia's hybrid warfare. Chronologically, Russia's hybrid warfare could be described as an analysis of Chinese unrestricted warfare and its incorporation of Russian elements. While these two approaches are very similar, there are also differences. While asymmetric warfare is at the core of both countries, there are significant differences in the scope and time span of its application. Russia destabilized the regional order through immediate impact, while China seeks to relight it through long-term structural change. In conclusion, both Russia's hybrid warfare and China's unrestricted warfare are specific example of asymmetric warfare and pose serious challenges to regional security. The former is characterized by immediate impact, while the later by gradual penetration, requiring different response strategies. The following are important for the future regional security system. One, possess the ability to monitor and neutralize sources of attack in cyberspace to strengthen information warfare and cyber warfare. Improve fact-checking capability to counter the spread of disinformation. Improve strategic communication capability to counter narrative spread strategy and improve cyberspace resilience to maintain an information infrastructure. Second, institution of economic security, diversity of supply chain. Establish a rare earth supply chain independent of China and the diversity of energy import strategy independent of Russia. Third, deepening multilateral deterrence framework. For example, cooperation with NATO, Quad, AUKUS in the Indo-Pacific, with the aim of containing and internationally isolating China and Russia, which are challenging us to asymmetric warfare. In an age where the expansion of asymmetric warfare has become the norm, it could be said that the very definition of security is being forced to be reconsidered. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Sasaki-san's very good comparison regarding Russia and China's hyper warfare against Ukraine and Taiwan. And he mentioned very famous Chinese monograph regarding the so-called unlimited warfare in the era of globalization. And the main title is so-called unlimited warfare. And nowadays, China conducts this so-called three warfare against Taiwan: legal warfare, media warfare, and psychological warfare. Just like the most important essence of the Russia's cyber warfare against Ukraine. So maybe we can further to go deep detail to know what is the difference and the common characteristic regarding this issue. So thank you very much for three wonderful presentation. I believe I open to the floor. Maybe a lot of the question. Please raise your hand, and we may collect some questions. And finally, I will ask three panelists have time to answer the question. Please. Is there anyone want to ask question? Please, in the middle, gentlemen.
First, I'm Kerry from NCCU, visiting professor. Dr. Wan, thank you for your herding the cats in this very important panel. Dr. Singh, the question's for you. Cognitive warfare, thank you for bringing that up and your recommendation that we take stronger actions to combat this existential threat. So specifically, what has Taiwan done well recently, in addition to setting up the MJIB Research Center on Cognitive Warfare? What else has Taiwan done well to combat Chinese Communist Party cognitive warfare? And then the follow-up logical question to that is, what's next? What does Taiwan, working perhaps with friends and allies, need to do to more effectively detect, deter, counter, and defeat this existential threat? That's all I got.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. Maybe later Dr. Chen will reply this question. And is there anyone want to ask question, or is there any remarks or any suggestion? Please, in the middle.
I'm G-Man from INDSR. A follow-up question on the nuclear weapons concept. Maybe this could be both by the second speaker and the last speaker.
Okay.
What do you think is the role of nuclear weapons by countries like Japan, Taiwan, and even possibly the South Korea? And how does that play into what Taiwan would consider in terms of being in a collaborative First Island Chain security alliance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this very important question. During the Russia's invasion in Ukraine, the Russia's military force always deter threat to use nuclear force against the Ukraine and all the Eastern European countries. So I believe such kind of the scenario in the future time, when China threats to use nuclear force, maybe all the First Island Chain countries must be aware of this kind of threat. So maybe later Professor Chen and Sasaki-san will answer this question. And maybe I would like to search for the third question. Is there anyone want to raise your question? Okay. And we will let Professor Chen and the other two panelists to answer the question, please.
Yeah, I would like to respond to your good question in short answer. That's the next step would be Taiwan hope to establish a good cooperation with United States to strengthen the power of the common operational picture across the Taiwan Strait. So that's a very important job, right? Because that kind of power can prevent war before the war occurs. Thank you.
in my opinion, I think if China want to attack Taiwan, I think China will fight until it can capture Taiwan. It's impossible for China or for Xi Jinping or any other leaders when he attack Taiwan, but it's not successful. And if it's not successful, I think it's very serious for the leaders of China or even for the Chinese Communist regime. And the other problem is, in my opinion, now it's already the nuclear proliferation in the East Asia. You can see now, I think North Korea is impossible for North Korea to abandon its nuclear weapons. And then another problem is even the President Trump. You can see in January when President Trump in power, the President Trump has said one word to describe North Korea. He said North Korea is a nuclear power. So it means the Trump government admit the standards of nuclear power of North Korea. And this will be a problem, I think. You can see now in South Korea, there are already more than maybe 60% or even 70% of South Korea's people. They support to develop the nuclear weapons in South Korea. And maybe even in Japan, there are also already some discussed in Japan society. And in Taiwan, not very much, but I think for Taiwan, we need to think about this question.
Thank you very much for a question about nuclear strategy. Japan is a little bit different situation. As you might know, in Japan, we have extreme allergy against the nuclear weapon. We are facing nuclear threat, for example, from Russia, from North Korea, from China. But, however, in the future, in my opinion, we don't have introduced the option to develop a nuclear weapon and introduce a nuclear weapon in the future. However, in the recent national security dialogue, we are discussing about nuclear sharing with allied nations such as the United States. But in the future, we don't have the plan to introduce a nuclear weapon.
Okay. Thank you very much for three panelists answer the follow-up question. I believe our time is up. The main topic of this session is the asymmetric thinking to ensure regional security. I believe we are not just facing traditionally, but also non-traditional security threat. And also we combine not only in an era of globalization, but also in the coming age of the AI. So we must know how to enhance peace and security, not only by Taiwan itself, but also we want to cooperate with the other like-minded countries to reach such kind of goal. So I just stop here. Thank you very much for your attendance, and we just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for our speakers and also the moderators. We're going to take a brief break for, I think, around 5 minutes, because we're going to proceed with our next round of specialist dialogue at 2 p.m. So please be back a bit earlier than 2 p.m. so we can start the sessions at 2 p.m. sharp.
Okay.
Okay, we are going to proceed with our fourth round of the specialist dialogue. So I would like to invite all of you to come back to your seat as soon as possible so we can proceed with our next round of discussion. And for our fourth round of specialist dialogue, we are focusing on the trends and impact on AI, UAS, and other emerging technologies. We have 4 discussants for this session. They are from Taiwan, the States, and also Germany. And also for our moderators, who is Dr. Oh Xifu, who is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Research Institute for National Defense and Security Research, the INDSR. So I'm going to hand you the floor, Doctor.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Xifu Oh, Research Fellow from the INDSR. This session we will talk about the emerging technology or even the disruptive technology. And we had launch speaker had mentioned that the AI and spectrum and quantum technology will decide the future of the world. So we have 4 discussions at this section. The first one is Yao Hongwen. He is from the Taiwan's National Defense University. First, we open to the floor, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dr. Xifu Oh. My colleagues asked me how to address him, and I say, Dr. Oh has a very impressive name, Xifu in Chinese, Master Oh. So I'm really happy to be the first discussion today, and it's really my honor to have the INDSR, invite me to come to this event. I want to briefly talk about how Taiwan is working on technology. And so I'll be talking about 3 important elements: technology, Taiwan's trade, and regional security. Now, for our international audience come to Taiwan, you'll be noticed that on 20 September 2025, Taiwan just finished the Taipei Aerospace and Defense Technology Exhibition. Now, this exhibition is a new demonstration to show Taiwan treats its security seriously by showcasing both traditional and agile platforms, regardless of their size. Technology include, but not limited to, the latest development of the UAVs, missile defense system, anti-drone system, satellite system. While all war is asymmetric in its nature, in order to seize the moment of surprise, Taiwan demonstrates its initiative and willingness to adapt to the latest technology advancement, focusing on what could be more beneficial for its defense and more costly for its adversary, in order to avoid a potential conflict by a greedy neighbor. Now, indeed, if we can learn from Russo-Ukrainian war, we can learn at least from 2 lessons. Number 1, once deterrence fails, the world will need to experience more than 3 years long of painful conflict. Hence, not only deterrence is cheaper than defense, but it also teaches us no regional conflict is confined by the physical boundary, and in this still interconnected world. Now, the second thing we'll probably learn is technology must play, if not a decisive factor, but must be a very important factor. Given that Ukraine is both small
and less in manpower and resources when compared with Russia. And Russia also has strong support from its allies, such as China and North Korea. Hence, what made Ukraine to sustain its operation must be because of technology. Now, the influential impact of technology upon warfare were evident through the whole entire conflict. From Russia's cyber attack upon Viasat, Ukrainians' critical infrastructure to shape the operation environment, and also the international community's good use of the commercial satellite to disclose the military activity of Russian wrongdoing. Now, today, private actors are sometimes playing more significant role in armed conflict than government. Now, this could be seen by the important role of the low Earth orbit satellite communication like Starlink, and also the cloud services. They not only allow Ukraine continue to resist, but maintain the continuation of the government. Now, very often we see President Zelensky's digital diplomacy work better than Russia's people-to-people diplomacy. Commercial of the shared product, not just apps on your phone, now they become part of the integrated battle management systems. Facial recognition, large language model, machine learning, they are all becoming useful tools for intelligence analysis. Ukraine brings to our attention the diversified mission now that could play by UAVs, sea drones, whether for surveillance or attack missions, whether small or large, remote control or autonomous, attributable or consumable. It's been known that Russia's Black Sea fleet has been forced to relocate away from Crimea due to Ukrainians' good use of sea drones. Now, Taiwan certainly learned the lesson from Ukraine that small actors can compensate their insufficiency of hard power by leveraging technology. By 2025, developing defense is expected to be one of the 5 most trusted industry sectors in Taiwan. Today, from the public sector, Taiwan has the Defense Innovation Office within MND. Now, they are starting to collect ideas for mature products to meet security needs. For the private sector, Taiwan has the Taiwan Defense Industry Development Association, which promotes the shared knowledge among the professional community. There are also many cybersecurity defense exhibition events. Taiwan government promotes zero trust architecture, and Taiwanese private actors very often perform exceptionally in the international catch the flag events. Taiwanese defense contractors are starting to be certified by the US DoD and become part of the non-red or blue UAV supply chain system. Taiwan's investment in defense technology is beyond the economic calculation, and certainly is a matter of national survival. Now, when we are doing strategy, we always talk about end way means composition. But I'd like to shift your attention to 3 different elements of strategy, and then I'll call them quality, quantity, and context. In terms of the quality, Taiwan has long been known as the Silicon Island in Asia, and has all the possibility to better leverage its technology edge from the abundant resources of talent, investment, and the private sector. Taiwan's high-tech manufacturing capability is certainly a comparative advantage for Taiwan. In terms of the quality, while Taiwan is relatively small in its conventional power, the employment of this agile and attributable platform could help a small state actor with a sustainable and cost-effective resistance. In terms of the context, unlike Ukraine, Taiwan's trade is a vast area of inhabited ocean. The use of the diesel autonomous weapon has less normative concern, and in its security periphery. In short, Taiwan's security context render technology a crucial independent variable in its defense. I'm just reminded by Master O that I should quickly come to my conclusion. Now, All I want to say is the emerging disruptive technology offers Taiwan an opportunity. Now it has both military and civil purposes, and Taiwan has been known for the ICT industry. This serves a strong foundation for Taiwan's prosperity in this area. Now, in conclusion, as I say, if technology is not a decisive variable, it must be one of the very important variables. And certainly, the application of technology defense must go beyond shorter initiation, and Taiwan is investing a complete ecosystem. And last, I think the lasting peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region will rely on not on how many technology Taiwan has, but rather on how well these technologies are used by Taiwan. I'll stop here and look for more comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. In the Ukraine war, the drone has shown that both Ukrainian and Russians technological innovation and applications. And next one, we will have Charlie Habit. He is from the Hudson Institute from the United States. Please, you.
Good afternoon. Today, as we gather amid evolving geopolitical tensions in the region, our panel discussion on AI, UAS, trends and impacts, and other emerging technologies could not be more timely. I'd like to thank INSR and its chairman and our moderator, Dr. O, for guiding this conversation and extend a warm welcome to my fellow panelists, Dr. Yao, Stacy Pettijohn, and Wolfgang Muller. Taiwan stands at the forefront of democratic resilience in the face of authoritarian pressure, and institutes like this one play a critical role on equipping policymakers with the insights needed to navigate these challenges. Today, I'd like to touch on the rapid evolution of generative AI and its integration with unmanned aerial systems, and the broader implication on the huge needs of power. It's just amazing. I was having dinner with a good friend and neighbor who happens to be the head of DARPA last week. We were barbecuing out, and we were talking about AI and the big change. And it was 25 years ago that DARPA had a little project to try to get a car across the desert, or these were off-road vehicles across the desert. And now, in 3 years, we won't even have Uber because Tesla and their competitors will have driverless taxi services. That has a huge impact on one of the biggest killers in our last wars, is just getting the supplies to the troops. With fully autonomous vehicles, that'll change the battlefield. So let me start, excuse me when I mix different AI metaphors. Some of these don't go together, as far as machine learning and generative AI, but I'll mix them a little bit. But, just a little recap is, just a few years ago when this generative AI thing came out, it was like a critical thinking skills for kindergartner. You could go send this kindergartner off and give them the Library of Congress, and they'd come back, after 100 million, or maybe not 100 million years, 1,000 years of studying different things with the answer, but it wasn't that useful. About the same time is we were using drones for military capabilities with vision. We could have drones with machine learning automatically recognize people and license plates and cars and take action on them by themselves. Just a couple years ago, or 3 years ago, we had the AI progressed to a high school level. So you could ask it a question, and it'd come back to you, and it couldn't quite figure out, it didn't have the critical thinking skills to know what was true and not true, but it came up with some good answers. Around that time was we started to experiment with drone swarms. So drone swarms couldn't quite use all these generative AI yet, but it relied on pre-programming control. Last year we were up to Ivy League freshmen. Now we got some critical thinking skills, a little bit arrogant, and we could and even get a few good results, but still not so useful. The other challenge is these Ivy League freshmen, they'd go out and they'd just be a little bit too sure that they'd come back with the right answer. a little bit overconfident, and so we get a lot of wrong answers. This summer, with the emergence of Grok 4 and its, more recently some of its competitors, we're up to a postdoc level. For the first time, generative AI is useful. We can get real answers. We can do, doctors can use it, engineers and software developers can use it, and that's going to have a huge impact in this whole UAS market, and just on the development and the speed of development is just going to accelerate tremendously. So one of the things that next year, as we go past this, or in the next 1 or 2 years, we're going to go from these critical thinking skills that these AIs can do, and they'll have mastered that, to strategic and creative thinking skills. You know, they're already talking about, we've seen some of the little memes and things, but being able to do full-length motion pictures and things like that. But the other thing is, if you think about that as an NCO versus an officer corps. So our AIs now, they can't make strategic decisions. But in about a year or two, they'll be able to make strategic decisions like an officer. So with these drone swarms, and they won't be drone swarms with 100 or 1,000, they'll be drone swarms with tens of thousands. As things get knocked out or they're swarming over the straits, they'll be able to they'll have the officer corps with them in the drones on, you know, being able to reassemble and figure out what to do, because humans can't control 10 or 100,000. You couldn't have 10 or 100,000 officers making those decisions, or pilots. So one thing is the United States have these, but so will our adversaries. So how are we going to have to defend against these things? And so there's, you know, two methods if you got a zillion drones up there. One is to use the EMP, but one of the challenges that knocks out everything. And the other is we have directed energy weapons. So Israel, the US, the UK, and some of our other allies have these, you know, lasers that can shoot things. I think the UK claim they can shoot a kilometer away. But one of the challenges that we're going to both see with both generative AI and also with these directed energy weapons is a huge need for power. So if you look over the landscape of the world, in the AI, we already know that Europe's basically out because Germany went away from nuclear and they don't have enough power to create these massive generative, or to power these massive generative AI systems. France is still in the running. They still have their nuclear. But one of the big challenges here, even in Taiwan, is with natural gas you can do it. So we have to go to fossil fuels, or we're going to have to go nuclear. So in the United States, we have an organization called the Strategic Capabilities Office, founded by Ash Carter, who happened to be for Secretary of Defense, he was also a quantum physicist. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant guy back in 2013, 15 period. So over the last few years, they've been working on something called Project Pele. So they're developing these fourth generation nuclear reactors that basically they can, they're the size of a 40-foot container, a couple of those, that they can drop them out of or unload them off a plane and put them in a fort area. And so these can power these directive energy weapons. With, they could also power, or several of them together could power a big, massive generative AI system like Colossus. So if we look across the landscape, this is going to just be a big challenge for us moving forward. How we're going to do this power. If you look at the one of the big things that we found with the Ukrainian war is we were dependent on Russia. Our European allies were dependent on Russia for power. And so if we're going to be able to defend ourselves, we're going to have power to power these directed energy weapons and to power AI so that we can move forward in the future. Thank you very much.
AI plus drone is more powerful and more lethal. We can see in the Ukraine war that they can conduct ISR or even attack or even medical evacuation or transportation. It seems can do everything. So this is a kind of emerging technology that we need to learn from this Ukraine case. The next one, we had Stacy Pettit John. She is a senior fellow and director defense program from the Center for a New American Security. Now, floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you to INDSR for the invitation to be here. It's truly an honor to participate in this important dialogue. I'm in the odd position of being the one who's going to, I think, pour a little bit of cold water on this conversation about technology and how future technology is going to be the solution for Taiwan. This is particularly odd for me as someone who has led a large research stream along with my colleague Molly Campbell, who's here with me, and others on drones and the future of warfare and artificial intelligence. I think they are a key part of the solution, but not the only piece of it, and it's probably not the type of drones that most people are thinking about that I would advocate Taiwan focus on. We are probably in the midst of a revolution in military affairs, but it hasn't happened yet, and it's not likely to materialize for a while. Drones are profoundly changing the battlefield by providing precise mass and sort of good enough long-range fires, but it's not the super intelligent, fully autonomous drones that people think about that are goal-oriented in going out and selecting their targets and engaging them on their own. This also isn't artificial intelligence where all your sensors and shooters are linked together and you have a perfect common operating picture of the environment and are optimizing your choice of fires for each individual engagement. Instead, what we've seen in Ukraine is that the use of cheap drones can help to bring mass to the battlefield, but they haven't provided either side with a durable advantage. Taiwan's main advantage and the thing that it needs to leverage is that it will be on the defensive, and it has tremendous geography that it can also take advantage of along with this relatively simple technology. So 3 big trends that I think we've seen in Ukraine and more broadly related to drones and future technology. The first one is that it is commercial technology that's changing the battlefield, and this is fundamentally changing the economics of warfare, and drone warfare is a cost competition. What you see right now is that, Houthi rebels are firing thousands of dollar drones and forcing the United States to expend $1 million SM-6 missiles that it doesn't have enough of to shoot them down. This is happening everywhere. And it is the fact that the drones aren't necessarily the commercial out-of-the-box systems that we think about, the little quadcopters that are so prevalent in Ukraine, but they rely on commercial subcomponents, and that has driven the cost down and made it affordable for any actor that wants it to be able to conduct relatively accurate long-range strikes. That means that provides opportunities on the offensive, but it also creates a lot of dilemmas for the defender and is something that Taiwan needs to be mindful of both sides of that coin. The drone revolution also is the new industrial revolution, right? Scale matters. Ukraine had an advantage and was the innovator in when Russia invaded in 2022 and has, for the most part, consistently been the one to find new applications and to use drone technology in new and innovative ways to great effect. But Russia's been a really fast follower, and where it has an advantage is its ability to scale production. Its drones aren't necessarily as good, but it makes many of them, and they are getting cheaper and cheaper. So part of the solution for Taiwan is thinking about the industrial implications of this and making sure that they can build the type of drones that are needed for defense and have secure supply chains, because obviously buying DJI drones as a part of your defensive strategy is not going to be a viable option in the midst of a war with China. Finally, you've seen that drones, one of their most profound effects has been at the tactical levels, 20, 50 kilometers, where they really have made it very, very difficult to go on the offensive. It's not the perfect transparency that some people think of, where you can see everything at every moment and strike it, but it's getting pretty close to that. And that means that the defensive has an advantage, which it always has had, but that has sort of grown even larger. Everyone's vulnerable though, and that's the other piece of this. In the long-range fight, you're seeing that drones provide an ability for long-range attack and sustainable long-range attacks. So when Russia ran out of its, or ran low on its more exquisite cruise and ballistic missiles, it was able to turn to the Shaheds to provide it with an ability to continue to pressure Kyiv. And that means that everywhere has to be defended to a certain extent, and that those sort of vulnerabilities need to be taken into account. The final thing from Ukraine is that this is not sophisticated artificial intelligence and autonomy. There are autonomous weapons, but most of them, it's semi-autonomous, and it's in very limited, narrow ways. So most of the drones are remotely piloted, and I think that is a problem that Taiwan needs to move towards more autonomous drones, but ones that have relatively simple autonomy that can identify ship-like objects with their onboard sensors so that they can go and strike them without relying on additional targeting updates from surveillance aircraft that likely aren't going to either have survived initial attacks or be able to actually pass that information due to jamming. So to wrap up, I think that Taiwan should be taking many lessons and many pages out of Ukraine's playbook, but it needs to make sure that it takes the right ones. Drones can provide precise mass and can help a determined defender repel a larger and more sophisticated adversary. But that's only if you have enough of them and if you can build more of them quickly. The advantages that defenders have are even greater for Taiwan because it is an island nation and because amphibious assaults are such complicated and risky maneuvers where the attacker has to expose themselves and mass their forces. And we've seen how deadly it is anytime either side, Ukraine or Russia, actually masses and tries to go on the offensive. Finally, as a wargamer, it's really important, and some of my panelists mentioned this, think about what China's going to do. This is not a one-sided competition. China is moving and learning from what they're seeing in Ukraine and from their partnership with Russia. They also have one of the largest drone programs in the world, which means you need to be able to defend against drones in addition to having mobile air defenses and be prepared to operate in an environment where the electromagnetic spectrum is quite disrupted and you cannot count on having perfect connectivity. Thank you.
In terms of drone across the Taiwan Strait, China emphasized civil military fusions. So they had a number and scale superiority against Taiwan. So the drone storm attack is the big challenge for Taiwan's defense. And also we try to catch up. So we set up the so-called national team that where also is the civil military integrations, and we will use it mainly focus on the Chinese invasion scenario because China has a number superiority, so we cannot compete with them. So only focus on the defensive scenario. The final one, we had a gentleman from Germany work against Muller. He is from the German Institute for Defense and Strategical Studies. Okay, follow you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm extremely happy to be here again in Taiwan. We are a think tank with the Ministry of Defense, and I will talk about emerging technology as an area for PRC gray zone activities. As technology is neither good or bad, everything depends on, of course, the intention of the user, the one who's applying that technology. And this is correct both with regards to dual use, but also non-dual use technologies. Europe and Germany do have their own strategic interest in the Indo-Pacific, and it would be a mistake focusing on security in Europe alone. So maybe sometimes countries in the Indo-Pacific ask themselves, what is Europe and what is Germany doing with regard to the PRC? We don't understand what you are doing. I want to give a brief overview of how Europe and especially Germany is looking at the PRC involvement in emerging technologies, why we act as we act today regarding that involvement, and why, in my opinion, we have to take a different approach on that. I will do that with 4 theses regarding a specific non-dual use technology: low carbon renewable energy technologies. Here one might assume that it is a safe area, competitive but also cooperative. Therefore one might stress more the economic instead of the security aspect. But resilience in energy matters, pointed out explicitly by Prime Minister Morrison this morning. So firstly, energy transformation is one of the major political goals in Europe and Germany. For example, solar and wind represents already 15 and 27% in Germany's energy mix. And we have heard several times also from my fellow panelists that energy security is a big issue in Germany. When you compare that, for example, to Europe, it's solar is 8, wind is 15. But when you look into the Indo-Pacific, India 6 and 5, the PRC 15 and 9, Japan is 10 and 2, and Taiwan is 6 and 6 in the energy mix. It is therefore extremely important in Germany that those sources remain unhindered and advance even further. Secondly, Germany is following in its PRC strategy the outline of the European Union's PRC strategy. The PRC is a partner, competitor, or a systemic rival. We therefore see the PRC involvement in technologies only through the eyes of liberal democracies and market economies, either as a partner or a competitor. We do not only apply a rationality based on this thinking in our own decision making, but we do think too often that other actors, like the PRC for example, are applying the same logic in decision making. Therefore, we design and use our instrument to create a level playing field accordingly. Thirdly, bear with me to outline something that is very familiar to you here in Taiwan, but from my point of view, not yet fully understood in Europe and Germany. The PRC understanding of national security is a much more comprehensive one, as outlined in the white paper on national security recently. So including economics, emerging technologies, and energy. And in the PRC strategic approach, there are 2 pillars. So not only become independent from third countries' influence, but also to develop on-purpose potential leverages in areas important to other countries. As it is the case, for example, with renewable energy technologies in Germany and Europe. Differences between privately and state-owned enterprises may exist, but are not applicable in case of independent business decision-making. There is no entrepreneurial freedom guaranteed in law or in the constitution, like it is, for example, in Germany. And it's quite opposite. Several laws oblige all companies to cooperate with state authorities if requested in the name of national security. And we all know that there's a strong interconnection between the CCP and the PLA and the business leader of also privately owned enterprises, particularly in energy industry. So in summary, leverages in economics, including technology and energy, will be used for overall political reasons if necessary, regardless of the economic fallout, also for privately owned enterprises. Mike Hughes spoke about false assumptions, particularly with regards to the economic dimension in dealing with the PRC. So the fourth thesis would be with the PRC involvement through supplying technology also in those presumably non-critical areas, even through only privately owned enterprises, we are in danger to allow for dependency and security risk caused by the PRC. So let me name two. One, the political risk through blackmailing and connecting critical questions in that specific area with unrelated other investment decisions. And we in Germany experienced an impact of if energy security and energy prices are influenced by external events, as we have seen by the interruption of energy supply from Russia when the war in Ukraine starts. So the second thing would be the information security. Wind and solar installations, and there were several examples, they are being used as sensors. So imagine having potential sensor capabilities on all the major shipping routes to the majority of European harbors, critical infrastructure installation, and military training areas. So looking, for example, at the PRC Blue Ocean Information Network in the South China Sea. Conclusion for me, seeing the coercive nature of PRC behavior in multiple areas and looking at the very strong support of Russia in its war, we should consider three things. The first, we have to take a very close look at presumably safe areas in dealing with the PRC, giving security risk the same importance as economic arguments in decisions to make. In doing so, we have to include security risk consideration into all economic decisions, like buy-ins, takeover, or procurement, also in non-defense related ones. And finally, we should add another category to the European and German PRC strategy. Next to being a partner, a competitor, or a systemic rival, we should see the PRC as a threat as well. In doing so, we would contribute to the strength in the Indo-Pacific, becoming more resilient against PRC coercive measures. Thank you very much.
China take the all-out society approach to pursue its technology development. So, from my point of view, China are not only a competitor, but also a rival among these countries. So, because they are all of the society approach is their only purpose is to increase their national power and capability. So we have finished our discussion. So next we open the floor to take question and answer question. Yes, Prime Minister.
Thank you, all the panelists. Could I ask a question of you, Stacey? Others might want to comment on it as well, and congratulations on your wargaming report from earlier this year I was referring to. But I'm interested in your views on how you think the undersea drones are developing compared to the aerial drones. Obviously, the aerial drones have had much more attention in Ukraine, but famously the undersea drones played a pretty significant role near Odessa. but the scale of those operations are nowhere near those otherwise. So, yeah, whether it's Vatten, of course, there's Ghost Shark with Anduril in Australia, and a range of others, but their ability to swarm, like is occurring in the aerial space, yeah, just a bit of an observation. Other panellists may have views as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Yes, the sea is obviously paramount for Taiwan, and I think the development there lags a little bit behind the air due to the fact that anything that's undersea does inherently need more autonomy, just because the communications can't be maintained consistently or nearly as high of bandwidth as you see in the air. But I do think you've seen some important advancements on the surface and undersea, and what Ukraine has done in the Black Sea has been truly pretty extraordinary, and it has been what I would argue their biggest success with drones, and it's constantly changed. It started with just the kamikaze drone boats that were coming out, and then Russia developed counters, most effectively helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft. So then they put air-to-air missiles on the drone boats and were able to hold at risk and tried to launch ambushes with them, right? Where they would send out a kamikaze drone to lure out the helicopter, then fire at it, and they've actually shot down a few. And they're more operating in groups, though not truly autonomous. And I do think collaborative autonomy in the future is one of those areas that could be very transformative more broadly, when you can have a whole bunch of small things that optimize the behavior of the collective and make decisions seamlessly. Ghost Shark is one of the areas where you've seen, actually advancement, but it is a little bit more of the simple type of drone that I'm talking about, which isn't totally simple, but they have made it in a modular way where you can put different payloads on it. And they've focused on rapid iteration, and really the production contract being awarded so recently was in a pretty rapid time frame. So I would think Taiwan could make a lot of investments in smaller UUVs than not necessarily Ghost Shark type size, but some of the large ones that could carry cheap torpedoes, or you just have very small ones that are essentially torpedoes or smart minefields themselves, and that would be something that where the autonomy is within reach and not huge. It's not a huge leap forward and something that's going to be some years away, and where the manufacturing of the actual platform is advanced at the same time.
I try to, at one point, Taiwan learned from Ukraine case is the Brexit. Ukraine used almost no have any navy, but they had keep the Russian navy up far away. So this is Taiwan learned from Ukraine's Brexit case. So we not only develop our UAV, but also USB, because we try to build up over 1,000 USB, and most of them are suicidal USB to maybe possible counter the Chinese amphibious invading case. Okay, please.
Jacob Kierkegaard from the Peterson Institute in Washington and Bruegel in Brussels. I'd like to come back. I think it was Mr. Harvey who made the argument that there is a link between energy prices and the sort of prospects for AI. I guess I would challenge that a little bit, because, I mean, isn't it actually one of the lessons from, for instance, DeepSeek and other algorithmic innovations that actually over time you don't need an enormous amount of energy and crushing of data to generate even a pretty good large language model, and therefore it's obvious that if you are, say, NVIDIA or others who are trying to build a franchise that they need to commercialize,
But if you're thinking about AI as a general purpose disruptive technology, it's about diffusion of this technology throughout the entire economy rather than perhaps, processing the sort of commanding heights. And therefore, the improvements in algorithmic learning is actually more important than the energy price in the short run.
Yes, that's a good point. So one thing with DeepSeek is what they did is they optimized on the drivers for the NVIDIA systems. The other thing is there's a huge shipment from Singapore of the world's NVIDIA cards that they might have had a little bit more than they let on in their building that system. But I think as we move forward, is we will have optimization, but there's just simply not enough. And so, I mean, the more processors, the more you can do. And so I think at the leading edge, it's still a scale game. And so we'll still have the big players. Like my dates are off, a year and a half or 2 years ago, we thought there'd be a lot of innovative players that would have be able to overcome the big guys, the Googles, the Facebooks, the huge, massive millions of dollars of infrastructure. But today, that's not true. In the future, that may be true. And one thing we haven't talked about is, the quantum computer that's right around the corner. That could radically change things as well as where we get with error correction, different things on quantum computing, as far as how fast that might progress and how that will change the landscape. But very good point.
One more question? Yes.
Thanks, Peter Olive-Rusi. So the conversation around uncrewed vehicles often tends to drift towards the high-end, most dangerous scenario, and the sort of 50,000 drones by 2027 to shred the PLA as they're coming across. But Taiwan's current problem is very much around constant intrusions into its airspace, sea space, and just monitoring all of that. So how do you think, responding to it in a way that is clear and unambiguous. So how do you think some of these technologies, whether it's uncrewed vehicles, AI, but also maritime domain awareness technologies, commercial satellite feed combined with AI, could be used in a more systematic way to help them deal with their current problem, not just the sort of worst case problem?
I mean, I think there's tremendous potential there, and more so than most people typically acknowledge, where the use of traditional crewed platforms is incredibly intensive in terms of resources and wears them out, and they're very expensive to maintain. And so using uncrewed systems as a kind of first responder, I think makes a lot of sense, especially if they're cheap enough that if you lose them, you're not too put out. We've seen that the loss of drones across the board from the United States to other countries, India, Pakistan, it doesn't necessarily escalate. It's not necessarily as escalatory as if a human life is also lost. So I think there's a lot of work that can be done in terms of coming up with new operational concepts to try to use drones as a part of a cost-effective response to Chinese gray zone tactics.
Last question. Yes.
Okay, this is Domingo from INDSR. I have a question for Stacy. Thank you for your wonderful remarks. My question is, to your observation, what could be the asymmetrical ways for Taiwan to offset or to deny the massive production of China's drone brigade? Thank you.
Stacy and I are cooperating on this question. So one thing is we were looking at was the, as I was saying, the directed energy weapons. So what Stacy was alluding to earlier was we can't shoot missiles to knock down a very inexpensive drone, but if we can shoot a laser and the laser costs a few dollars to $20, $30 to knock out a drone, the cost efficiency there is very good, The other thing is some of these systems, they can operate near continuously. It's just a matter of power. And I think there's several different companies, General Atomics, Raphael, there's several different companies that have these systems today in various states of development that are, some of these things are beyond my knowledge because they're classified as far as how good they are, but they're getting quite extremely good. As I was making the point earlier, is one of the biggest things is where you're going to get the power to run these 24/7 so they can protect the coastline.
I would just add a high-powered microwave, I think, is the other directed energy weapon that's even more potentially effective against swarms. But in terms of producing drones, you're not going to outproduce China. You need to produce enough for yourself in a cost-effective way, and that probably means cooperating with like-minded and trusted partners where you can achieve some sort of economies of scale and shared supply chains, but you're just not going to win a cost competition with DJI.
Yes, we have done a wonderful job. Because our time limit, this section are adjourned here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of our 4 speakers and also the moderators. Again, we're going to take a very brief break for about 8 minutes. We're going to proceed with our next round of specialist dialogue at 3 p.m. at 3 o'clock. So I would like to invite you to be back to the venue a bit before 3 o'clock. And do grab some coffee or tea outside and also take some break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed with our next round of specialist dialogue in just 1 minute. So I would like to invite you to come back to the venue and also to be seated as soon as possible, since we're going to proceed with our next round of discussion very soon. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to proceed with our next round of discussion. So I would like to invite you to be seated as soon as possible so we can start the session very soon. Thank you for your cooperation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now we'll proceed to the 5th round of our special dialogue titled The Influence of Non-Military Power. There are 4 discussants for this session, respectively from Taiwan, Belgium, and Ukraine. And now, let's welcome our moderator for this session, who is Dr. Lai Yizhong, the president of Prospect Foundation. And Dr. Lai, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, and welcome everyone. My name is Yizhong. I am the president of Prospect Foundation, and I have to apologize that I have other engagement this morning, so I just got here about like 10 minutes ago from different meetings. Unfortunately, today in Taiwan, we have several big international conferences that's going on. It's good for Taiwan, but it's not so good for some of us, also including our judge, Xu Kaijie. He just came with me. In the same car. This session is about the influence of non-military power. Usually in the traditional sense, we will call it as the non-traditional threat. But I think in today's context, it will be something that's more strict. And about the particular talk about the threat from the non-military dimensions. We have 4 distinguished panelists for this panel. From my right, first from my right is the Professor Chen Binghui. He is the professor and chair of the International Master Program of International Study of National Zhenji And then follow him will be Mr. Jacob von Kierkegaard. He is a senior fellow from a Belgian non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute of International Economics, on the economic side. And then the third one on my right is Ms. Leva Eves. She is the senior advisor of the Cybersecurity Policy and International Cooperation, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. So we thank her coming from Ukraine, particularly. And then the last one, but not the least, is the judge, KJ Xu Kaijie. He is the National Security Division of the Taipei District Court. And actually in Taiwan, we only have 2 judges particularly assigned for the National Security Court. So we really thank him for making his time here. So without further ado, let me invite Professor Chen Binghui for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lai. Thank you for your kind introduction. I would like to thank INDSR for this opportunity to allow me to sit on the stage. This is a topic I'm not really good at, but I will try to contribute at my best. So, talking about non-traditional, non-military powers contribution, if we link back to the conference theme, so it's supposed to be about how non-military power can help us to build deterrence. And thinking about building deterrence is to prevent something from happening, right? So to use non-military power to build deterrence, to help deterrence, means that you have to show resolution and capability during peacetime. Also, you have to show it non-militarily, which means you will use non-military power to show that you can still maintain daily business and maintain order if the country is under militarized threat. So this will open up several topics that I would like to address. First of all, energy security. Second, the market and local order. Third, the cyber deterrence. And finally, disaster management. And I will start with the last one, disaster management. Last panel talked about the AI application to military power. And we know that all the governments around the world right now is trying to apply AI, especially AGI, the generalized intelligence, to government decision making. We know that AI has been involved in government decision making for a very long time, probably since the invention of a computer. However, it was not until recently that we can do more autonomous decisions, and we allow AI to collect, analyze, and give useful advices to policymakers. So, in terms of AI application on disaster management, there are many progresses. And in Taiwan, I know there are some attempts. I do not know the full picture, but I know there are some attempts to integrate AI tools to our disaster management. So, in terms of predicting the disaster, manage the disaster, respond to this disaster, distribute resources, these are the aspects that AI can help with. So simply speaking, it is another use of big data. Big data analysis can help the decision makers to make the right decision and make the decision more efficiently. So showing this disaster management skill is vitally important because we know that during wartime, there will be many disaster-like incidents. For example, the hospital will be full of patients, the road will be blocked, and power will be out. So there are a lot of similarity between a natural disaster, the impact of natural disaster, and the impact of war. So that's why to formulate a plan to respond to natural disaster, in fact, increase the deterrence power of a nation. So this applies to Taiwan, but also to other countries as well. Now, the problem will be to what degree that we can apply, we can trust AI or apply AI to our government decision making? I would say this is a normative question, and I do not think this question have a good answer, and I don't think we will have a common answer for the governments. The government's goal will be use AI as much as possible, and to maximize the potential of AI tools, no matter if they have a generalized AI tool or a limited version of AI. So any algorithm will help governments in this respect. I will talk a little bit about energy security because in Taiwan this is a widely discussed issue, but I also have to point out that energy security is only one of the non-military powers that can affect the deterrence or overall deterrence, because energy is not the only thing that will be disrupted during wartime. So the ability to recover energy is as important as the ability to maintain order on the street. So far, we know the Taiwan government has been doing a lot of efforts to diversify our energy risk. However, we know that this diversion and our investment in renewable energy cannot meet the growing demand of our industry. So in the future, I do think that it is necessary for business to diverse their investment outside Taiwan in order to maximize their profits. On the other hand, the Taiwan government will still continue to invest in green energy. Now, Taiwan has been doing a lot of resilience works. So at this point, I can say that at least Taiwan is doing it. How effective is it? It is hard to say, but I think it's commonly known that Taiwan cannot rely on LNG import, because if we continue to rely on natural gas for our energy source, it will be a liability, and it is difficult to expand since we have a lot of obstructions on building new LNG ports. Another thing that I would like to point out is that if we can have plans for market and local order resilience, this will be a very important non-military power, and this will be part of the social resilience everybody is talking about right now. So preparation for times of chaos, that is very important. I do think the Taiwanese government is trying to build this standard operating procedure, trying to showcase that Taiwan is prepared for a chaotic situation whatever it is, a natural disaster or a POA attack. So far, this has not been tested yet. Okay, so we might need a chance to test our resilience. Finally, I would like to talk about the cyber deterrence. There's only one point I would like to talk about. Cyber deterrence can be built during peacetime. However, if there is a cyber warfare on internet, the most effective way is to shut the power. So it is more easily to imagine that the government would take control over the internet and exercise information control. That will be more effective way. And I think most government will do this. And in fact, many countries in the world is doing this in order to keep the security and the national security and stability of their citizens' life. Thank you.
Thank you for President Chen Ming-Hui, your remarks. I think that in the following discussions, when we talk about the influence of the non-military powers, especially under the overall theme, the integrated deterrence, sometimes we need to make distinction about the need for the resilience and the deterrence itself. Usually the resilience, when we talk about that happens, is that the threat already the damage has been done. And then what we want to do is to mitigate the damage, reduce the damage, and to recuperate and then to recover so that we can sustain and go on. But the deterrence itself is to try to prevent things from happening. I think that the distinction itself in operation is quite important in my view. But just like to ask that Jacob, coming from economic background, especially the non-military dimension in terms of integrated deterrence part. What is things that in your mind, especially the early signal you think that is important for us to pick up about that, what that might lead to the later military invention on Taiwan, for example, and also what are the economic dimensions of the elements that you think will contribute to the deterrence? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, as mentioned, I should probably warn everyone that I am an economist, and that will reflect on what I said. And I'm also sitting in Brussels. So when I was asked to talk about sort of non-military power, it's sort of ironic to say, well, at least people in Brussels used to think that the EU had a lot of non-military power, trade and ability to provide a lot of foreign aid assistance. But obviously, in recent years, it has become clear that none of that really matters very much. So I think that's the first thing to say. We are in a new era. But on the issue of economic resilience, I guess the first thing that I want to point out is that when you link, at least in my mind, economic resilience with deterrence, you sort of immediately run into a little bit of a dilemma. Because in a sort of non-military sense, deterrence against, say, hybrid attacks, right? Which is an attack that, at least one definition of a hybrid attack is something that is designed to elicit a non-military response. Well, if that's the case, the more resilient you are, the more you invite a hybrid attack, right? So it's actually the inverse, in a way, of deterrence. And I think if you're sort of looking at what is going on vis-a-vis Russia in Europe at the moment, you have to say, well, at least one of the reasons why the Russians have become more adventurous, if you like, in their hybrid attacks is that the earlier ones they carried out proven to be not very effective. It actually didn't have the intended effect. Partly, you could argue, because European economies proved to be relatively resilient. It turned out that you could cut, by having an anchor, dragged across the bottom of the Baltic Sea, undersea cables, etc., and the effect was essentially negligible. And this isn't just, by the way, an economic issue. It's actually also a legal issue, because they did interdict or intercept one of these ships who did it. But legally, they couldn't prove that there was intent. But secondly, and perhaps more importantly, the alleged damage done was below the economic threshold for legal relevance. So actually, by being very economically resilient, you actually prevented the ability to prosecute a legal case. This was in Finland. So there is an inherent dilemma here. There's also an important trade-off in economic terms between resilience and autonomy, self-reliance, and the opposite, which on one hand is economic integration, globalization, if you like, and the extreme version of that, which of course in some sectors, I mean, we've already talked about it, critical minerals, dependency, over-dependency on China. Well, here, of course, we have seen, clearly exhibited in the, U.S.-China trade confrontation what that will do, right? There is currently no one who can confront China because of dependency, certainly not an industrialized country, because of an over-dependency or China's ability to weaponize critical mineral supplies. It took the Trump administration, a couple of weeks to figure that out. The EU wasn't any better. So then the question is, what is the right sort of economic response to this trade-off? Well, there I actually think that the strategy of the European Union is far, far superior to the strategy of both the Biden and the Trump administration, which is basically a strategy from a European, but it's about diversification. It's about entering into as many other supply relationship, trade agreements, critical mineral agreements with third countries as possible to diversify away from Chinese supplies. And this leads me to the next component that I want to talk a little bit about in terms of sort of economics of resilience, which is the broader issue of fiscal power. And why I think that's relevant is that if you sort of look at the European response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Europe actually has had the dumb luck, if you like, that most of the available fiscal space in Europe in 2022 was conveniently, we could debate whether this was related or not, was very conveniently located in countries that were very geographically close to Russia. And this is really what has been driving I know a lot of people say, Europe is rearming. No, Europe is not rearming. Northern Europe is rearming because that's where the fiscal space is, and that's where the clear threat perception of Russia is located. So, fiscal capacity as resilience in sort of defined as the ability to respond actually matters a lot. And there the news is generally pretty bad. If you look at the available fiscal capacity of the three, traditional Western nuclear powers, the United States, France, and the UK, well, these three countries happen to be also, for a lack of a better word, among the worst fiscal basket cases in the Western world. There isn't a lot there anymore. And the ability to do, for instance, what we did in a non-military sense after COVID today would be far more difficult. And as an economist, I can't resist, in response to some of the earlier things that were said at this on this stage today, to just comment that tariff revenue is a particularly bad way of improving your fiscal outlook. It is a particularly bad and inefficient way to raise government revenue. So when you hear from various members of the Trump administration that, all this tariffs, trade friction, no, but we're raising revenue, it is among the worst and most efficient ways to do so. It won't, obviously, also not fix the trade balance, and it certainly won't boost manufacturing either. All you need to do is look at the data. But maybe I want to end up just with one final point here, is that when you talk about fiscal policy, for instance, it's very important not to just focus on the West or the industrialized countries, because arguably the country in the world with the most unsustainable fiscal policy is China. Once you add up the central government, local government financing vehicles, etc., the Chinese fiscal outlook is actually worse than any country in the West. The only thing that China has got going for it is that it is a dictatorship. It can enforce, rigid capital controls and, ongoing financial repression, etc., in a way that democracies cannot. But that doesn't mean that the Chinese economic model is particularly resilient or even sustainable. And then just one final thing is that we've talked a lot about the Chinese export orientation and their ability to dominate manufacturing trade. There is one thing here that actually leaves China very vulnerable, which is that when you have an economic model that is dependent on exports, you invariably will accumulate, and by the way, you don't want to let your currency appreciate. You will accumulate foreign exchange reserves. But one thing we have learned from the response to Russia's invasion in Ukraine is that if you invade a democratic neighbor, you run the risk of having those overseas assets frozen. And China's overseas assets are large. You know, we can debate whether they are 3 trillion or not, but more importantly, going forward, given that China will be dependent on external demand forever because of demographics and other reasons, they will continue to grow, which will increase China's economic vulnerability to a non-military response to any aggression vis-a-vis Taiwan. So let me finish there.
Thank you. Particularly the last point regarding weakening China's domestic economy and the huge foreign reserve that they accumulate over the years, how that could be a deterrent against their aggressive action towards neighbors. Now I'd like to turn to Leva Yves. Unfortunately, right now Ukraine is already under invasions, so there's no talk about the deterrence because you are being invaded. But the people are looking at the Ukraine resilience as the model for especially for Taiwan and also for defense industrial base about how we're going to respond should China really invade Taiwan in the future. But probably you can share with us others that you experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me first begin with thanking the Institute for inviting me. I'm Latvian, actually, but I work in Ukraine for the last 2 years. And indeed, I was a week ago. I traveled through Warsaw conference, but I came from Ukraine directly. So I wanted to thank the Institute for inviting me, for bringing, as you hear through the panels, a lot of references made to Ukraine. And I think it's important that you try to extract experience from Ukraine as much as you can, because that resilience that we build among like-minded countries, and that doesn't really matter what is the region, is actually the part that helps us to fight the adversaries also back home in Ukraine. Because Ukraine's strength is very dependent on partnerships. And the less resilient you guys are going to be here or in any other continents, the less Ukraine will be able to fight back Russia. And so I think that's very important to keep in mind. My field of work is digital in Ukraine. I work with a digital minister. Maybe I'm biased, but I want to share that experience because I think there's a lot to learn for any country in non-military domain. I'm not going to be going into innovation and tech for military race because that has been already addressed and it's clearly is a huge angle we can learn from Ukraine. But I want to speak for societal, non-military sort of empowerment and resilience by being digital. And my conclusion, working in 2 years in Ukraine, is that societal resilience in Ukraine, what it takes to wake up, what my number is, 1,323 days, what it takes to wake up every day after night bombardments, different attacks, be committed, be resolved to go to fight, keep care with your children, do business. There's a huge part in that which is digital. And I think that, I believe that has kept that society running because Ukraine on purpose has been investing and addressing digital resilience for society. And I want to explain what it means, where that resilience in digital is super important because I think it also resonates to some of the military fields, but I want to focus really on the civilian side. What makes society survive and run is a big part of being digital. And that being digital, also remaining democracy, remaining transparent and open. So really quite a challenge, which I think Ukrainians have mastered. And so one of the 4 pillars of that resilience, I would say, is to stay connected at any cost. So that's connectivity. And connectivity has multiple angles. Landlines, mobile operators, satellites. And then, of course, you also have radio frequencies and different other solutions to be, if needed, in a smaller systems to stay connected. I think you really have to map out your capabilities here and learn from Ukraine. How do you innovate? How do you keep that connectivity running? Ukraine has suffered about 30,000 kilometers loss of telecommunication equipment, and they've been constantly renovating and restoring that fiber optic. They still keep, according to data, around 97% connectivity all over the country. That's important for military, that's important for all the automated systems, that's important to intelligence, but that is also important for citizens to be aware, to receive assistance, to call emergency, to educate, to run businesses, etc. So connectivity is super important, and there's a lot you can see learning. They have technology called XPON that is now becoming popular, which allows up to 72 hours network running without electric supply. So these are a lot of smaller and bigger steps that Ukrainians are implementing. There are normative acts that let citizens from one provider smoothly move to other if your cell tower happens to be turned down. The way Kyivstar is inventing now is cooperating with Elon Musk and Starlink to build cell-to-device messaging on SIM cards, which basically leaves satellite option if other networks are not there for messaging purposes directly to SIM card. So a lot of innovation in that field, but also dependency. If you follow the news, it was barely a few-day decision of Polish president who could make choice, did or not support Ukraine for Starlinks. Poland pays about 20 to 30 million US dollars per year to keep about half of Ukraine's connectivity with satellite up. So it's a huge budget that one has to consider, and maybe investing in putting your own satellites is maybe more expensive right now, but in the long term might be more resilience. The second pillar is functionality. Think of digital as a state capability to reach and help your citizens. And in Ukraine, they have designed state app. They are the only country where you have a digital passport, digital, fully secure, fully digital, and it's embraced by law. So in Ukraine, you don't need a paper document. You can get everything done legally with the state app, digital passport in there. Registries are connected, and services are thought through what is right now needed to citizens. One of the biggest things is, how do I do repair money? Government has made it absolutely digital possible for any need of repairment to be done over basically taking pictures, sending over, having money that is earmarked for repair, and you can spend only that money on construction and repairment. So might be different situation in here in Taiwan, but the key goal government is using digital technology to solve citizens' problems. The third point is cybersecurity. That is, you have to protect that digital infrastructure, and that is a domain that, as discussed here, we are seeing as a war going on, even if we don't have an active war. We see that in Baltic states. We see that all around the world. I looked at the latest statistics from last year. Ukraine sees around 3 million cyber attack attempts daily. Taiwan sees 2.4, according to some of the statistics. So it shows that these two countries actually are constantly tested with attempts on their digital infrastructure. So you have to invest in cybersecurity, and that starts with from the leadership. Cybersecurity attacks are also, in Ukraine's experience, always been a signal of what's going to happen next. All the first intentions that are brought to military field are tested by digital means first. Even attack on Ahmadi Children's Hospital was 2 days before preceded by cyber attack. So you can see, if you are good in analysis, you can learn from your cyber attacks what will happen next physically. And the fourth is information space. It's a place where adversaries fight for your citizens' hearts and minds. And I think Ukraine is really a role model, both on how to build your own information capabilities and how to be fast and quick to overcome adversaries' disinformation. And that requires really agile, the speed matters. You cannot rectify the disinformation. You can only counter or eliminate immediately. You cannot correct it afterwards. So Ukraine has proven that that's possible, and it's possible working together with civil society and NGOs. So I want to encourage people to look at digital not as only as your vulnerability, but actually as your power, as your empowerment as society to be resilient. And your conflict might look different, but your citizens are digital. And your ability as a state to help your citizens and empower these technologies for the need of citizens is a huge asset that Ukrainians have realized and been using. So I think they are a good model to learn from. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, especially on the resilient side of the Ukraine society encountering the invasion by Russia, and also apologize for mistaking your identity. You're Latvian.
It's okay. It's correct. I'm working in Ukraine, so I'm proud to be associated with Ukraine.
Good. And I think some of the things that you said, especially regarding how the the digital governance and the government of Taiwan, how that could enhance the resilience. I think just about the Hualien disaster that we have about 2 weeks ago, that demonstrates, especially right now, a lot of issues. That's actually connected with all the procedural requirement, and that really slow down the recovery process in Hualien. I think that also highlights the issue about the digital governance side that might be able to help to make the recovery much faster. So next, I'd like to invite the Judge Xu Kaijie for your presentation, please.
Thank you, Dr. Lai. Okay, I will try to finish on time because this is not my core. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about the CCP infiltration on the front line of Taiwan. It's another ongoing war from Ukraine. And I think the CCP infiltration is not only collection intelligence, but also street warfare before the war. Street warfare including the public opinion warfare and psychological warfare and legal warfare. And I think the CCP, the ultimate goal is to make the Taiwanese societies become distrust with each other. So only when we realize this, we will find out a lot of action is we can define like infiltration. Before my explanation to a detail, I want to talk to you guys about the data trend. In 2022, there's 28 people indicted under national security law, and it has increased dramatically to 6 times in 2024, only in 3 years. So we can see this trend, and it's almost like a vacuum cleaner, sucking up almost everything. And I call this condition is like democratization, infiltration, because the grassroots is always the cheapest and the more effective. So we can see another trend, which is the infiltration is change the battlefield from the military to society, and also change from senior officer for their target to junior soldier. And I will use 2 examples in society and the military to tell you more about this. In military, everyone might know there's a lot of junior soldiers, they sign a surrender agreement in exchange for just a couple thousand of US dollars. And this paper looks harmless. However, in reality, it has at least 3 negative influences. All is related to 3 warfare. First, it's a psychological warfare to individual. Because you can imagine when those people, they sign an agreement, that will become a blackmail for the CCP spy to seduce those or threaten those people to provide the more sensitive document. The second, which is public opinion warfare. Also, you can imagine, if your brother in arms, they also sign a surrender agreement, everyone will think, oh, we should surrender. The overall more will decrease a lot. The third, which is legal warfare, to is to a strategic level. If everyone sign a surrender agreement, the Taiwanese ally will treat Taiwan like Taiwanese are not willing to fight for themselves. So it will erode the outside support of Taiwan. In addition, that will make the CCP's invasions to treat Taiwan's invasion as a domestic issue. So if we do not have those kind of awareness, only one piece of paper will destroy the whole unit of the army. The second, the society, we can classify for three methods of infiltration: surveillance, mobilization, and intimidation. For mobilization, we can realize a lot of CCP spy, they use a fake name like a Japanese academic institution or even the think tank of the US, like Atlantic Council, to as a soliciting paper from a lot of professor or professional in exchange for just also a couple hundreds of US dollars. And for surveillance, I think everyone realized that Taiwan already have a lot of paparazzis or some people's surveillance for the like a Falun Gong. And also this condition also happen in Europe and the US. The third is intimidation. We already realized when Washington Post released a new article related to United Front Party in Taiwan, they do a lot of intimidation way, trying to make Taiwan, the society, distrust within. So people will distrust each other, even before the war. So we realize the daily routine of the Taiwanese, they become the kind of, it's a pipeline of infiltration nowadays. So when we go back to more strategic level to talk about this condition, I want to tell you guys about three wars, the role of three wars in the non-military influence. I use the art of war of Sun Tzu Bing Fa. It is show that if you want to defeat your enemy, the best way is use strategy to attack. The second is use diplomacy to attack. The last is use the army or soldier to attack. So I think the three warfare is all related to strategy. So the only way we should to face on is to prepare and enhance our awareness. Otherwise, today's weaponized paper will be tomorrow's invisible artillery. In closing, I have two takeaways. The one is awareness. The second is that we should build up the legal framework in the new era of democracy. For the awareness, I think the sunlight is always the best disinfectant. If we enhance or expose more methods, we also see a lot of similar infiltration way from Ukraine. For example, they will buy some people to Turkey or Egypt. And also in Southeast Asia, we also saw a lot of Taiwanese officers, they have exchange deal, the document or exchange for money in Southeast Asia. So I think awareness matters because I also describe national security as an ecosystem. It began with awareness, which will lead to intelligence and investigation. And the investigation will also lead to prosecution and a trial. And the trial, in turn, it will reshape the awareness of national security. And this circle again and again to build up the very solid, healthy environment, then we can face all of infiltration. That's the one. And the second, I also think in terms of a non-military operation, it should cooperate with military operation. For example, right now we always just catch spy. That's only counter-espionage instead of counter-intelligence. So if we can do more, we are not only stop land, maybe we can turn one spy to double agent, and we should use this double agent as a leverage to collect more information. And this information will provide a military operation to do more, and also as a bargaining power for our country, for our national defense. So only when every unit team up together, and also for those kind of diplomatic country work out together, then we can fight for authoritarian. And I do think what happened in Taiwan will not only stay in Taiwan. And Taiwan's experience can help a lot with our allies. So if Taiwan can strengthen its kind of anti-infiltration strategy, I think we can sustain Taiwan itself. And also we can maintain the entire Indo-Pacific and the global defense of democracy. I'm ending up here, and I look forward to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You are right on time. Actually, you're the best person here to comply with the rule. We have about 6 minutes left. I do not know whether I would like to open to the floor because I haven't asked my own questions. All right, just due to my great mercy, I just let you ask a question instead of me. So anyone would like to ask questions, raise your hand. So let me see you. First Yao Hongmin, and then this lady. Probably only two. I'm sorry for the rest of them. No. This gentleman here.
Thank you, Dr. Lai. I know only 6 minutes, so I'll be quick. My question directly to Ms. Yofis. Okay. Now, obviously, we see there are a lot of infiltration going on, and I can't resist the temptation to ask, Latvia's experience, how you deal with all this infiltration, given a lot of time is more like acted by non-state actor, and I understand, for Baltic countries, you have Russian population, and I'm just curious about what are your experience? What have you done to build up, the nation, put all different, population together, and also whether there are any observations, similar tactic being used by Russian in order to infiltrate either your government or society? And that's my question. Thank you.
And also, I think the lady just behind you, and also ask a question, and then I'll let the floor to answer it.
Thank you. Anne Xiao from Institute of International Relations, National Zhenji Universities, and thank you for the excellent presentations. I have questions same questions to our two European panelists about because when we think about deterrence, we think about preventing future attack or damage. So in that sense, what Europe has been doing, or Ukraine has been doing, to prevent the emerging cooperation between China and Russia and North Korea in facilitating more maneuvers in the future from Russia on Europe or in the Asia Pacific. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try briefly on infiltration. I think in Latvia, we've taken over the years gradually seeing the deterioration and behavior of Russia. And because, of course, it has been our business country also, coming from Soviet times, but being regionally proximately, of course, we had a trade and etc. So we have slowly cut that all off. We started with energy, but going back to human factors, we do not allow for a long time already in the government sector anyone who is a Russian citizen or have a dual citizens work in any critical government services. We have a very severe security clearance. Actually, comparing to most NATO countries, we are front runners in the Baltic states. That's why you rarely find spies in Latvian military structures or critical infrastructure comparing to Western Europe. We got rid of possibility Russians to acquire properties. We took off potential of residence permits that came with properties or business investments. So we really eliminated almost everything that lets them. And I think I read today's news. We also cut bus transportation today, because they discovered that people are innovating, Russians are innovating how to infiltrate and get to Latvia, and be it tourism business or just any other reason. So now it's even a bus communications that are cut out. So anything, but it's regulated. It does go through the parliament. A lot of those are laws that enable to take out any potential Russian presence in the systems. What do we do seeing on China and Russia? And I might ask economists to do a better job here, but of course, Baltic states are very vocal on reducing dependencies. We don't have Chinese equipment in our mobile operators anymore. We are taking out where we can. I mean, we have already got rid with, I think, most of Russian dependencies that we have in businesses, have had. We are working also through the China, and we are pushing Europe to follow the same path, because I think that really is what disables us to make in critical political situations, to make the solidarity decision, or if needed, to lead to action if we have those business critical dependencies.
Yeah, I mean, on this broader issue of deterring Russia and China, etc., economically in the future, I think the most important thing that Europe as a whole is doing has to do with the sanctions on Russia. And the reason I say that is that, of course, there is a lot of aid, economic, military, etc., to Ukraine. But if we look into the future, there's actually, I think, a fairly important development that's taking place right now, which is that the European Union has made a proposal for a so-called reparation loan to Ukraine. That's very important for Ukraine, but it's particularly important, I think, for our long-term deterrence of Russia, because that loan is structured in a way that it basically requires European economic sanctions to be in effect until Russia repays the loan. And what this means is essentially that, also after the war in Ukraine will eventually end, the principal economic deterrent for Russia will simply be essentially no economic collaboration between Europe and Russia. So meaning that Russia will be left, quote unquote, with its dependency on China. And I don't think, fortunately, that will be a very pleasant experience for Russia, because China will extract what they do from them. So in terms of keeping the deterrence with Russia, the effectiveness, a lot of it will be dependent on keeping Russia weak also in the long run. And that is, from a European point of view, obviously there's a rearmament aspect to it, but keeping economic sanctions in place also for the long run, which, by the way, should remind you, is arguably the exact opposite of what the Trump administration has been engaged with in recent months, at least. I think that's going to be the most important element.
Okay, thank you. With that note, that we also running out of time, so please join me in thanking our panelists here for giving us a very insightful remark. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all of our 4 speakers and also the moderator. We are going to take a very brief break again, and let's be back here a bit before 4 o'clock, because we're going to proceed with our last round of the specialist dialogue at 4 o'clock. So please be back to the venue on time so we can start the discussion at 4 o'clock sharp. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed with our last round of specialist dialogue in just 1 minute. So I would like to invite you to be seated as soon as possible so we can proceed with the discussion sharp on time. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's 4 o'clock already, so I would like to invite you to be seated and so we can proceed with our last round of discussion. And for the last part, it will be a roundtable forum. And also I would like to invite our speakers and also moderators to be seated on the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're proceeding to our last part of the specialist dialogue, and we have our discussants from Taiwan, Japan, and the States. So for our moderators, it's Dr. Lin Zheyi, who is a research fellow from the Institute of European American Studies from the Academia Sinica. So now I'm going to hand you the floor, Doctor.
Thank you. Our speaker, Alex Fang, maybe he is on his way, but we cannot wait since our enemy, our potential adversary, they waste no time to take every negative action against the island. So we are going to proceed our supposedly second speaker. And I came across one of his articles, maybe written by 2022. And I was going to read the most important part to you. According to Osamu Onoda, he mentioned that Japan Air Self-Defense Force operations in North Okinawa and he served many capacities, not only advisor of Toshiba Corporation, but before that, after 30 or 35 military service in Japan Air Self-Defense Force. So let us welcome Onoda-san. Please.
Thank you, Chair. I got to be very nervous now because, well, we are only 2 discussants. So, please, well, First of all, I don't try to summarize today's session, even if it's a roundtable forum. So I make a small comment, first of all, and then I would like to discuss with you in floors. So thank you very much, DSR, for inviting me here, and all of the expertise. I got very good takeaways from this session. So Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 had reshaped not only European security, but also the broader geopolitical landscape. Western sanctions and the sustained military assistance to Kyiv have pushed Moscow into deeper alignment with China, Iran, and North Korea. On the battlefield, Russia has steadily adapted its operations, drawing on material and technological support from partners. Iranian drone technology has bolstered Russia's long-range strike capability and is now proliferating further to North Korea and China. North Korea has supplied not only artillery shells, but also frontline combat support units, demonstrating an unprecedented level of involvement. The PRC, meanwhile, has become the primary supplier of semiconductors used in Russian missiles and drones, underscoring the role of commercial supply chains in sustaining military power. This emerging bloc now constitutes a challenge to the U.S.-led international order that has structured global politics since the end of World War II. The United States, at the time, is undergoing a profound political transformation. Oh, you are now here. I'm so glad. Oh, thank you. So under the Trump administration, Washington has turned inward, dismantling elements of its post-war liberal international strategy. That's what I think. While designed to restore U.S. strength, this shift risks creating strategic vacuums that authoritarian rivals are eager to fill. Together, these dynamics point to a new era of competition in which both military and non-military domains will determine the future of global security. If the U.S. footprint recedes, China is seizing opportunities to expand its influence. Its strategy is not merely to contest U.S. primacy, but to reshape the rules of international order to serve its own interests. Militarily, PLA's rapid modernization has produced naval and airspace capabilities that increasingly rival those of the United States. If current trend persists, Beijing could achieve regional dominance in Asia without firing a shot, leveraging its weight to coerce neighbors and dictate outcomes. China's revisionism extends far beyond hard power. The threats it poses span cybersecurity, disinformation campaigns, cognitive warfare, undersea cable infrastructure, supply chain control, and emerging technologies. A key feature of China's regional strategy is defeat in detail, isolating opponents one by one. On Taiwan issue, or in the South China Sea, Philippines Island, or the Senkaku Island of Japan as well, Beijing insists on dealing with claimants bilaterally, excluding the third parties from intervention. This pattern of divide and rule undermines collective responses and prevents smaller states from presenting a unified front. So in order to confront these challenges requires moving beyond traditional bilateral alliances. The U.S. and its partners must adopt a multi-layered approach that strengthens collective resilience across military and non-military domains. So first, to strengthen interoperability and resilience through intelligence sharing, joint patrols, and the protection of critical infrastructure, such as undersea cables and the supply chains, as well as defense industrial base. The second, to secure emerging technologies by coordinating on AI, quantum, space, and biotech, setting standards and export controls to prevent authoritarian dominance. Third, to complicate adversary operations by presenting China with collective multi-front challenges that deter unilateral action. And fourth, to reinvest in global public goods, such as development aid and economic engagement, to deny China influence in global South countries. So in conclusion, the alignment of Russia's wartime partners, political reform of the U.S., and China's rising assertiveness marks a fundamental shift in global security. The challenge for the U.S. and its allies is not only to deter open military aggression, but to prevent the gradual erosion of international order through coercion across military, economic, and the technological domain. Interoperable alliance, multilateral frameworks, resilient societies, industries, and supply chains are essential to countering this trend. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Onoda-san. And we have Professor Alexander Fang, and he showed me the schedule originally, and since our preparation in several stages, and he could not come to the final stage, and we scheduled from 5 o'clock p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. That made him late for 4 o'clock, but much earlier for 5 o'clock originally preparation. Professor Huang, he's teaching at Tamgang University. In June this year, he made a great contribution to organize a Taiwan tabletop exercise together with several admirals and generals from the United States. For example, the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, Mike Moonen, and also Dennis Blair, the former Pacific commander, and also from Japanese to very top-ranking admiral and general. They just released the final report on that Taiwan tabletop exercise. I encourage you to go into the website. I do believe a Beijing scholar and even the government in the PRC, they are watching very closely what are the thinking behind the U.S. and Japanese in time of crisis. And Dr. Huang is the leading strategic thinker and security scholar, and currently he also representing the KMT in charge of International Affairs Department. Let us welcome Alex Huang.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lin. Again, I apologize for the messed up of my information. I thought I was 1 hour early. But anyway, do I have dinner tonight? Sure. Okay. Thank you. As long as I got some food. But thank you for the invitation again. This is a very good opportunity and timing for us to look into the issues of our collective concern. It is before the release of United States National Defense Strategy. It is before the upcoming plenary sessions of the Chinese Communist Party. It is before the side meetings or summit between President Xi and President Trump. And we all learned from the news report that President Trump will also visit Southeast Asia and Japan as well. So this is a great time for us to look into the security environment that we are in. Even during the time of the United States government shutdown. I think, as Dr. Ling has said, that my team and myself, we worked for almost 11 months and came up with the first non-government sector sponsored military operations game. And in June, it was not my original intention to open the game to the press. However, I was not the sponsor, and they caused the shot. So it was widely reported, and about 10 days ago, we released the final report with all detailed, time-stamped actions that taken by the U.S. team, Japan team, and Taiwan team. I knew before we edit this volume, I have debated with my sponsor. I said the PLA will try to get it, so we should not publish it. But I was later on convinced by saying that we should also educate our own citizens, let them know should there be a military contingency, what would happen. Let me say this. During the course of preparation, we all believe that China got several dozens of operational plans over the Taiwan contingency. If we have time, then we need to play them all and try to figure out how can we defend Taiwan and how can we expect external assistance. I think among these audience and including the experts on stage, we all know the basics. We don't need to preach to the choir. But as we all understand that we need to buy time, there are tons of works that we need to do together in order to deal with a possible Taiwan contingency. And we don't know whether we have that time. For instance, Taiwan had reinstated or restored the 1-year compulsory military service. But those boys, the majority of those boys born in 2005 are still in my class. They won't graduate until 2027. So whenever we talk about a policy or an improvement or a goal that we need to achieve, or a conversation that including partners in the region, we need at least 1 or 2 years to prepare. It's just like a military exercise that we need to get used to the terrain, the waters, the weather. Multilateral collaboration or even communication, we need to do exercise. We need to familiarize scenarios before we even think about a common approach to support. Before the June game, I would respond to foreign visitors and I said, we will defend our home. We have the will. Because when I was asked, how long can we sustain? I say, our will sustain and we will defend our homeland. But after 3 years of Ukraine, after the June game, I changed my narrative. I said, the munition determine how long can I endure, how long can I survive. So learning from the war game, we know that Taiwan, the short part that we need to move, building up more inventory, storage, required time. Not only money, but time. Train our troops requires time. To reinvent the training manuals, even for infantry, requires time. And the new idea of what we call literal combat command or literal operational command is still in the air. And when we work from the idea to the organizational change to move all those NCOs in place and then get our troops ready and reinvent the roles and missions of our Marine, it takes another 3 years. So antagonizing Beijing is fun, but we also need to work together to save the time or work out the time that we need so we can figure out how to work together. And I'm very glad that the INDSR is a very critical, important building block to this, because the people working in the Ministry of Defense are very busy. And INDSR is one of the solutions that we work together. We try to help our government. We try to work with partners and condense or summarize what we have and present it to the government so all our government agencies can benefit it from. So I'll just stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Huang. And the INDSR have its own tabletop exercise or simulation starting from the first year of its establishment, 2018, even though the scale is much smaller. And the INDSR was incorporated into the Hudson Institute, the Quantum Security Initiative, also in that year, 2019. And our next speaker is Charles and Harvey, and he might be one of the facilitator or assistant of INDSR to get access to that very important initiative. So let us welcome Charlie Harvey.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. And I'm very humbled here to be with Professor Wong and Dr. Onoda. It's just very, very humbling here. Dr. Onoda, he hit a lot of high points, I think. One is cooperation. Not just cooperation between countries, but the rate things are accelerating, it has to be with companies. And think tanks, too, can help accelerate that process. One of the great experiences I had is with the Quantum Alliance Initiative at Hudson is we went to go see one of our government agencies, and they said, hey, this quantum stuff, communication stuff is pretty good, but you're a little bit early. You need to have standards and things like that. So we've been on these global standards bodies that, take for 10 years and nothing was happening. And so we knew we needed to get the industry together. And so I called up friends in Switzerland and Japan and Poland and UK, different companies and different professors that were highlighting this. And I was very lucky to meet Dr. Su with INDSR, and he offered that you all participate. And so it was a very great honor. And so what we did there is we said, okay, we need to get things moving. These things usually take years. But let's not be perfect. Let's get to version 1.0. So our deadline is 3 months. So whatever we can do in 3 months, that's version 1.0. So we got together, people across the world, and a lot of people worked really hard. We were able to do that. We came out with version 1.0. Simultaneously, we went to the ITU. I went to the ITU in Geneva. And usually the United Nations is pretty slow, and they said they could do a global standard in a year. I said, well, I can't say what I said to them. But so we started down that process, and the first meeting, it was very interesting to me, is I had a little proposal, and the Chinese, sometimes you got to cooperate with, so we're working on things with our allies. The Hudson was only allies. So we brought that to the ITU, and we put it forward, and we had the Chinese, the Russians, the UK, and the United States debating. It's just kind of entertaining there for me. So everyone's getting along that time. And there was a funny story. The next time I showed up, I brought Dr. Herman. And the Secretary of Defense had just announced that his favorite book for inspiring him was Freedom's Forge. Dr. Herman is with the Hudson Institute. He was the leader there. I'm just an advisor. And the Chinese, the young engineers, the PhDs that were there earlier, they were even afraid to shake his hand. That's how much they had him trained. I mean, I lived in Hong Kong for 5 years, and people used to be a little bit more open, but it was, they've definitely been clamped down there. The other thing I want to bring up is while we're working through this process there, is I'm talking to this young PhD with a Chinese company, and I'm representing a Swiss company at the time. And he said, hey, I interned at your company while I was working on my PhD. I said, that's great. And so when I'm doing this Quantum Alliance initiative, there's less than 200 people globally working on this particular area of quantum key distribution. And so I asked this Chinese guy, I said, how many people do you have at your company? I said, well, first off, how long has your company been in existence? Oh, about 18 months. I said, how many people do you have at your company? 800. 800 people. So that's a wake-up call for us that they're not, I mean, they have extremely, this current generation is, Mao's been gone since 76. The people now are their parents were extremely well educated, their grandparents were pretty well educated, and they're extremely well educated, and they're going to our finest universities in the United States and in Europe and all over the world, and there's a lot of competition out there right now. And we just need to be aware of that. The other thing I'd like to bring up is a little bit of a public service announcement, is we all want to cooperate. A few years back, I was approached by the SecDef's offices. They knew I did a lot of cybersecurity. They said, how do we secure our defense industrial base? We know we're getting slaughtered for cybersecurity. And so I went around to the big vendors, and they said, we could do it for, astronomical sums. So out of that came the Mitre Group wrote a Deliver Uncompromised, and a friend of mine who's now the CIO of DoD, Katie Arrington, she stood up an organization in a process called the CMMC. So before, the whole thing is the Chinese have an F-35 that looks a lot like ours, and they do a lot of R&D on it. And so it's the Raytheons and things might have their stuff secure, but our DIB, we have over 300,000 companies in the DIB, many of them here in Taiwan. So one thing that happened before is whenever you signed a contract at Prime, they'd say, we're compliant with cybersecurity. What's changed, and it's finally going into effect now, it'll affect many companies in Taiwan next year, because the big contractors, when they go look down their supply chain, they're going to have to report that the supply chain complies with these cybersecurity standards. And also, for a change, they're going to start doing audits. So this little public service announcement is, look into your companies, the people they're working on with the United States on different things, look into the CMMC process, and it's not a thing that you need to do a year or two from now. It's a thing that if you're not in the process now, you've got to get in there very quickly. Well, I just want to say thank you very much for having us here, and really appreciate all your support with getting the quantum standards through.
Thank you. Since this will be our final panel, and I encourage you, if you do not have the opportunity to speak before we adjourn, you might raise your hand, and anything regarding today's topic, integrated deterrence, integrated approach to the security thinking. Yes, the gentleman.
Hi, Sasha Chopper from INDSR. Thank you, everyone, for your insights and analysis. It's very useful. We heard a lot about resilience in terms of Taiwanese societal resilience, how Taiwan can be a resilient society and, warfare, gray zone, all these different escalations. But I'm wondering in terms of the question of resilience with its own allies. We know that Taiwan can only hold out so long on its own, whether it's, will or munitions, but its security is dependent on the United States, Japan, increasingly Philippines, Australia. So I'm hoping our panelists can give us some insight, maybe from 3 different regional perspectives, on what needs to be done from both sides for Taiwan to have the confidence of its allies and also project confidence towards them, so we don't have situations where Taiwan doubts America will back it and backs down, or the United States doubts Taiwan's credibility in defending itself. Thank you.
So as the ally is, I'm very confident that the United States will back our friends here. One thing I want to comment is we have several different internationally different structures within the countries. So in South Korea, for instance, and I'm not definitely not implying that we should do it here, but it's one of it was South Korea and Afghanistan, but one of 2 countries where we had a 4-star general. And that's because, as many of you know, in South Korea, the chain of command, the militaries are extremely tightly integrated. And in wartime, the 4-star takes command and the president's taken out of the chain of command. I'm definitely not suggesting that here. I'm just pointing out that there's different things out there. One thing President Trump has shifted his focus towards China economically. And I think that's very important, looking at our supply chain in the United States and globally, as far as how much we depend on China today. I lived and worked in Hong Kong in the mid-90s, and China was a backwater back then. Of course, now it's definitely a first world universities, first world companies. But the big thing I think is that we could do is figure out different ways to cooperate. Another opportunity that Taiwan could do is at the university level, I know there are many professors here, is we have the Army, Navy, and Air Force have something called the Air Force is called Air Force Office AORD, Air Force Office of Asian Office of Aerospace Research and Development. And so what they do is they'll fund universities to work on projects, and the only requirement is the knowledge is published. And so I think that's one area we can cooperate. I think there's many different think tanks and organizations that we could do in alliances and cooperation. I've done, with Quantum Alliance Initiative, we did a MOU with the Korean National Assembly, and we had people from both parties there, 10 members come and sign an MOU between the Quantum Alliance Initiative, which you guys are part of, and the Korean National Assembly. I think there's opportunities like that, not necessarily government to government, but we could do it think tank to government or think tank to think tank. I think there's many opportunities there. The more we can figure out ways of cooperation, I think the stronger our alliance will be.
Cooperation. Well, one example, Japan Air Service Defense Force has steady communication with Korean Air Force, command post and command post every day. soldiers communicate information 50 times a day, every day, because Tsushima Strait is very narrow, and both countries' air fighters exercise north and south, so it's very dangerous. But it works. So Japan Air Self-Defense Force is eager to communicate with Taiwanese Air Force because we have very good radar to Western Island, but actually Japanese government will prohibit to contact with Taiwanese Air Force. So Japan Air Self-Defense Force thought we should communicate with Philippines first. Then, now Philippines has our radar. So next step, they operate Japan-made radar. Then we share those information. We share intelligence, command and control intelligence to the airspace. But Taiwan is empty. Taiwan is vacuum. So we should find some way. Maybe it's a secret way in order to avoid China's intervention. So that's what we have to think about, because China is a very good partner, especially economically, very good, very important partner to Japan. And from the perspective of Philippines, it's also China is very important, economically important partner. But on the other side, the sovereignty or militarity, it's very tension. We have tension. So maybe I don't think. I'm not sure it's possible or not. But invisible, some kind of channel should be established by some way. Yeah, that's what I think. Thank you.
Is there any comment? Yes, please.
Thank you for the excellent panel discussion. Real quickly, General Onoda has also had his think tank come in and run some very good war games here, and he included political warfare for the first time of any war game that was conducted here that we're aware of. So want to commend General Onoda for that and all the work that you others are doing. The comment or question is perhaps next year we have the Philippines sitting, and there's 4 now. You got Taiwan, Japan, the U.S., and the Philippines. And I think as we tighten up the first island chain, that will be a very important contribution to the 2026 Taipei Security Dialogue. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, because when we talk about resilience, it means a lot. You know, many things can be included as part of the resilience, from operational cooperation to the supply of necessary materials, munitions, and others, and also psychological, support. The limitation for Taiwan right now is that we may have smart leaders and commanders, but for political reason we cannot communicate, we cannot exchange views, and even though we have it, we cannot talk about it when we have a microphone in hand. Just as the general said, that we need to be very quiet when we do smart things. So what I'm saying is that, including more partners at this forum, or I think, we should probably be able to, bring in, track 1.5, aside from this public forum, we offer site meetings quietly outside this door and do something. And after the site meeting, they can decide to come back. One of the reasons why I say this is that because of diplomatic and political reasons, Taiwan had been handcuffed. We do not have the opportunity to meet with our interlocutors, counterparts, and we cannot make friends, even though we got funny and smart people, but the friendship cannot be built up. So I would suggest that maybe we can introduce site meetings 1.5 or even track 1 somewhere in this building, next time. Thank you.
May I borrow a paper written by Stacy Pettyjohn? She might not be here, but according to her, the PRC is the adversary that we are most worried about. But Japan might be focused on conflict in the East China Sea, and Taiwan on the Chinese blockade or the island, and the United States on an invasion of Taiwan, and Australia on the South Pacific. She also mentioned strategic deterrence, institution deterrence, and tactical deterrence. Integrated deterrence, that term appeared 28 times in the 2022 U.S. Pentagon National Defense Strategy. It also mentioned deterrence by denial, one of the approach, and the other, deterrence by resilience, and the third, deterrence by direct and collective cost imposition. Deterrence by denial, that is what the Department of War under Secretary Edward Corby is leading, and he's trying to have the deterrence by denial. Deterrent by resilience, that is Taiwan currently is doing. If you do have the chance to recollect your memory, when Father was under hit by Typhoon Rigasa, that is the typical, it might be the innovative, resilient experiences. Deterrent by direct and collective cost imposition, that are the effort we need to move forward and in the near future. So with that, I thank you, the panelists, and I thank you, the organization, committee, or the INDSR, in particular, the leadership under Chairman Ho So-ye and his colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the speakers and also the moderator. Thank you again for this wonderful discussion, and I would like to invite you to take your seat. Or maybe a picture first. All right, thank you very much again for the speakers and also the moderator, and also to all the speakers and moderators today. Thank you for walking us through all these important topics from the morning working all the way until now. We do work through all the important aspects of how we can really reach the integrated deterrence all together, and of course, how we can build up our resilience from different perspectives and also different aspects of the society. And ladies and gentlemen, today's forum has given us an opportunity to engage in deep exchanges of opinions on current regional issues. I'd like to once again to thank all of our speakers from abroad and also from domestic for your valuable insights, and also to provide all this through the 6 rounds of dialogues. So to conclude the forum, please join me to welcoming Dr. Cho Trey-Jen, who is the Minister of Mainland Affairs Council, to come up to the stage and also to deliver the closing remarks. Welcome.
Thank you so much. INSDR Chairman Huo and acting CEO Liu Fengyu, distinguished guests, scholar, and expert, good afternoon. Today, I'm deeply honored to be invited to attend the 2025 Taipei Security Dialogue Symposium. Seeing so many important domestic and international experts and scholars gathered in the Taipei show the INSDR is becoming increasingly influential on the global security issue. We appreciate that everyone here has offered many important observations and assessments on this theme. Integrated deterrence, maintaining peace through strength in the Indo-Pacific, covering international comprehensive security situation, social resilience, defense, deterrence, asymmetric thinking, and the impact of the emerging technology like AI and the drones. These insights are highly valuable. The recent CCP September 3 military parade sent the world a signal of the gathering of the authoritarian state. The crimes, namely China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, which is a warning to all democratic countries, how to develop comprehensive deterrence to generally curb the expansion of the authoritarian state and defend the value of the freedom and the democracy, has become a serious and inevitable issue for the international community. Right now, there are several issues I would like to share with you. The first, mainland China is the greatest threat to the peaceful and the stable status quo in the Taiwan Strait and the Asia-Pacific region. Since China President Xi Jinping came to the power in the 2012, there was been 3 extreme developments in mainland China. The first, the shift from the past collective leadership to the centralized leadership, even to the one-man rule, under the Xi has increased the risk of the misjudgment in decision-making. Second, Xi regime has incited the fanatic nationalism, has been seeking military hegemony, warrior diplomacy, and the whole nation system. This results in the militarization of South China Sea, suppressing the freedom in Hong Kong, intensifying pressure against Taiwan, and expanding his global influence through the Belt Road Initiative. Third, in order to create the legitimacy for extending his term, Xi has made unifying with Taiwan and replacing the United States as benchmark for realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, turning the CCP into an unprecedented form of the new totalitarian and driving our expansion. Taiwan is at the very front line through the military intimidation, diplomatic suppression, economic coercion, social infiltration, legal warfare, hybrid cognitive warfare, and the gray zone tactic. China has been escalating the compound pressure on Taiwan, becoming the greatest threat to the peaceful and stable status quo in the Taiwan Strait and the Asia-Pacific region. Second, the peace in the Taiwan Strait is the key to the safeguarding the global security and prosperity. The Taiwan is of strategic importance, is irreplaceable and dispensable. It is the cornerstone for the global prosperity and stability. The first, the Taiwan sits at the core position of the first island chain. Around 50% of the world container ship transits the Taiwan Strait, making the Taiwan crucial to the maintaining the international order and the peace and the prosperity. Second, the Taiwan is the global high technology hub. 90% of the world's most advanced chips are made in Taiwan. The showcasing the Taiwan is an indispensable partner in the global high technology supply chain. The third, Taiwan is a mature, free, and democratic country. We also share the similar culture and the language background with the people from the mainland China. Our democratic experience and achievement can inspire the people in the mainland China to pursue the freedom and the better life. Therefore, maintaining the security and the peace in the Taiwan Strait directly affect the vital interests of all countries. In a recent year, the United States, Japan, the European Union, and the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and others have paid close attention to the peace and the stability in the Taiwan Strait, sending the Navy vessel through the strait and voicing support for Taiwan in face of the Beijing intensifying pressure. This highlights the Taiwan contingency is the war contingency. How to work together to curb the CCP, our expansionist ambition, and to safeguard the peace and the prosperity in the Taiwan Strait and the region has become an important consensus in the international community. The third, the present line close-air policy is committed to maintaining the peaceful and stable status quo in the Taiwan Strait, which in line with the shared interests of the international community, the facing the threats of the China military expansion. Our government are determined to defend the national security and sovereignty. We will follow present line close-air policy, uphold the four commitments, and implement the 4 pillars of peace action plan to maintain the peaceful and stable status quo in the Taiwan Strait, including the first, to strengthen the national defense capability. The present line has reiterated that we will continue to advance national defense reform and increase next year defense budget to the over 3.32% of the GDP and 5% by 2030 to demonstrate Taiwan's determination for self-defense and deterring the China aggression. The second, building economic security and strengthening partnership with the democratic country on the high technology supply chain. We will reinforce the Taiwan economic resilience and deepen economic and trade cooperation with like-minded democracies, jointly building a more resilient democratic supply chain. The third, we pursuing stable and principled leadership in the co-trade relationship. Although the Taiwan faced unprecedented pressure, our determination to safeguard our sovereignty and the democratic system have never been so strong. Our neighbors come to separately and intensify pressure from China. However, as a responsible member, Taiwan will continue keep the door for the communication and the dialogue open. We call on the mainland China to see his pressure against Taiwan, face up the objective reality of the existence of the ROC Taiwan, and adopt a pragmatic attitude to engage in the positive interaction with the Taiwan democratically elected government, so that both sides can prioritize issue of the public well-being of the greatest concern to the people on the both sides of the Taiwan Strait. The international community has recognized that maintaining the peaceful and the stable status quo in the Taiwan Strait is the key to the global prosperity and security and the stability. The Taiwan is determined to be a force for good in defending its own security and contributing to a global peace and prosperity. We also hope to strengthen the cooperation and deepen the partnership with our allied democracy in the democratic resilience, regional prosperity, and collective security, so as to together promote the regional peace and prosperity. Finally, we again thank the INDSR for holding this international conference, and we appreciate this insightful perspective and valuable advice offered by all distinguished guests. I wish you all good health and every success. And the foreign guests, hope you have a wonderful trip in Taiwan. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Cho. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost the time to conclude the 2025 Taipei Security Dialogue, and I would like to again thank you all of you. I trust that your time here has left a deep impression and you have gained new insights as well. Let us continue to advocate for closer exchanges and cooperation for all the gathering like this. And before we really close the session, I would like to have some reminders for you. First, if you borrow the interpretation device outside, please remember to return it to get your ID back. And also, we do have the buffet dinner at the venue right next to this one. So make sure that you all attend the buffet dinner for more exchanges and dialogues and also talks. Just the buffet will start at 6 o'clock, and there will be around 1 hour for you to mingle around here and also to have more dialogues among yourselves. And if you are driving here, we do have the parking voucher for you available at the reception area. So remember to take one with you. Now, I think it's time to officially conclude the 2025 Taipei Security Dialogue. I would like to invite you to join me in a big round of applause to thank the INDSR again, and also to thank all of our speakers, the moderators, all of our staff members, as well as the interpreters. Thank you very much. And we'll see each other again next year in 2026. 最后再提醒一下，我们如果有开车的贵宾有需要停车券的话呢，我们在这个贵宾接待区呢有停车券。那另外呢，我们的晚餐在6点的时候会开始，晚餐在6点的时候开始，就在我们旁边的另外一个这个晚宴的场地，所以邀请大家呢在6点的时候一起加入今天的晚餐。那在6点的晚餐之前呢，邀请大家可以留在我们的场地呢继续的交流。但是如果您呢有借我们的翻译机的话，请记得要把翻译机